Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2017 League of Legends College Championship. Teams from over 200 universities from around North America have spent the last 4 months competing in grueling online brackets, culminating in 4 regional playoffs, 1 Big Ten Network final, and a wildcard qualifier to earn their spots in this championship event. Now, introducing the schools and players who will be participating in this year's College Championship. Qualifying as a wild card and representing the Eastern Conference, it's Carnegie Mellon University. Earning their spot as victors of the Big Ten Network, University of Maryland. Sweeping their regional playoffs from the Campus Series North, Maryville University. Wildcard qualifier and 2-time collegiate finalist, Robert Morris University. Representing Ontario as the Eastern League champions, University of Toronto. Representing the Aggies as Southern League champions, Texas A&M. Hailing from Vancouver, British Columbia as Western League champions, Simon Fraser University. And finally, our 2-time reigning champions, University of British Columbia. Once again, the 2017 League of Legends College Championship teams. This is College League of Legends.
Team UBC has won the last 2 years. We're looking to make it a three-peat this year. UBC's road to the championship this year wasn't our favorite, but we're ready to compete on the main stage.
This is probably the only year that I'll be competing in Collegiate. There's been a lot of trials and tribulations, but I want to make this last year something special.
For me personally, since this is my first year on the team, be able to win the entire championship and would feel pretty good.
I've kind of been here through all of it. I've seen the losses and the losses and the losses, and it'd be nice to actually be able to go up on stage and hold the trophy instead of watching someone else do it.
We're one of the only teams that doesn't have any sort of backing from the school itself.
It would just prove that it's not about the infrastructure, it's about the team coming together.
We're all new to this team. Just the fact that we came from basically nothing to getting first in South was super meaningful.
This year, we can really feel it, and we're ready to show everyone.
I would like to beat Prototype from Maryville University. He's very toxic. I want to show him what's what.
Oh, I'm going to destroy proof of payment.
I'm pretty confident that no other jungler in the tournament can match up to me.
For me, it's all about trying to make a name for myself.
We just have to play the way that we want to play and not be intimidated.
People finally understand that we're not the underdog anymore.
We have the best chances here. We've put in the hard work, we're ready to take the world by storm.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, students and alumni, to the League of Legends College Championship. We are coming to you live from our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California, to bring you the best collegiate League of Legends with teams from all over the country competing for pride and prestige. I am Optimus Tom Sirifos, and joining me for today's introduction with Mark Zimmerman, Aiden Zaire Moon.
Happy to be here. Been a long time, Tom. Now we got Zyrene third wheeling with us after a long college season.
Yeah, I'll go get Captain Flowers after this. I'll go get my buddy.
You get your own guy.
Yeah, okay, so we'll stay partnered up, but you'll get Captain Flowers to yourself. But to start us off, why don't we take a look at the final bracket to see which institutions will be represented in this year's tournament. Texas A&M won the Southern League, and they're going to face off against wildcard qualifier Carnegie Mellon University, while the Eastern League champions University of Toronto will take on first-place Western team Simon Fraser University.
On the other side of the bracket, we have the Northern League winners in Maryville University taking on the current reigning champions, University of British Columbia. And the Big Ten Network Championship winners, University of Maryland, will be playing on Robert Morris University.
Now let's take a look at how you guys can spectate the first round of matches. First up on Riot Games, U of T will be taking on SFU, followed by Maryville versus UBC over in the Battle Arena. And then in the Battle Theater, we've got Carnegie Mellon University going head-to-head with Texas A&M before RMU takes on Maryland over on Riot Games 2. And even if you've been an avid follower of the campus series, you might not know a whole lot about these teams and players. So when we talk a little bit about who's going to be players to watch and teams to watch throughout this tournament.
Well, I think a big thing that you have to talk about anytime you talk about Collegiate League of Legends, you have to talk about UBC versus SFU. SFU kept losing to UBC in the Western region, and previously, when you lost in your region, you were out. Now there's the wild card qualifier, people were able to get back in, so finally SFU wins, they get the 1 seed, and now that there's this extra reintroduction of the change in bracket, UBC is still here as well.
Yeah, UBC though, even though they are the two-time defending champions looking for the three-peat, they were actually the last team to qualify, so a lot of people are saying this is not a very powerful team compared to how they used to be. This is kind of a rebuilding year for them. But their first matchup is up against Maryville, who I actually think are favorites for the entire tournament. I think their bottom lane is incredibly strong, and they actually became a scholarship school for League of Legends this year, so they were able to gather a whole bunch of talent and not just pull from their 2,800 students at that university.
Yeah, and that's 3 powerhouse teams mentioned already, even without mentioning the University of Toronto, who made their own run throughout the open qualifiers for the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, there's a kind of a story that went on about how they knocked out CLG Black from being able to qualify. Ultimately, they lost to Delta Fox and didn't actually secure a spot in the Challenger Series. But it's still crazy that the Collegiate team was pushing a lot of these other semi-pro teams to that level. And they have a lot of really strong players. You would say they're the most individually talented roster here today. So a lot of teams to look out for.
Yeah, they do have to actually watch out for the 2 scholarship teams in RMU and Maryville, because this is a team that is still just a club team, right? They don't have that backing. And then they're up against the West, which historically has won every college championship so far. And with 2 Western teams, with UBC and SFU, it's twice as hard as it has been in the past.
Yeah, well, while you're keeping your eyes on the teams and players, it's also important to keep in mind these teams will be playing on patch 7.9, which hosted a load of mid-season changes.
And the first thing we have to talk about, of course, is the Rift Herald. It was the unofficial Campus Series mascot previously, way before it became a cool thing to do at MSI, and all the pro teams were ignoring it. The Campus Series was going and securing Rift Heralds nonstop. Now there's the big change to it, and there's going to be even more attention paid to it.
Yeah, that extra recall, the 4 seconds, and then also the fact that, people before were like, all right, let's get a turret instead of Rift Herald. Rift Herald can get you anything. It can even get you a turret. So people are like, let's get Rift Herald if we can't find a way to secure the objective easily.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see a lot of teams putting some focus more on the top side of the map, but in addition to the Rift Herald, we have a slew of new champions and changes to the Rift as well, most notably the fact that Rakan and Zaya are going to be enabled for this tournament.
Yeah, and I think Zaya is the big one for me because she's so good at having the playmaking ability on an AD carry, whereas Rakan, I don't know if we'll see him as frequently, but I definitely think if somebody favors things like Thresh and they have a star support, Rakan could be something that we see pop out.
Obviously, those are the 2 flashy new champions, but there's been a lot of changes to old ones as well, most notably with some of the tanks. Sejuani totally changed. We are playing on 7.9, so it's the most recent round of nerfs, not in for a lot of these champions. A lot of people thought she was crazy on release. She did get that hot fix, so she's a little toned down from where she was when she was initially kind of dominating the pick ban phase. Maokai as well, seeing a big change. You can see his kind of saplings get thrown around. Those kind of cheesy brush ganks that people did before are now super strong, so have to keep our eye on him as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see it or not, but there was a Demacia Cup playing on 7.9 over in China, and Maokai was played in the jungle. But also, Maokai's support full AP build is something that was kind of wrecking solo queue. And in the collegiate scene, it's not all of that top-tier meta stuff every single time. People will play what they're good at and what they have winning strategies for, so it's not at that completely organized level, whereas something like a Maokai, I think, could come out. And like the ultimate we saw there, people were saying it's really slow, but it's really good at disengaging, preventing tower dives, and even going for your own with a position like we just saw.
Yeah, so in addition to the champions seeing some changes, you mentioned that tanks have seen some direct changes, some direct buffs. The itemization has also been completely changed. We, of course, have changes to some of the starting items like Doran Shield, Banshee's Veil, and Abyssal Scepter is completely different, and we got a whole new slew of support items on our list.
Yeah, Doran Shield being a really big one. You're going to see a lot of it, most likely. We saw it in the Demacia Cup a lot. If you have an unstable lane matchup or a losing lane matchup, you can take this, try and make it through the lane, and then it kind of puts pressure on the other team to be like, okay, well, now we can't push them out of lane. Maybe we should go this item as well.
Yeah, we're seeing some Caitlyn's, which should be winning matchups, pick up Doran Shield so they can't lose the matchup to match other people picking it up. But I think there's some great items here too, like Banshee's Veil being moved to be a little bit more mage focused. So it's being picked up, second item on some champions like LeBlanc and Ahri, which are already very slippery with their mobility. Now you have to hit them with a skill shot or a spell before you even hit them with the lockup while they're running around the team fight. So it becomes very annoying.
Yeah, and kind of talking about some of the tank items, the Adaptive Helm is one where I think it's a really unique kind of niche item where depending on if you're going up against anyone with a lot of damage over time or spammable spells like a Rumble or Cassiopeia, it can be a great item to negate kind of that burn damage that they slowly whittle you down with, and it just really drops off that damage per second.
And we, of course, had the changes to Guardian Angel as well. Now kind of the Gargoyle Stoneplate comes in as the go-to kind of later game tank item. It basically takes the same build path to build as the old Guardian Angel, but provides a slew of new resistances now.
Yeah, the fact that it doubles the resistances when you have 3 or more people around, and then when you activate it and it has 3 or more people around, the 100% HP, pretty much the Guardian Angel for yourself. You do lower your damage reduction, but it's all about staying alive and disrupting as a tank.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of changes to the Rift, and we literally have to run ourselves to our casting positions to get these games underway. But before we go, here's a brief history of the Collegiate League of Legends scene.
The history of College League of Legends begins with the community. The first unified College League of Legends championship was organized by a group of students at the University of Texas. These organizers were friends, having fun, and competing against other students in a game they loved. In 2014, Riot Games hosted the first official college championship, which brought together 2 college organizations running national tournaments. The event was the culmination of more than 540 club teams battling for the crown, which was won by the University of Washington. Up until this point, teams didn't have official school recognition, but that all changed when one university administrator took notice. In August 2014, Chicago's Robert Morris University built the first varsity League of Legends program, offering students scholarships to play League of Legends for the school. With newfound athletic scholarships and training facilities, RMU made an impact right away, emerging to reach the finals in the 2015 College Championship. There, they met their match in the rising powerhouse of University of British Columbia, taking the loss 0-3. This rivalry continued into 2016 with a rematch in the finals and another win for UBC, creating the first College League of Legends dynasty. While UBC was winning its second title, University of California, Irvine tried to meld the school support of an RMU with the club support of a UBC. UCI opened the first on-campus esports arena to support its massive gaming club and its new scholarship-supported UCI esports team. Schools with histories of athletic achievement are looking to add the college championship trophy to their case. This year, Big Ten Network hosted the first season of the BTN League of Legends Conference, with Maryland winning. Not too long after, the University of Utah became the first Power 5 school to create a varsity League of Legends program. Currently, over 25 schools offer league scholarships, and more than 245 schools participated in this year's season. From community tournaments to this week's 8-team championship, we've done a lot of growing and still have a lot left to go. And as somebody who was a collegiate player at UCI, I can tell you, the thing that keeps us coming back game after game is the same feeling those first student organizers had in mind. Show that your school's team has what it takes to be the best.
Welcome, League fans, to day 1 of the League of Legends College Championship. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and making a mad dash from the analyst desk to cast alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Didn't think you were going to have to do leg day today, did you?
No, didn't think so. But, I mean, it wasn't that far, but I'll actually just check my day off for today. That's all right.
Well, you're here anyway. We're here now, and we're getting ready for our first series as Texas A&M takes the stage against Carnegie Mellon University. Before we get into the matchups, let's go ahead and run through those starting rosters, because on the blue side, we got Texas A&M. With YG in the top lane, Glory in the jungle, K-Bread mid, Chuck Normus bot, Be Here on support, and Coach Picaris.
Yep, and on the red side, it's going to be Carnegie Mellon University in the top lane, a familiar name for those who have watched the LCS a long time ago. It's going to be Mega Zero. In the jungle will be Tiggy, mid lane will be Yasui, bot lane Coggles, support Mino Haxor, and coach Taeyeon Ahri.
Texas A&M come into this series, Zyrene, looking to elevate their esports reputation to match their school's passion for other traditional sports.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's already been matched a little bit by the club. They have a huge fan base back home cheering them on. About 1,300 students are in the League of Legends club
at Texas A&M, so they come in with a lot of traditions from their university as well. So we have to actually look at this team and be like, hey, look at their jersey. They even have their school logo on their jersey. They have that backing, that pride. So we also have to look at their coach, too, Picaris. This guy was here 2 years ago competing as the jungler for the team, and now he's stuck around.
And when you look at this team, you're also going to be looking at a team that wants to look to Chuck Normus as their in-game leader.
Exactly. Going back 2 years, Chuck Normus was the AD carry for that team. He was kind of the young guy, the guy that was following everybody else around. Now he's grown into this role of being a leader and the only returning member for this squad from 2 years.
And that leadership is going to be put to the test as Texas A&M are going to be facing off against Carnegie Mellon, who have a swath of experience going into this one.
Yeah, we talk about how Texas A&M were here in the top 4 2 years ago. Well, you talk about top in the league. Well, in the NALCS, Mega Zero came in from the top lane here 2 years ago himself on complexity. So this guy brings a wealth of knowledge and experience with dealing with on-stage nerves. You go back to talking about how people, when they kind of transition from offline to or online to LAN tournaments, there's a lot of nerves that can be there. And even if somebody is crushing from the comfort of their dorm, you still have to do it on the stage. So we have to look at Mega Zero to be a leader here for Carnegie Mellon, especially when he's got some young guys on his team. He's got Mino Haxor and Yasui, who are also big names. Yasui, the big guy for me in the mid lane, freshman coming in, a lot of talent, has the most kills out of anybody in the most kills per game, averaging 5.2 per game out of anybody in the top 8. So really big player here in the mid lane who's going to be trying to make some action happen.
And throughout this weekend, it's going to be fun to see which players from which teams step up the most and become those big players, become the heroes that their schools want them to be, and really represent how strong their team is.
Yeah, because we look at these schools, we look at their undergraduate population, things like Texas A&M, 48,000, but you look at Carnegie Mellon, it's only about 6,300, and they aren't a scholarship school. The only 2 schools that have a lower population of undergraduates in their League of Legends, only schools that have lower populations in terms of undergraduates are the 2 scholarship schools of Maryville and RMU. So Carnegie Mellon doesn't have a huge talent pool to pull from, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can compete against the larger field.
Well, before we get into this game, Mega Zero shared what it's like to be back in the LCS studios.
So as an ex-pro player, I was actually in the first season of LCS on Team Marn. It's pretty cool to be back here at the LCS studios. It's brand new now. I haven't actually been to this one, and it's much nicer, and it's pretty exciting just going to be able to be on stage playing competitively again.
Yeah. And you can see him there right now, back on that stage, ready to compete here again, this time under a slightly different banner, but still looking to show what he's got.
Yeah, guy was on Marn all the way back. Man, he's been around a very long time. And then he left to go to school, to go to Carnegie Mellon and pick his education back up. And that's what Collegiate League of Legends is about for a lot of the players. This is a place where you can attend school, get some scholarships, but also at the same time, make sure that you're keeping your competitive edge, that you're playing a game that you love. And Mega Zero, even though he stepped away from the LCS, couldn't completely step away from competitive league.
And you know, that discussion happens so much. Do you go to college? Do you further the education? Do you try to go pro in some kind of gaming if you've got the talent? Well, this is sort of the hybridization of those. You can kind of have the best of both worlds here, still seeing if you can step up on those competitive stages. And we have made our way into picks and bans for the first match here, playing on patch 7.9, just like we heard the analyst desk discussing. So you do have new champions in there, Zaya and Rakan. You've got new Rift Herald, all sorts of fun stuff that we might be seeing. But one thing that's not going to change, players have recognized the strength of shield compositions and shielding champions, and Ivern and Lulu are going to be the first 2 bans this time.
Yep, Ivern and Lulu being banned away puts a higher priority on something like Karma for controlling the bottom lane and also being a shield for your AD carry. AD carries are incredibly important and incredibly important to keep alive, and if you can do that, you keep your late game damage still on the field.
Well, speaking of late game damage and AD carries, Twitch is one of those that's known as one of the few hyper carries in League of Legends, but he will be banned away by Texas A&M. Not a super common ban to see, so you'll likely see that targeted against their opponents.
Yeah, you have some competition for Jawline. Look at that, Carnegie Mellon. I thought that was your twin for a second there.
Already deep diving into the memes today here in game number 1. But Karma is going to be ban number 4. So what you mentioned there with still having that potential bottom lane power, still having that potential for a shield for the AD carry, now off the table.
Yeah,
Tom Kench.
Look at that.
Also removed.
Basic.
So much.
Everybody is paying so much attention to this bottom lane. There's no top lane bans when somebody like Mega Zero is here. There's no mid lane bans when somebody like Yasui is in the game. A guy who has been competing for a while, trying through Challenger, is a freshman though, is quite young. And so we're seeing that
pretty much the bottom lane is what everybody thinks they have to take care of, and that's it. That's like 6 or 5 bottom lane bans, with the 6th being the Ivern.
With the 6th being a jungler who is essentially a second support, so we'll give you half credit for it. Anyway, Texas A&M, they got first pick. We'll have to see what they want to do with it. I'll bring over the Caitlyn for now.
I'll take half credit any day I can.
Yeah, half credit will work. We're not in university, so we don't really care about our grades.
Well, not anymore. Anyway, Caitlyn gets locked in. Very powerful champion right now. We'll see what they're going to pair that up with later. And as Carnegie Mellon, the question is, do they answer with jungle and their own AD carry, and don't want that to get pinched for later on? It's possible that they go for a priority support like Zyra.
And remember, this is Mega Zero's last chance to really win a big event like this. The guy graduates in 2-3 weeks from now. So this is one of his last shots to really say, hey, this is a big impact I'm going to make. I'm going to win this big tournament, see what we can do. So I'm looking at this guy to be a big playmaker this game. And when you want somebody to be a big playmaker, a champion like Galio with that massive heroic entrance and his save potential and his engage potential is just the kind of champion you want to see him on.
Yeah, and if you have played in the LCS in the past, the understanding of having a pushing lane is very important. Now there are things that are like Fiora you can play into the Galio and really destroy it, but the Galio itself will constantly push lane and constantly give you a space in the top lane to work with.
Varus going to be the lock-in on the side of Carnegie Mellon now as well. Funny enough, I was having a discussion in the office shortly before we started up these matches, talking about Varus, talking about his current role in the game, and how a lot of times you do see him picked when Ashe is either picked or banned away, and you want to run a similar style of champion. With Ashe banned out, Carnegie Mellon does decide to pick him up, with Caitlyn having already been taken by the enemy team of Texas A&M, and Texas will quickly pick themselves up the Gangplank and the Zac. Now, one thing to remember is that this is 7.9 Zac. This is not the buffed one that's currently very, very strong on live that had to be hotfix nerfed.
Yeah, this is before he even got the percent HP on his Q. This is the 42-44% win rate in solo Q Zac. We'll see what Glory's going to be able to do with it. But also, I like the Gangplank into the Galio. You'll kind of take the L in terms of you'll lose the lane, but you'll be able to push him out later and be a large effect. Because if you're trying to kill AD carries and throwing down bans on shields and AD carries and protection, Gangplank is a great champion to have, because one barrel in the late game will chunk that person out.
Absolutely. Final pick for the first round of the draft over to Carnegie Mellon will be Thresh. So we've got a little bit of mismatched lanes here. Both junglers, both AD carries picked, well, not both junglers, excuse me, both top laners, both AD carries picked up. Jungle and support being the difference between these two, as now the mid lane targeted by Carnegie Mellon, taking Orianna off the table.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon looks like they'll probably go for their jungler next and wait on their mid lane. If you're banning out Orianna, which is a safe blind pick, you also know what the jungler is for Texas A&M, so you might as well pick your own and then wait and hide your mid lane. Like the Fizz ban, because it's potential flex, because Galio, you do have to keep in mind, is a potential flex pick for multiple roles.
That's true.
Could be a mid laner, could be a top laner.
We also know Fizz as one of those champions that can be one of those hard counter picks to a mid laner that you pick for yourself. So maybe they're thinking towards one of those champions that Fizz would be good into, want to remove him to keep those options on the table.
Exactly. And so we'll see what the last ban here is, possibly towards that jungle pool if they want to take a little bit of that Lee Sin or the top kind of off.
One more choice for Texas A&M. Syndra was the third ban over on the side of Carnegie Mellon, the final one that they got this game.
Yep.
Fourth ban coming through now. Texas A&M will have that one, and Olaf is the choice going for that jungle.
Yeah, Olaf gained a lot of popularity recently. Even at MSI, got played a whole bunch by Trick and then by Peanut, where they were passing him back and forth. So internationally, Olaf has kind of come back in, and Lee Sin will be the pickup here for Carnegie Mellon with that other jungler taken off the table.
Lee Sin, just one of the staple picks in competitive League of Legends. He's almost always been relevant. He brings so much to the table. His kit's got a lot of playmaking potential, early power, good skirmishes. He just brings some of everything.
Yeah, when people have him drop out of the meta, everybody's like, man, I wish Lee Sin were here. And I'm like, no, you don't.
It's fun to watch. But yeah, then he comes back into the game and you realize how strong he is and how many plays he can set up. He can be very difficult to play against if the player on him knows how to pilot that champion correctly, as Malzahar picked up for Texas A&M.
Exactly what you're looking for if you're trying to stop some playmaking. The Lee Sin will always now have to think about when he's diving the backline, can he get past the Malzahar point and click CC, because then he's not going to be able to kick back and get one of Texas A&M's carries into Carnegie Mellon's front line.
Right, you throw yourself behind enemy lines to get a kick, all of a sudden you're suppressed, you're just behind enemy lines now, there's no kick, so the play quickly goes from heaven to hell, You've got a big problem on your hands. Speaking of a problem on your hands, though, hyper-scaling top lane and mid lane for Texas A&M with Cassidy now locked in.
Yeah, that's actually kind of risky when you're pairing up two solo lanes that take a lot of time to turn online. You will have double teleport, you'll have triple global, including the Gangplank ultimate, and you have ways to gank mid with Zac, but you're blind picking the Caston, so you have to know that you can be counterpicked here. And it's the Cassiopeia for Yusui, which is a champion that throws me back for him, because I've seen this guy play Cassiopeia, I've seen him play the Yasuo. These are very big comfort champions for this mid laner of Carnegie Mellon.
And we've seen just how disgusting of a champion Cassiopeia can be. For anybody who was tuned in to MSI, you saw Faker's performance versus Maples LeBlanc with Cassiopeia just completely destroying him from level 1 on. So this champion more than capable of handling itself in mid lane matchups and a variety of mid lane matchups, especially versus a melee opponent who has very few ways to retaliate pre-level 6.
Yeah. So K-Bread is going to have to look for a lot of harass on Yusui to try and get him out, or just back up, wait for the creeps to get pushed in, but Yusui can manipulate the wave well enough. And we'll see how Texas A&M, the first #1 team from the southern region, up against the second in the east for Carnegie Mellon University. The draft's locked in.
One thing to remember about all the games you guys are going to be seeing today, we are best of 3 here in the first round of the college championship. After this one, the semifinals and the grand final and the following days of the weekend, those are going to be best of 5, similar to what you're used to seeing for playoffs. But this first round is only going to be best of 3. So you win this one, you take it to match point, just like that. Both these teams having plenty to prove here as well. We talked about Texas A&M, their big commitment to their traditional sports teams, how big of a school this is, how big on school tradition and pride they are, and how much this team wants to bring that feeling towards their esports as well.
I mean, it's all about competition. Texas A&M will back whatever competitive team they have. They'll root for them with that passion you're talking about. And you can see the passion pretty much across the board for the lineup. We have Picarus coming back to coach the team, a guy who was here 2 years ago in the top 4 of Collegiate League of Legends representing the South. Now the team is back as the #1 Southern team. And even look at the current roster. They have Chuck Normus, who was also here as that younger guy before, now actually a senior. And you go up to the top lane with YG, who I'm hearing so much about. Very young guy, a freshman, challenger player coming in from Korea as well, South Korea. And then even their jungler, Glory. He's the only graduate student in the top 8.
And then you look across the rift, look at their opponents on Carnegie Mellon University. This is a team that's from a university that has a much smaller player base to pull their players from, right? They have a much smaller size of their school overall. They don't have a scholarship program, so they're not pulling players from other areas. But yet they've still got some of these big names. They've still got Mega Zero. They've still got Yusui. And they're looking to prove that they can get things done with or without large-sized schools or big scholarships.
And so Carnegie Mellon, speaking of them, they just saw that invade. They saw that ward go down. They know where it is. It actually, we'll see if it spots them as they start Raptors. There is a way to circumvent that ward and walk all the way around if that's where you're starting. I assume Tiggy does want to start it because Mega Zero, no problem with starting Winds of War as Galio, and it will do so much damage to the Raptor camp. You can just walk up to the top lane and be all good. Whereas we talked about Doran's shield, bottom lane, 1 Doran's shield reporting on Coggles up against Chuck Normus's Caitlyn. Doesn't want to get completely pushed out of lane. Give him some sustain.
That ward will spot out the 2 players from the side of Carnegie Mellon as they start off at the Raptor camp. Galio, so effective. Probably one of the best single champion leashes in the game if you're doing the Raptor start. Winds of War just takes so much off of them.
Yep.
YG going to be waiting around here, finding Mega Zero as he makes his way into the Tri-Brush, and K-Bread is getting a taste of that Yusui Cassiopeia level 1 damage.
Yeah, and he has the Corrupting Potion, so he'll constantly tick that for extra damage, as well as some extra mana to continue poking back and forth. As you can see, Yusui, they're actually pretty close in CS. The wave is building up to go the other way. And K-Bread, about the same HP, but has 1 less charge to be used. And actually traded back at the right time. Absorbed a decent amount of the damage there with the magic shield from Cassidon's Q.
Of course, the difference between them, Corrupting Potion on Cassiopeia, but for the Cassidon, you've just got the basic refillable along with the Dark Seal. So a little bit less regeneration for K-Bread. Gonna have to make sure he's careful about this. Has gone through those charges already now.
Yeah, but he'll pick up some of that CS under turret. And Mega Zero going for the harassment here.
Very
the top lane.
Fierce amounts of damage that can come out from Galio so quickly. You see the champion, you think of a tank, you don't normally expect that level of burst, but Galio can hit incredibly hard, especially in these short trades if he's able to land that Justice Punch he can chain that into so much more damage.
Yeah, looking at what he's brought in terms of his masteries, he actually has a little bit of that AP. Not too much, actually. He's mostly getting it from natural talent, but he has magic penetration. I was looking at Hooney's back at Midseason Invitational, and he brought magic penetration and a whole bunch of AP. Look at this bottom lane. Nice hook onto Chuck Normus.
Hook onto Chuck Normus. Going to be forced to try to get himself out of this one. Coggles looking to take him down. First blood over to the way of Carnegie Mellon University.
Might get two.
Looking to make it two, and a double kill for Coggles.
And that is huge for Carnegie Mellon University. They have the Varus, and they both went over to him. Both kills are now in the hands of Coggles.
And this is a Varus into a Caitlyn. Caitlyn, the champion that you expect to bully the lane, that you expect to win that lane. Yeah, it's now been caught out by the death sentence. It's now been punished. The Varus has a double kill. This is fantastic news for Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon and Texas A&M focus the bottom lane, knowing that Coggles is a really good player that they actually want to put some pressure on. And it's not working out. He's got 2 kills, got the Vamp Scepter. You cannot push this Varus out of lane anymore.
Glory hanging around mid, wanting to get the gank with the elastic slingshot off onto Yusui. Flash out, stretching strike is there, tries to pull him back, but it's not going to do a whole lot.
Still gets the flash though, which is pressure for the cast-in for K-Bread. When he hits 6, there won't be that flash still available, but look at this, Mino Haxor walks up, gets 2, but then they start hitting Chuck Normus, who has flash, doesn't flash it in time, heals while the exhaust is on, and they just weren't respecting the damage output of Coggles and Mino Haxor in that all-in.
And I like the way Mino Haxor was walking up. You saw the flay onto the Malzahar. He walked towards B here, and then just throws him a curveball, puts the death sentence over onto the Caitlyn instead. The mind games are enough to land the hook. Kabang, kaboom. He grabs what he needs, and they get the double kill.
And that's what they're looking to exploit. Coggles, master tier player, up against Chuck Normus, who was Diamond 5 last time in 2016 when solo queue ended. He's the veteran of the team, and he has that Caitlyn, but it looks like Coggles plus Mino Haxor has a little bit more in terms of that aggressive synergy during the early game here. And they're actually calling for a gank. Glory's going to visit the bottom lane here.
And that's one thing you've always got to be aware of if you're on the side of Carnegie Mellon up against the Zac. How many different paths he can gank through.
Yeah, but also Tiggy is on this side too. Tiggy kind of senses that they're looking for something bottom lane. They wouldn't be pushing this aggressively if they actually didn't have their jungler here.
Both junglers backing off a little bit. Tiggy deciding to head back up through the jungle. Glory's still hanging around bottom, but
yeah,
just long enough to channel his back and get himself out of here.
It's mostly because Coggles and Mino Haxor are actually not going for anything, and they're playing it incredibly safe despite being ahead. He's actually canceled his back and tried it again in that bottom side, so the Zac will be very delayed. K-Bread has the flash still. There's no kickback.
To go in.
He's looking for the extra damage here.
Trying to get just a little bit more, but K-Bread saves that flash long enough to get himself away alive. Coggles now under a lot of pressure, taking a lot of damage, and Chuck Normus able to get revenge for the earlier plays. Glory's hanging around in bottom lane long enough to make these plays happen, and it pays off.
A very long time there, but if your jungler is heading towards the mid lane, you really have to pull back even further, but it looks like Glory was able to sneak into that second brush that had the control ward in it that denies vision and could get the engage. We'll see it here. Sneaks into the brush, and then he's right there on top of Coggles. Gets him with the E, lands the Q, and gets the smack. Remember, this is the Zac that doesn't even do that extra damage. It's just the CC, and the fact that the players put so much time into this champion now, even on the live server, where it's a little bit stronger.
Tiggy again looking to maybe get under that turret onto K-Bread, but now that the Kassadin has level 6, now that Riftwalk is online, it's a much scarier proposition. So he's got to back himself away. Instead, just trying to steal away some of these wolves. With Glory showing up, he's quickly got to find his way out. Jumps back in, grabs the wolf.
Galio.
Galio going to be coming in. Jump in onto the Kassadin, who's got no way out, and Mega Zero gets himself a slam dunk.
You have to watch out for that. The Galio had left the top lane. Mega Zero has the triple Dorans and TP'd back in. He's been pushing in the top lane. YG has no mana, so there's no way for him to actually push it back out. And look at this, Mega Zero going for more damage.
He's just not afraid.
I don't know why he jumped in there. It's kind of delaying.
Glory just trying to waste a little bit of time, I guess. Tiggy mid lane now does have the kick available, but so low HP, doesn't really want to do anything with that. Not trying to flex those muscles right now. Yusui getting himself back as well as YG is going to be left to absorb the creep wave here.
And you can just see excellent play so far all around from Carnegie Mellon. The bottom lane, they had those 2 kills. One got answered back, but they're in a really good spot to not get bullied out. Have a CS advantage at the bottom with 11 up. And then the mid lane, 20 up right now for Yusui in a matchup up against the Kassadin. And Tiggy, it's pretty cute of him here, lands the Q and actually goes off to the other side, and this is perfect because it puts Galio in a great spot to actually get the Hero's entrance on top of K-Bread's Kassadin.
And let's not underestimate the damage reduction as well. Galio's ultimate likely saved Tiggy there from dying. You saw the Gangplank ultimate coming down. Tiggy now into the bot lane, going to be looking for the play onto Chuck Normus. Flay not going to be finding its mark just yet. Death sentence either. Mino Haxor are going to be crab food. They won't quite finish him off, but that almost turns into disaster for Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, Tiggy used the kick there as well onto the spell immune Kassadin, so wasn't able to knock him back either, so it was incredibly close. But Mino Haxor had to use his flash and his ignite, and if you remember the last time that they went all in on each other, people were blowing summoner spells constantly, so now you're going to have to be wary as Mino Haxor, because Tam be here to support Texas A&M. Hold on, one.
That was a lot of damage coming out. You've got to respect the miasma from the Cassiopeia, blocking him off from getting that Rift Walk when you could tell he wanted to do it.
Yeah. And so going back down to the bottom lane, B here will have the ultimate and the flash available for a pick, and that's what he'll be looking for, especially with Mino Haxor having no way to flash out.
And Zyrene, you mentioned earlier the farm advantages on the side of Carnegie Mellon University, and honestly, they're winning the farm just across the board. There's nowhere that they're behind in terms of the farm unless you want to count the jungle that's dead even.
I don't.
And that's part of why this team is so far ahead. They're over 2,000 gold up 9 minutes into the game, and it's because they're managing the minions properly.
Yeah, pushing up, using their advantages, and you can see these are small ones right now, about 700 in the bottom side, but even the Thresh up 500, about 400 mid, and then 200 in the jungle, so he's up a little bit from the camps that he's gotten, as well as the assist.
Usui just continuing the shove, 79 to 51 CS here in the mid lane. K-Bread has that Catalyst the Protector under his belt, but that is about it. And with Mino Haxor and Tiggy rotating over, the Gangplank ultimate's going to be necessary to hold the turret, but Tiggy's going to be burst low. YG grabbing the kill with the ultimate, as now Mino Haxor going to be suppressed and brought down. Texas A&M with the outplay.
The turret was a bait. It was so low. Texas A&M said, we know this is what you want, Carnegie Mellon. We had Glory set up in the bush on the side, gets a perfect stretching strike onto two members to make them hit each other, and then has the Let's Bounce to finish it off. Perfectly played there by the Zach from Texas A&M.
Did exactly what they needed to do. They executed it to a T. Here's one more look.
Knew that this was going to happen, and then goes right in on top of the Gangplank ultimate, stretching strike onto Tiggy, onto Mino Haxor, says kiss now, makes them hit each other. Airborne back with the Let's Bounce, and pulls the Thresh even closer, who didn't have flash, and we mentioned that earlier, has no way to get out. And that's 2 kills going over to Texas A&M.
Still going to be a gold advantage for Carnegie Mellon University, but Texas A&M showing that even though they're behind, they're not afraid to make the plays.
Yeah, you think about the scaling composition. Kassadin and Gangplank. Oh, stood still for a second there. Now he's going to get punished.
Chains of Corruption, more burst going to be coming down. Chuck Normus has no way out. Decides to just keep the flash in his pocket there. Didn't think he was going to have any chance of surviving even if he used it. Yeah, that's a free pick. Carnegie Mellon's bot lane.
Really strange, because Chuck Normus just stood still, and Mino Haxor threw out the hook. Didn't even try to put some momentum behind his juke or anything like that. Usui, though, looking for K-Bread.
Oh, my goodness. K-Bread, again, just nearly destroyed by Usui.
Yep, gonna have to blow his flash to get out of there too. The Riftwalk wasn't just gonna handle it. Mino Haxor is actually looking for a roam, and they see him on the ward.
Walking over the ward will keep the Kassadin alive for now, but K-Bread is just being really punished for this early game pick.
Yeah,
this
now
peak early game pick.
Exactly. Now Carnegie Mellon will all go mid. You can see Galio, Omega Zero on the top side, actually just shoving out the top wave, making sure that he can stick around on this bottom side. Going for a first item of an Iceborne Gauntlet here as well. Very close to it.
Yeah, closing in very quickly. Once he has that up, of course, it's going to be giving him even more shoving power. Will make him that much stronger against the Gangplank and the Caitlyn. Usui and Tiggy trying to make some kind of a move onto YG here. Good barrel chain. Going to be putting some damage onto them as they approach, and YG is perfectly fine.
Yeah, YG looking for that scaling. Talk about this freshman being such a great player, and the fact that he's got this scaling Gangplank, he can turn on late game. Even though the early game may not go in favor of Texas A&M, they have 2 hyper-scaling champions on their team, as opposed to, I would consider, just 1 from Carnegie Mellon with the Cassiopeia. So you can kind of take the L and the loss and say, all right, we're not going to get that first turret. We're not going to get those early kills. But the fact that they're 3 to 4, they'll take some CS deficits, and they'll be okay with that. Look at that, the flash to try and get Coggles, but he does have flash.
Flash with the stretching strikes, flash in response. Turret is going to fall bottom side, but you got to like the play from Mino Haxor as well, stopping the Zach engage. Death sentence coming through. Grabbing onto B here, but doesn't really want to go in onto that one. Way too much help from Texas A&M coming in.
Yeah, I actually think Texas A&M are in a great position because of the fact that their composition just scales better. So all they need to do is stay even or slightly behind for this game, for the early parts, and then their champions will do a lot of the work in that mid-late game.
Tiggy trying to clear out some vision. YG still just hanging around. You got to respect what Tiggy and Mega Zero may be able to do in a dive scenario, though. YG currently alone. Everybody else moving their way up towards him, anticipating that dive.
Exactly.
From Carnegie Mellon.
Texas A&M are going to try to back him up in the top lane, but who gets there first? This is a faster shoving Galio on the top side. They're arriving. He's looking for the taunt.
Here we go. Taunt going to be used. Orange is trying to get him out, making sure it's K. The Gangplank ultimate comes down. Yusui's already able to find the kill on GP as now the Malzahar ulti coming in. Tiggy going to be taken down by Chuck. Mega Zero trying to walk his way out.
Kassadin on the side here. K-Bread might want to pick up Mega Zero.
Cleanup crew coming in, seeing what he can do. Ace in the hole going to be coming down, and he grabs himself that kill.
Ends up being 2 for 1, actually.
2 for 1.
Glory has the passive, but bottom lane, they'll lose a lot of damage on this turret. Coggles will push this in, so they need to answer with this top turret by shoving it in, get some deny vision control, shove in mid, and possibly go Rift Herald. There's a lot of options here, so it's up to Texas A&M figuring out what they want to do exactly.
Well, they're going to have to pull that trigger very quickly. Push not happening exceptionally fast topside. Mino Haxor has made his way up here now, looking to jump onto K-Bread if he can. Cassio with the Lantern, a nice flash to make sure they both go further forward, and K-Bread is not going to be having any way out of that one.
That was so good from Mino Haxor. Flashes, flays right where K-Bread ends up. At the same time, the Lantern is taken, so he brings Yusui even closer, so Yusui gets to keep his flash.
That was really, really well done.
Yeah.
Flash as soon as the Lantern is clicked on.
That was really well played. And Mino Haxor, we saw him make the early play, and look at that, the play also on the Glory. Mino Haxor on fire today.
Getting a lot of stuff done for his team. You see there, Glory then drops, but he'll piece himself right back together. So it was essentially a 2 for 1.5, because they did pop the Zac passive. They just didn't get the kill.
That half credit isn't actually worth any gold, though, so could
That's
be
the
in the future.
Half credit's not exactly the best thing once you're on the Rift. Speaking of Rift, Rift Herald now under siege by Carnegie Mellon University. Remember, this is a very valuable objective now.
Yeah, this is really well done by Carnegie Mellon because the Gangplank on the bottom side of the map doesn't have TP, doesn't have ulti, can't contribute in any way to this, and there's no bottom turret left for them to take, so it's okay for Carnegie Mellon to put 5 people on the top side, and they also give that Rift Herald over to Mega Zero so he gets that faster recall and can answer the bot wave.
Mega Zero getting back, he'll be able to summon the Rift Herald when they need it. Remember, Rift Herald does not last forever. You've only got about 3.5, 4 minutes to actually use the thing, otherwise it'll disappear. So Carnegie Mellon will have to make sure that they group up and set the map up in a way that allows them to properly use it now that they've got it under the belts.
Yep. Tiggy looks like he's looking for that Cloud Drake for some extra movement for the team. No real ward control around this area for Texas A&M. Their wards are mostly defensive on the top side and the bottom side of the map right now. They may check this, but it will probably be too late as Tiggy is coming close to having his smite, but he's just going to kill it anyway with nobody more the wiser.
No contest. Carnegie Mellon University now currently winning in every single possible objective count. They've got an extra turret up over their opponents. They got both the first Drake and the Rift Herald, and they've got a 3,000 gold lead. But Texas A&M, as you've mentioned multiple times, Zyrene, still the team that's got this crazy scaling potential. You cannot count this team out. Even if they're 3,000, even 4,000 gold behind, Gangplank and Kassadin, if they get to 3 items, 4 items, 5 items, they're going to be frightening no matter what. So you've got to keep that in mind if you're Carnegie Mellon University and try to find a way to close this game out.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the build right now for YG in the top lane. Sterix Gauge, first item on the Gangplank. Now, Sterix Gauge got a little bit of a shift in terms of its power. It's no longer as much without bonus HP behind it. So you really need bonus HP to get more out of the shield, but it's a ridiculous shield that's about 75% of your bonus HP, and it lasts 8 seconds now. And it was also upped in the base damage increase. So if you pair it with the Trinity Force, you actually do more damage than you previously did by a good margin. I would say, like, maybe, I forgot the exact calculation on it.
There's
like,
some sort of number,
yeah,
right?
Basically, because you enhance the base damage and Trinity Force is 200% more base damage, you're getting like 10 to 20% more damage out of it. Combine that with the barrels mid-late game, that could be a very devastating combo.
Plus, we all know how hard it can be to dive onto Gangplank when he eats the oranges and everything else. diving onto him is a scary proposition. And when Sterix is going to be keeping you alive that much more effectively, it becomes that much scarier.
Exactly, because it's all about how long you can stay alive in those later game fights and set up those barrels. Because he's looking at the Cassidon and saying, okay, this guy, he's going to have some tankiness too, going for some magic resistance second after the Rod of Ages, and having that extra HP on your other carry that's waiting to scale up is big, because the Cassiopeia, we've seen fights where sometimes she runs out of mana trying to kill people who are kind of tanky.
Right. Well, we'll have to see if that works out well for YG. Going closer and closer towards that Trinity Force. It will be a nice power spike for him. Rod of Ages on K-Bread up to 3 stacks, so about 7 more minutes before that's fully online for him. Carnegie Mellon continues to own the tempo of the game for now. 2-0 on their Cassio, 3-1 on their Varus. Money on the carries.
Yeah, and only down about 3,500 gold, but it's getting to that point where that's about 10% of what they have. So we're looking at a pretty sizable advantage now, and Texas A&M going for a play.
Here comes your engage. Going to be bringing Tiggy back, instantly popping him. Glory going to have to be careful. The Malzahar is done. A killing spree for Yusui. K-Bread now going to be forced to retreat, but another nice flash into a death sentence. Mino Haxor is just on fire as YG now having to back himself away as a Cassio ult finds its way onto Chuck Normus, and his fate is going to be sealed. YG having to get himself out, but he is going to be one of only 2 survivors.
And he's going to go back. He's trying to get
Toggle. Glory is trying to make a play, but he just doesn't have the damage. That is the pre-buff. Zach, the stretching strike just doesn't do it, and CMU have found their fight.
And they also summon the Rift Herald here as well, so that's going to be even more damage on these turrets. They'll get obliterated, but they're going to back off because of these death timers.
Rift Herald continuing to just wallop on this thing. He's not going to get a whole lot out, but Carnegie Mellon wanted that fight, and they found it.
I don't know why Texas A&M chose that fight. Bottom side of the map, you're going to have a Galio that arrives much faster. The Gangplank throws down his ulti, not even really kind of enhanced just yet by any of his passive purchases. But look at that damage onto B here. He just gets dropped, and then YG comes in, doesn't quite get what he's looking for, and a great hook from Mino Haxor to continue that fight as YG goes in and tries to look for Coggles. Everybody's trying to get Coggles, trying to get that last little bit on that ADC, who's just getting set up for success now, and Yasui leaves this fight 5-0-1. I talked about how you have to watch that mid lane. This guy averages 5.2 kills per game, the most out of any player on any team in the top 8. Yasui is the man to look for action.
0.2 more and he's right on his mark. But
don't know how much he gets.
I don't think he's willing to wait. I don't think he's willing to settle with 0.2 more kills. He's got blood in his eyes right now, having so much effect on this game. And I just need to point out these hooks again. Mino Haxor dialing it in time after time, interrupting the elastic slingshot. Glory going to be in some trouble, having to use the Let's Bounce, bringing Mino Haxor further towards the team, but just barely getting himself away.
Right now, it just seems like Texas A&M, slightly different pages. YG keeps saying, let's keep farming. Let me farm bottom lane. Let me get money. Let me scale. Because now, now he has
time and time again, Zyrene.
He took it too. I don't know why Mino Haxor.
Just to make a point. Okay. Just to make a point.
He can dive, I guess. But what Texas A&M need to do is not fight. They need to let that Gangplank push bottom. They need to let him use his TP advantage, and they're trying to get the TP out of him now. If he ultis the Baron, you'll see it, and he'll do a lot of damage here. Tiggy, half HP.
Tiggy is very, very low. You take out the enemy jungler, you stop the Baron attempts in their tracks. But Texas A&M will not succeed in that just yet.
And now, though, you get to clear out wards as Texas A&M. You get farm on your bottom lane. You get damage on that bottom turret. You have an unanswerable TP on the bottom side. You're going to bring Mega Zero back down here, and then you're going to have a good position for picking up the top side of the map.
Yusui deciding he'll be the one to absorb this farm, potentially deal with YG if he's still hanging around, but a good overall macro play from Texas A&M.
Yeah, I feel like Texas A&M just kind of need to pump the brakes a little bit here. They're slightly behind, but it's not completely unmanageable for the composition they have. They just need more items instead of continuing to fight. And I feel like the last few fights, they've gone a little too aggressive.
K-Bread pushing up in the top side, finally getting himself some time to not be harassed by a Cassiopeia nonstop.
And this is the 1-3-1 of the composition. When you have double teleports, K-Bread on the Caston having one, and then YG on the Gangplank having the other, spread the enemy team thin. Put one on a side lane and one in the other side lane, and then siege down mid. They still need these turrets, and you'll get some farm onto one of your guys, and Glory's going to go for it. Doesn't get it.
Or he does not find what he's looking for. Instead, now another death sentence going to be finding him. YG getting himself back, a little bit more damage onto Glory, and a max range Chains of Corruption to seal his fate. Coggles finding kill number 4.
And that's the jungler down. Now it's going to be Carnegie Mellon saying, we want you to fight us. They're going to start the Baron up and try to force a fight. And now that Gangplank ultimate, a few seconds away from coming off a cooldown. 15 on it. Looks like Texas A&M want to push mid for priority. Maybe go for 2 turrets, but this is a big objective to give up in that Baron.
15 seconds is more than enough time to get a Baron down. The turret falls mid lane, but the Baron falls to Carnegie Mellon.
Question is, do they back on Carnegie Mellon or do they walk straight into them and try to flank them? It looks like it's going for the flank here as they're coming in around.
Flank is going to be the play. Tier 2 down. Mega Zero trying to find the taunt if he can. Chuck Normus isolated from the rest of the team right now. YG going to be on the backside of that jungle as well. Mino Haxor with yet another death sentence, this time on the enemy AD. Continuing to go forward, wanting to chase even further. Lantern going to be thrown back. Tiggy still coming after him. Yusui behind as well. Mino Haxor slowed down now by the barrel. CMU will not chase further.
Yeah, this is good though. For honestly both teams, they're not in too much better of a position because right now Texas A&M, they got to push up mid. Doesn't mean that, or it means that CMU can't completely push mid back into them right now with that Baron buff. It's that top wave that they really have to look at and have that cleared out for Texas A&M. Whereas Texas A&M got themselves 2 turrets and they only lost 1 member.
In a situation where you've lost your jungler and your opponents are just going to take Baron and you have to do the best possible thing, Texas A&M seems to have made the right call.
Yeah.
The best call.
The best call they can in that situation. It's not a good one, it's not a great one, but it's the best one that they can.
You're not throwing a party over the call, but it was the best thing you could have done at the time. And they can't be too sad with themselves for making the best of a bad scenario. But one thing I also want to talk about now, you mentioned the Cloud Drake that was picked up first. The second Cloud Drake was the second elemental this game. Carnegie Mellon has 2 of those now. And normally we make jokes about how, oh, Cloud Drake is useless. It's kind of the derp dragon. But when you're up against this 1-3-1, when you're up against these split-pushing enemy champions, it can do a lot to help you rotate between those lanes and shut that down.
Exactly. And we saw how fast Mega Zero is with his first item, Iceborne Gauntlet, to slow people down when he gets to them. But his second item, Dead Man's Plate, to speed him up even more. This is a very fast Galio in the top lane. So when he enters a fight, or as he's entering a fight, he can really get in there and look for that taunt flash to set his team up.
4-1 split now in full motion for Carnegie Mellon University. Mega Zero not really too concerned about K-Bread's Cassidy there in the top side. The Cassidy still sitting on that Rod of Ages and only the pieces of Azonia's, so not exactly where he wants to be in terms of scaling up and becoming that big threat.
Yeah, but we're talking about big threats. YG still 3rd highest gold in the game right now. He's behind just Yusui and Coggles, only barely though. Has a lot of gold on himself, has about 3,000 more than his mid laner, so he's really been farming up. K-Bread kind of behind at the moment. He has the same gold as Mino Haxor on that Thresh.
He actually has a little bit less than the Thresh, but honestly, the Thresh hooks this game have been so good from Mino Haxor. Just hitting them time after time, whether he's hitting targets that are flashing or whether he's just grabbing people out of thin air, he's dialing them in.
Yeah, he really set up that bottom lane because what's supposed to happen with Texas A&M's comp is you lose the top and the mid lane, and Zach will try to take care of those, but your bottom lane is where you should be winning, and Mino Haxor with the Thresh hook was able to catch the Caitlyn and give 2 kills over to Coggles early game, so that was completely out the window. You can't win that bottom lane that much more as that CMU side.
Yusui doing a good job moving through the enemy jungle now as well, taking away that blue buff, just denying every resource they can, utilizing this Baron to push up. Mino Haxor not finding anyone with that one, just kind of goes fishing, seeing if anybody will walk into it. Doesn't come up with anything just yet. Baron buff about to expire right now, so that's the end of that push for Carnegie Mellon, and a little bit of a sigh of relief for Texas A&M. It's always the worst part about Baron when you're playing those scaling comps, the enemy team gets Baron and you're thinking, is this going to be what breaks our back? Is this what makes it impossible for us to scale in time? And right now the answer for Texas A&M was no. They can continue with that game plan. Cassidy and GP can continue to get bigger and bigger and hope that they hit that point of no return where the lead doesn't matter.
Yeah, where they get so far ahead or at least get to their 6 items because their kits naturally make better use of the gold with things like the extra penetration that's built into the barrels for Gangplank that YG's playing. And you look at what he's building now, was going for the Youmuu's Ghost Blade, says, all right, Lethality's not going to do anything for me now. Goes for the last Whisper 3rd item because there was double armor items for Mega Zero, and Tiggy has also picked up multiple armor items himself here. So you really need to get through those resistances, even though your goal is to kill somebody like Coggles or Yasui.
And I like to see that shift in change. Not that shift in change, that shift in prioritization, I should say. Because he wants to make sure that he's building whatever is the most useful. Oh, we started an item, it's not good enough, switch the game plan.
Exactly. But also you look at what MegaZero did, where he built 2 armor items and armor boots for the lane phase, and then also K-Bread was so far behind, he didn't really have to invest in magic resistance until his 4th item here, counting boots.
And I mean, you're not really too worried about the Zac either. This is the pre-buff Zac. He doesn't do a lot of damage, even if the damage he does is AP damage. And Malzahar's not really going to be focusing the Galio anyway. At least he shouldn't be, in theory.
Yeah, and it does look like MegaZero, because he thinks he's not going to get focused too much. Abyssal Scepter, I believe, is what's coming through here for him. Exactly, just picked up now. And that gives 10% more magic damage to the people around him. So his Cassiopeia will be doing even more to the targets that are right next to MegaZero.
Speaking of that Cassiopeia, 4 big items completed. Banshee's Veil, Void Staff, fully evolved Archangel, fully stacked Roa. That is monstrous. As they secure the Drake. Ultimately, it's Coggles who gets it.
Smite from Glory did go out, but he's tried it. I mean, admirable to go for it. But he's still not picking those up there, and that's the 3rd Drake that goes over the Carnegie Mellon.
Ocean this time. The final Cloud Drake will spawn slightly before the Elder Timer would click in.
Yep. Right now, top side of the map looks like it's going over to Carnegie Mellon. They have the TP coming through. These are the Cloud Drakes you're talking about. If he catches him right in time, that's the Cloud Drake.
My goodness, it doesn't even matter that the orange came out because he is done. YG's got no way out of a 1v5. He'll waste as much time as he can, but the Cloud Drake makes the play happen, and Carnegie Mellon University finds the pick onto that big enemy gangplank.
Yeah, the 2 Cloud Drakes, the extra movement speed. I mean, he's just zooming across anyway with the boots of mobility, but the flash and the death sentence right into the brush. Beautiful there. You know, Haxor has been saying it all game, has been setting his team up.
Knows exactly what he has to do and knows exactly how to do it. Now Texas A&M rotating the remaining members towards the bottom side, just trying to get these lanes shoved, create any sort of a pressure they can, because Baron buff is up for the 2nd time here in 10 seconds, Irene. And Texas A&M do not have a top laner for the next 15.
Yeah, if this was, you know, much lower in terms of gold advantage, if it was about 3,000, I'd say it's okay. We're looking at an 8,000 gold lead for Carnegie Mellon 30 minutes into the game. It's about to hit that 10,000 mark where it becomes so difficult for people to come back into this game for Texas A&M.
The Zac just being completely zoned out now by Mino Haxor, keeping him busy, making it so there's no chance for a steal. MegaZero and Mino Haxor locking Glory down as Yasui is brought in for the damage. The Zac passive is popped, and it is going to get no use whatsoever. Just in time for YG to respawn. Glory will go down, and it's still a 4 versus 5 for the next 35 seconds. Texas A&M needs some kind of a miracle.
Now, YG has some wave clear, but it would have to be the ultimate here. He's not going to throw it out, wants to save it for a potential fight. They set up the traps, but still not enough. You know, Haxor does take a decent chunk there, and they're trying to buy time so that the inhibitor doesn't go down. The barrel setup does hit Coggles. They're looking for the flash from MegaZero.
MegaZero able to find the flash taunt, looking to find even more CC. They're trying to flay the Kassadin forward. B here trying to provide some peel, but not going to do a whole lot of anything. Kassadin already down. The Malzahar the same. YG going to be taking arrow after arrow after arrow. Ooh. Shoots him down, and a rampage for Coggles. MegaZero now walking himself back. It's a 2 versus 5. And Carnegie Mellon will lock this one down here, barring some sort of insanity from Chuck Normus and Glory, as Glory is going to be interrupted, tries to get the stretching strikes. Instead, just going to be shot to pieces. Yasui godlike, the taunt onto Chuck, and that is all she wrote. Cyrene, Carnegie Mellon University will take game number 1.
Texas A&M get aced at the end. They're going to walk it in here and take that first game.
Carnegie Mellon, they got to be feeling good. We talked about them being a smaller school. We talked about them not having the scholarships, but they still have these high-quality players going up against something like Texas A&M, such a large school, such a big opponent. That's got to feel good taking that first win.
And this is the last hurrah for a lot of these guys on the Carnegie Mellon team, because this is a long-standing team. They've never made the top 8 in the history of the college scene. And there's 4 seniors here, plus Yasui, the freshman in the mid lane. So these guys, this really is their last chance to kind of give it their collegiate League of Legends run.
And now with that first win, remember, it's best of 3, one more win, and they're moving on to the semifinals. Texas A&M, they've got to find what was wrong with that strategy. You look at what they drafted, what we talked about. The solo lanes were supposed to lose, the bottom lane was supposed to win, but then bottom lane loses, the solo lanes never get off the ground. We saw some decent plays from YG, but it just seemed like K-Bread was never a factor.
Yeah, got too far behind too early, and they completely bullied that lane. You think about what happened where Mino Haxor got freed up. Top lane, Mega Zero was able to roam down. It was a collapse on mid, punish the Kassadin type strategy once it got going from the bottom side of the map in the lane phase.
And it just never was able to find its footing. We were always talking about the gold lead isn't too bad. The scaling comp can come back. It can make the comeback, but Carnegie Mellon was able to lock it down, keep the game plan tight enough that they did not lose that lead. It didn't slip away.
Yeah, and the fact that Mino Haxor was the person constantly making plays was huge because that's what stops you from completely pushing your gold advantage. If you have a gold advantage and you sit there and you aren't going for those thresh plays, you aren't going for those engages, then you're going to just sit there and the other team's going to scale up and get to where they want to be. But there were some times where Texas A&M were taking fights that they definitely shouldn't have been taking.
And speaking of those, let's check out a replay of the fight around 19 minutes. Mid lane, where CMU was able to go 3 for 0.
And this is the one where we see Glory kind of get caught out on the side, I believe. And this is a big setup for it. Yeah, this is where they kind of shove down into the jungle around. Is actually a very, very long setup for this. I don't think this is right at all.
You've got to appreciate
like,
the setup times going in there like
I mean,
that. But
did a breakdown on the setup, but that was a lot of setup there.
But maybe we're just going to do a bonus breakdown segment right here.
Maybe, who knows? But I definitely think that the big fight that stands out to me is the one that happened in mid, where it was the fight that was actually started by Glory, where he's
underneath the turret,
in,
the tier
and
2
then
turret.
They should have just been farming because the Gangplank threw down the ultimate, and it took him a long time to get there, where the Galio arrives instantaneously, has that hero's entrance, and so you want the Gangplank to scale up. And the best part about that fight was it was like, okay, one person died. All right, we'll see you next time we fight. It was like, no, keep fighting. And they just kept going at each other. And I was like, you need to stop. You need to kind of slow down the pace of the game if you're trying to scale.
And one thing that won that fight that you were talking about, one thing that made it work so well, was you saw Mino Haxor flash flay and then predict the flash from the Kassadin and hit him with the death sentence. There were so many good thresh plays this entire game from Mino Haxor. We talked constantly about how the guy set things up, and here's just a few of them.
Yeah, this was a huge play because Chuck Norris still has the flash and the heal, blows the flash late, blows the heal late because he's already ignited, so he gets half value or 40% of that value there. And then stopped and got hooked again by Mino Haxor. And just a huge setup here from this Thresh. And this is one of the things I love about the Collegiate scene. When I was talking about Rakan, there are these players that aren't going to play the Lulu. They aren't going to play those defensive supports or the ones that try to keep their AD carry safe. They banned out so many things like the Karma, the Lulu, the Ivern, so you can have a playmaker on your team like Mino Haxor. Play a Thresh and pop off.
The flashes, into the hooks, into the catches, he was always doing what he needed to be doing. Even there, this in-game fight onto Chuck Norris. Big pick from this guy. I would not be surprised at all to see a Thresh ban in game number 2.
That was a highlight montage from just a single game. I was looking at that being like, man, I feel like this is one of those ones where you do like 4 games in a row, play Thresh, and then you take the best parts. That was all in one game.
Take out the parts where
fire.
you're feeding and missing hooks and stuff like that. Dude wasn't feeding. Dude wasn't missing hooks. It was just time after time after time, and that's exactly what you want to see out of your support. Like I say, if there's not a Thresh ban, then Texas A&M had better come with some kind of a plan to deal with this, because if he's allowed to do that for a second game, it could be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to take over the bottom lane, that was supposed to be that early advantage with the Caitlyn and the range support, that didn't happen at all. The Malzahar got shut down, the Caitlyn got shut down, and the Varus got to take off and have a really good early game.
And you saw both the carries on the side of Carnegie Mellon University, but the Cassiopeia and the Varus, very few deaths, a lot of kills, a lot of damage output. It was exactly what you wanted to see. It was textbook.
Yeah, it was 7 kills, 0 deaths, and 7 assists for Yasui on the Cassiopeia, and then it was 7, 1, and 9 for the Varus. So only 1 death to Coggles, and there was that time where everybody's trying to dive him. The Gangplank's trying to flash after him. The Zack's trying to stretching strike and finish him off with the last hit, but Coggles still stayed alive and played a really solid game.
And I'm honestly wondering if they're going to go with something like the Zack again on the side of Texas A&M, because you looked at the pick and you see it on this patch 7.9 where it was a rather weak pick, and you saw stretching strikes do negative damage to Coggles when he had 50 HP left. So you've got to wonder, what in the draft really does need fixed from Texas A&M? Because it seemed like they just didn't have the formula for success.
If you're going to pick two losing lanes that can be completely exploited by a team that's going to draft an early game jungler and have a playmaker in the support role, then you can't be doing that if you're expecting a win. You need to draft something that has a little more wave clear in the mid that can match, that you can get priority in roam, because the Cassiopeia had cast an under turret for the whole early game, got mid turret, that everybody can roam in there. There's less room for the enemy team, for Texas A&M, to actually ward up, to contest Baron, to contest Drakes, so you lose the central part of your map by picking a blind Kassadin. I don't think you're expecting to get a win at that point.
Well, we'll see if they can make those changes, but for now, we're going to step away for a quick break, and when we come back, it's Game 2 between Carnegie Mellon and Texas A&M. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the League of Legends College Championship.
Nice hook on the Chuck Normus.
Hook on the Chuck Normus. Going to be forced to try to get himself out of this one. Coggle's looking to take him down. First blood over the way of Carnegie Mellon.
I get two.
Looking to make it 2 and a double kill for Coggle.
And that is huge for Carnegie Mellon University.
Going to be used. Orange is trying to get him out, making sure it's K. The Gangplank ultimate comes down. Yusui's already able to find the kill on GP as now the Malzahar ulti coming in. Tiggy going to be taken down by Chuck. Mega Zero trying to walk his way out. On a killing spree for Yusui. K-Bread now going to be forced to retreat. But another nice flash into a death sentence. Mino Haxor is just on fire as one the taunt onto Chuck, and that is all she wrote, Cyrene.
% of our team, so like 3 out of our 5 players, we're all new to this team, and like most of us are freshmen. I'm actually I'm a graduate student, but like just the fact that we came from basically nothing to getting first in South was super meaningful to us, especially because we never had any support from our school, like in terms of like funding or incentive to even play. It was just mostly fighting to get recognition the entire time. So us finally accomplishing that really gave us a good boost in terms of confidence.
Welcome back to the College Championship. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Carnegie Mellon and Texas A&M. Carnegie Mellon have selected red side, and you just heard from Texas A&M, who started at the bottom and have now made their way up to the League of Legends Championship Series playoffs. Not Championship Series, that would be a really big place for them to play to, but the College Series, that is where they're playing off now.
Yeah, played through the Campus Series, and now they're in the College Championships here. Top 8. This is kind of Texas A&M. They had that history. They made the top 4. They were the Southern representative 2 years ago. Missed out last year, but this year they're back in that top 8. They're ready to represent Texas A&M and make them proud. Right now, down a game, but also kind of had blue side handed over to them again. So they get first pick, but they don't get those counter picks. And I think that's something that did a lot of work for Carnegie Mellon University, because you had to blind pick your mid lane, and I think Yasui wants those counter matchups.
And honestly, what they did in Carnegie Mellon's side by banning out the Orianna in the second phase, making it so there wasn't that standard, oh, pick it and be safe, it'll work into anything type of pick, it worked out really well, because you have to blind the Kassadin. That's super risky, and you saw what the Casio could do to just dismantle that from minute number 1. So eyes on Texas A&M now as we get into the picks and the bans for game number 2 to see what they change up to translate this into a tied-up series and take us to game number 3. Ivern and Lulu going to be the same first 2 bans again. Nobody wants to play versus those shield comps.
Not at all. Same 2 bans. Like you said, Twitch would be the next one from Texas A&M if they really don't want Coggles to have it. And you can see that there's a lot of respect being thrown towards the bottom lane here from Texas A&M to Carnegie Mellon, saying Coggles and Mino Haxor, these guys are legit. And we saw it last game where they wrecked Chuck Normus and B here.
Now again, I'm looking to see if Thresh bans show up, because Mino Haxor so good on the champion. Instead, it's going to be Galio banned away second, taking that one away from Mega Zero, because we saw a large impact, literally, from that champion in multiple team fights in game number 1.
Very hard to kill, but also the fact that they take it off the table means they don't want to first pick it, and Carnegie Mellon showed they will first round it in their first 2 picks. So we'll see as the bans go on. Lulu Karma, nothing has changed. Carnegie Mellon had banned Lulu Karma Ash. Now we see a little bit of a change here, because Texas A&M had banned Tom Kenshin Twitch as their other 2 besides Ivern. But Thresh is also something you have to consider. We'll see what they throw it at, and that's another top lane ban here. They're trying to get Mega Zero onto not very top tier tanks, where Gragas and Galio would be your number 1 and 2. Possibly Nautilus or something like that, but they know that they want to play something like a GP or maybe a Scalar into something that Mega Zero will pick.
One more ban for Carnegie Mellon. We'll have to see if it's the Ash from the last time that you already mentioned, or if they want to switch things up a little bit themselves. Fizz instead now going to be the ban. Now this one was banned away in game number 1. However, it was banned away in the second part of the bans, and it was banned by Texas A&M.
Yeah, so making sure that they don't pick that and flex it around. See what the first pick here is. Ash still on the table, and it was banned against them previously. And
okay, all right. Rumble first and foremost. Texas A&M, they're in the top lane for YG. Now YG in game number 1, of everybody on Texas A&M, the whole team was playing from behind, but YG seemed to be the one that was having the most effect.
Yeah, and with shielders out of the way, that equalizer not going to be countered by something like a Mantra E Karma. And now Carnegie Mellon get to pick up whatever they want with that bottom lane, and they get to counterpick that top. And so this may be something that just has Magic Resist built against it in that top lane. This is a very questionable pick from Texas A&M to go so early on with such a blind pick.
Caitlyn locked in by Carnegie Mellon. This is the pick they had to play against last time, and they had great success against it. This time they're going to see if they can show Texas A&M exactly how to play that champ. And there you go. Tiggy picks the piggy. We're going to see what Sejuani can do in this game. Remember, this is the buffed up Sejuani. This one is really, really strong.
This is the good Sejuani. This is the one before she gets the nerf to her passive and the cooldown of her W.
However, she is hot
same.
fixed. She is hot fixed. It's not the completely ridiculously busted one that originally came out. It's only the mildly busted one that came out afterwards.
But it gives you a lot of engage potential to throw out that ultimate and make sure that you can lock up somebody like a Rumble and have that long-range engage. But Texas A&M answer with their own long-range engage and go with a Zac and an Ashe both.
I mean, if you're talking about engaging from a long way away, those champions are the ones to do it. Glory with those multiple gank avenues through the power of the elastic slingshot. And then you're also going to have Chuck Normus being able to fire off those arrows. As the last pick in the first half of the draft for Carnegie Mellon comes as no surprise, really, to me. Mino Haxor will be on the thresh yet again, wanting to make sure that doesn't get banned away from him.
Yep, also banning away the Orianna, so there's no really safe blind pick for the mid laner of K-Bread here on Texas A&M. The bans previously were Fizz and Olaf from Texas A&M in this rotation, but I think they dropped both of those because one was picked up by Carnegie Mellon, and the other would be towards the jungle, which has already been picked.
Now, one thing you can do here as Texas A&M is take out, if you're thinking of any especially rough top lane matchups for that Rumble, you can take those off the table. Yasuo actually going to be banned here.
Yeah, flex pickable as well. Yasui used to be a big Yasuo player, and Mega Zero can also play it. Mega Zero actually quite good at mechanically demanding champions. You go back a few years, actually holds the title of Best Riven NA from the Best Riven NA tournament.
He even beat Best Riven NA.
That's true.
When you beat the best, you are the best. That's the way it works. But Syndra, now banned away by Carnegie Mellon, taking that mid laner out as well. I believe that's the same one that they banned last time around. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep those second phase bans the same. They can pick their top laner 4th and their mid laner 5th. Leave that counter pick open again. You mentioned how Yasui wants to have those counter matchups, always put himself in a favorable spot. And Irelia will be the final ban of this game coming out from Texas A&M.
And now we're going to see why Carnegie Mellon went for the red side here. This will be very interesting. And there it is. Best Riven NA gonna bring it out.
All right.
That is crazy because one of the counters to Rumble is to run Riven, but she has not played competitively even into Rumble because she is so risky and she could be shut down. And man, I am really excited for this.
No, these kind of picks are so much fun to watch because you do get to see the risk, right? It's a super high potential payout or it could be a complete train wreck. But either way, as casters, we get to have fun watching it.
And honestly, I don't know where some of these champions will go. Sejuani has been rumored to be going between jungle and top, and Riven is also a flex pick with top and mid, and I know Yasui also plays those champions, so you can't 100% know, as Texas A&M, exactly where some of these champions are going from Carnegie Mellon, but you can suspect and draft around what you think the potential is. I do like the Tom Kench here for B here, because now if somebody gets hooked early, he can eat Chuck Normus, keep him safe.
Yeah, the Tom Kench can save you from hooks, it can save you from Sejuani CC, it can save you from Riven just straight up killing you. There's a lot of different things that Devour can pull you out of, as Ahri is the final pick for Texas A&M. K-Bread going to be on that one. Seems like a much stronger champion in the lane than Kassadin was. You've got so much more control, so much more potential early on.
Yeah, they have a lot of engage for Texas A&M. They have a lot of pick potential, but now they're going to run into Carnegie Mellon counter-picking with their own Kassadin. Kassadin mid, Riven top, Sejuani in the jungle. Kassadin with a Sejuani is actually very disgusting because he's a melee champion and stacks up Sejuani's passive and has an auto attack reset for Sejuani to get the stun a little bit faster. So Tiggy on the Piggy, going to be watching him in the jungle, seeing where he's visiting.
Now, you know that Yusui and Coggles, they're on these two champions that were played by their opponents last time, and if they can now take these and beat Texas A&M with it, they can just put on a clinic, say, hey, you want to see how to play Kassadin and Caitlyn? Let us give you a quick lesson here.
Yeah, have at least one lane out of your two scalers that will win, and Riven, don't consider her a really hard scaler or anything like that, but she definitely crushes that top lane matchup, and in the hands of Mega Zero, who was titled Best Riven in North America, I'm excited to see what he's pulling out here today.
This game number 2 definitely promises to be an interesting one. We've got some explosive champions, we've got some exciting matchups. We got two very gank-capable junglers. We've already talked about the Zac ganking paths and patterns and how he can come from any different angle. Sejuani, I know you've played a lot of Sejuani post-rework. You know how strong that champion is in terms of both tank ability and damage.
Yeah, she was really kind of reoriented from being this AoE teamfighter that relies on level 6 to being somebody that you can't really exploit in the jungle because she has that extra armor. Even if you find her, she doesn't have a lot of those weaknesses that most tank junglers do. and then she was kind of pushed more towards skirmishing, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 power at the price of 5v5 power.
Texas A&M, remember, need to win this game if they want to continue playing in the college championship. You drop here, you're done. We don't have a loser's bracket. We don't have a second chance. You've just got to win, and then win again. If you can't make it past the Thursday matches, you don't get your ticket to Friday. A win here will send us into a deciding match, but a loss will give Carnegie Mellon that 2-0 that they're looking for and send them on to the semifinals.
In Carnegie Mellon, we talked about how this is a team with 4 seniors on it looking for that last hurrah, and then Yasui in the mid lane, who's kind of been touted as a prodigy, somebody who has a lot of fans, honestly, behind him in terms of, hey, this guy is a really good player. He should be picked up. Has played in Challenger a few times. But definitely the Carnegie Mellon team across the board have a lot to prove. The fact that they've already made top 8 is big, but if they can make top 4 and do something that's never been done for CMU, that would be big.
One thing I want to point out real quick is we did have the discussion. The analyst desk had the Dorian Shield discussion. We talked a little bit about it last game at the start, but no Dorian Shields at level 1 this game.
Yeah.
Dorian's Blades for both AD carries, a longsword for Riven, and an Amp Tome for Rumble.
Yeah, looks like YG wants to get to that Haunting guys very quickly. Doesn't care too much about having a Dorian Shield and 2 extra potions. Goes for the Amp Tome and 1 potion, so doesn't have the sustain. Trading that out for a little bit more damage. Don't know how that'll favor him in the top lane. It's kind of tricky because Rumble automatically shoves when he uses the Flame Spitter. And so he'll be shoving right into a Riven that can freeze the wave, close the distance on him, and really mess him up.
And remember that if Sejuani's able to get up there for a gank too, Rumble's not exactly famous for his escape mechanisms or his ability to deal with a lot of damage coming down onto him very quickly.
Exactly.
So
you flash away and you still have to deal with this Riven that's pretty much like a fighting game character with so many gap closers and so many ways to stay on top of the character and keep that space really low.
Tiggy getting a nice leash onto that chicken camp as Glory gets his own leash, and now they're moving on to those red buffs. I want to keep an eye on the junglers this time around because we have mentioned how these two are going to have the ability to impact the game. Glory last game wasn't really able to get the initiations at the times that he needed them, and even when he was able to get in there, the counter initiation from his opponents was more than enough to shut him down. So maybe he'll have some more success on the Zac this time around.
Yeah. The fact that we talked about it's that Zac that wasn't buffed up just yet could be an issue for him, but we'll see, because he did play quite well in the early game. Haxor looking for level 2 in the walk-up.
Flash with the flay, looking for the death.
Oh, he got the flash away, but B here, he knows he has the Devour, so he throws Chuck under the bus just to immediately pull him out from under the wheels, and they're both safe.
That was another great walk-up there from the Carnegie Mellon University bottom lane. Haxor, it's already positioning to walk up when the level 2 hits, goes in, flash, flay, goes for the Q, and he hits Chuck Normus, so he gets 3 summoner spells for the price of 1.
Very well done from Haxor. However, also well done from the side of Texas A&M.
Oh, this is disgusting, because as soon as he... Sorry, I was like... The Sejuani taking Scuttle Crab, fastest Scuttle Crab taker level 1 in the entire game. Because
you bopped them with your...
do 400 damage to
400 damage.
Look at that.
Oh, no.
Boy.
B here going to be brought so low.
Another hit,
One more auto attack should get him.
But the return,
First blood over Haxor. Nope, not coming back out. Coggles with the heal, keeping that support alive. That's exactly what you talked about, Zyrene. The 1-for-3 summoner spell trade means the next trade that comes in is going your way.
And Haxor, oh my god, this guy, he just keeps landing these hooks on this bottom lane of Texas A&M. Game 1, it was a montage. Game 2, we're only 3.5 minutes in, and he's already got 2 highlight plays ready again. Extra auto there, doesn't care about the turret shot coming through. The turnaround for the tongue there from B here on the Tom Kench. Try and slow him down and get the counter kill.
YG pushing up top side, not seeming to have too much trouble with this Riven early on. Glory hanging out. Yep, don't really see a dive being the prescription here, but
Glory,
in case Tiggy was coming back, he would have been there.
Yeah, Glory actually stepped out of the brush when he channeled the Elastic Slingshot, so he
unlucky.
Kind of showed himself completely in the lane.
Unlucky. Happens to anybody.
But I mean, we talk about how the nerves on stage can get to players who play really well online, but when you get to offline tournaments and LAN, you have to be able to deliver, and MegaZero is big on that. Guy played in the LCS for a while during the early parts, so he knows what it's like to have players on your team that are nervous, players on your team that are wondering if they're going to be able to perform or not. He's taking a leadership role on this Carnegie Mellon University squad.
Chuck Normus and B here pushing up towards Coggles, but now Mino, Haxor, and Tiggy are both making their way into the fight. Their tower is available for B here. Lantern comes in. Tiggy is going to be able to collapse onto Chuck Normus. And a max range death sentence to make it a 2 for Coggles. He'll be looking to pick up the kill for himself here if he can. One more auto attack to seal it, and a double kill for that AD carry from Carnegie Mellon.
Oh, this is
ban Thresh.
This is disgusting. Mino, Haxor on this Thresh. They're banning away Karma and Lulu from Carnegie Mellon. They're fine taking that red side, and then they get the Thresh into Tom Kench, something that shouldn't be a really great matchup, but they push the wave appropriately at the beginning of the game. They play for summoner spells, and then the hooks just keep landing, and then that also gave them pressure for Tiggy to come around. And this was such a dirty play from them, because it looks like Coggles is alone while Mino Haxor is placing wards. Just walks up, doesn't even go for the hook immediately because there's so many minions, and he just throws out the play to get Chuck Normus, and then he has the hook still for that play. Knows there's no flash either because they played for summoner spells at level 2. Crazy aggression here from the CMU bot lane that's paying off for 3 early kills.
These guys, we talked about how they were where they wanted to be in game number 1. Well, in game number 2, they're even better off, as hard as it is to believe. Coggles now with his BF sword, his opponent not having one. That's always a really lopsided point in terms of the power between 280 carries. If one gets to go back and buy that item and the other does not, huge trading difference.
Yeah. Vamp Scepter for Chuck Normus, but that's not really going to do too much for him in this lane, as he's going to be taking a lot of abuse. And Mega Zero going in, hit the level 6.
Going for that 1v1 play. It's a lot of damage onto YG, but doesn't want to be going any further. Meanwhile, Mino Haxor has made his way towards the top part of the map. Elastic Slingshot being used. Mino Haxor was trying to save the Flay to make sure he interrupted that Slingshot. Glory forced to flash out over the wall.
And that was only a snap cast from Glory on the Elastic Slingshot. It didn't get him over the wall either, but they get the flash for nothing. And they force that from Glory, so he won't have that in a gank. If it gets turned around and Tiggy is there, that's a dead Zac.
Plus, with the enemy team in the jungle like that, YG is forced to completely retreat if he wasn't thinking about it already, because the dive surely would have killed him after the Riven all-in took him down to 25%.
Exactly. Mino Haxor is kind of spreading his advantage around. He knows his bottom lane is going to be fine with the Caitlyn CSing under turret, and the wave was shoving in. They got about half damage on that turret, so Texas A&M are primed to possibly look for a take there. But here comes Mino Haxor back to the bottom side of the map. Summoner spells are coming back up in just a moment here for both AD carries. Chuck Normus almost has his flash again.
Chuck Normus also has ulti now. Because Mino Haxor is gone, that gave Coggles solo EXP.
Yep.
Ace in the hole is there. Chuck Normus sidestepping away from that death sentence.
Yeah, it's almost getting to the point where you're going to just flash as soon as the death sentence comes out, because these are just magnetic right now. They are just flying right at who Mino Haxor is aiming for.
3-0 for the favor of Carnegie Mellon. 2,000 gold up, 8 minutes in. Now setting up shop underneath the enemy turret, putting a decent amount of damage into it. That's what Caitlyn excels at. You pick this champion for the pushing power, the sieging power. Glory, though,
that ward
his way down here, but the ward will spot him out.
That's one of those wards where you go, how did they get that? And that's from Mino Haxor walking up there with the sight stone that he got so early on. Look at this, the level 6 had come out from K-Bread and Yasui. And this requires you to all-in as Ahri to really exchange damage, but such a short cooldown for the Kassadin to run in with the Rift Walk that he's just kind of trading back and forth, trying to get K-Bread a little bit lower over time.
It's something you've got to remember, too, with any Kassadin matchup, right, is the level 1 to 5 dynamic is so much different from the 6 and after dynamic just because of what he can do with the ulti.
And Glory, he's been on this bottom side of the map. That means Sejuani on the other side gets to take the blue buff. Tiggy actually just stole away the blue buff, and he's going to find YG here.
Sees YG there in the river.
With
a little bit of damage onto him, trying to grab some stuns, some damage if he can. There we go. More damage coming down. More juggling around, and Mega Zero brings him down. An easy pickup for the side of Carnegie Mellon, as the game is now 4-0. Texas A&M struggling here early on. In a game that they were expecting to do better than last time. You've got a Rumble, you've got an Ahri compared to a GP and a Kassadin. Yeah. You would think that this team was going to be stronger out the gate, but it's just worse off.
Absolutely, and look at this. Here comes Glory.
Yusui trying to find the kill onto K-Bread, forced to flash away, trying to escape.
Trying to turn it
in onto K-Bread and grabs himself a 1-for-1.
And now we'll see what happens with Tiggy, because he's actually getting some damage on him.
Tiggy putting a decent amount of pain there down onto Glory. Glory tries to fight back, but you are just not going to beat Sejuani 1v1 as Zac.
No, not at all. He's going to just take you
And interesting that Yasui in the 1v1 went really hard in onto K-Bread, but the turnaround was a little bit off. Glory actually didn't get the stretching strike, which would have given a stun and would have killed Yasui earlier going back. But now it's resulted in just more kills for Carnegie Mellon University.
Carnegie Mellon now once again underneath the enemy tier 1, trying to get that turret first blood bonus gold when you're already up 3K. What could be better than making it a 4K lead?
Exactly. They're going to take this turret, but they're also in a position to go for the Infernal Drake. You can see the setup from Tiggy on the map right now, where he's got the Scuttle Crab. But he is taking a decent amount of damage, and you see 3 people on this bottom side.
What can they make happen here? The question for Carnegie Mellon, Chuck Normus eating quite a lot of damage from that headshot proc, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do. Might be trying to bait, but there's still that same ward in that brush that allowed them to see Glory earlier.
Remember that the first Drake this game is also an Infernal Drake, so if you can take down that first turret, rotate people up towards the Drake, you're going to get one of those high-value neutral objectives as a prize as well. So controlling this early game could have potentially huge rewards for Carnegie Mellon.
And they already got that bottom turret, so now they can start rotating around, potentially take the top turret or the mid turret. And this will be a blue buff here for Yasui up against somebody who's not going to have a blue buff, or K-Bread's being stolen away by Tiggy earlier, who's had great jungle control.
And look at last game, K-Bread was on the Cassidy, and he was down 30 CS. This game, Yasui's on the Cassidy, and he is up 10 CS.
And a lot
now,
of that,
granted, it's not the same matchup.
Exactly. A lot of that comes from the matchup where Yasui was able to just have control of it, got the counter pick instead of a blind pick Cassidy, so he's in a much better spot. But also, he got to level 6 and had a really good time on the way there. But hold on, Mino Haxor visiting top again.
Oh, YG just taken down.
He doesn't get the flash. YG didn't get the flash the first time that they ganged up on him and he was running down the river, and he doesn't get to do it again either here. So they're not even exchanging summoner spells. He's not even blowing them right now because he knows that he's just going to die.
I guess if you want to try to find some sort of a silver lining on that dark cloud, Mino Haxor got the kill with his box. I mean, so you could say, I guess Mega Zero didn't get a second kill, but if that's what you're looking for in terms of positivity, you are not having too fantastic of a game. Stretching strikes not finding its mark either.
Yeah, not
Mega Zero gets back.
Not having a great time at all. Carnegie Mellon University already down 4,000 plus gold, almost 5,000 at this point. Look at this, Yasui going in again, being aggressive. Mino Haxor with those mobility boots all over the place. The guy was just top, making sure that they got a kill, and he's getting summoner spells all game long.
5K gold lead on the side of Carnegie Mellon. Devour comes out from B here onto K-Bread to make sure Ace in the Hole doesn't find its mark. Carnegie Mellon has rotated that bottom lane towards mid, and they want to continue building this objective lead.
Yeah, they pushed out mid, got Infernal Drake. Now they've boarded up both sides of the mid lane, and they can put pressure on this turret now. Coggles.
Ooh, Coggles in a lot of trouble. Going to be chain CC'd. Lantern comes out, but it is not doing anything. Glory gets credit for that kill, but that was a wonderful collapse and punish from Texas A&M.
Yeah, Glory's actually been doing a pretty good job this game. He's been around when he needs to be, but the only issue is they've just had more control of his jungle because he had a losing bottom side of the map and top side of the map as well. So the fact that the kills once again happened on the bottom side and they got wards that they weren't supposed to means he's not having that great of a time. But Chuck Normus blowing the flash and heal.
Chuck under some pressure, but a good use of summoner spell is going to be keeping him safe for now. Glory jumps in, slams these two together, looking to find the counterattack if they can. Tiggy walking away, death sentence comes out, not finding anyone. K-Bread now going to be bursted. As Yasui walks himself away, K-Bread limps himself away.
Yeah, and Yasui's still just hanging around. CS advantage, doesn't even have that completed item just yet. He's sitting on 1,600 gold, could get that Rod of Ages, now he's going over. Trying to put pressure onto Glory and that red buff, just delaying the take. Glory just does not have control of his jungle because the map has basically all gone downhill for him.
Glory sitting on 2-0. Currently the best performer on his team. Here's that catch they got into Coggles.
Yeah, the fact that Coggles is not on the top of where Mino Haxor is means that you can go for that play and not risk a flay coming through. And that was a great let's bounce as well on the backside of it to just scoop up the AD carry and bring him back. Oh, that was a big crit. That was a 300 crit onto Chuck Normus. That was just a crit and an ace in the hole there from Coggles. It just forces him out.
The headshot did as much as the ulti did.
Yeah.
That's quite a bunch of damage as Chuck Normus is now in not any kind of a spot to be hanging around.
Yeah, the bonus damage on her headshot actually scales with her critical strike chance, the percentage. And the fact that she even got a crit is crazy. So she got that, plus the 20% critical strike of Infinity Edge plus the 50% increased bonus damage means one item, 300 damage.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to miss a nice Lantern trying to keep Coggles safe, but it's not going to do the trick. Mino Haxor likely going to be the second kill here. Glory setting it up and getting a double kill for himself. Texas A&M is not going to take this loss for free. They are striking back.
Yeah, and now only about 3,000, 4,000 gold down. But all the kills are on Glory. He's 4-0. He has every kill. They aren't going over to his carries right now. He's been playing well. He's trying to get control of the game. So this is kind of that moment where you need to really focus on those carries getting those kills. You're a little bit desperate because you're trying to get kills, period, and you don't want them to slip away. But when somebody doesn't have flash like Mino Haxor, you can give those things over.
Look at how safely YG is playing too. All right, one more look at what happened mid lane. Coggles again, not having success underneath this mid lane turret.
Really good there. Actually didn't pull him out of the Lantern either, but the charm is what did it. And then he gets picked up there. He's trying to deal damage to Mino Haxor. Gets him there as well with another W. They're trying to give him over. Do you really want K-Bread to be in a position where he can answer the Cassided? Because even if things go sour for Carnegie Mellon, they have double teleport. They can split the map with a Cassided on a side lane that's been completely beating up this Ahri that made her go a defensive item in the Merc Treads early, and then Mega Zero, who would win this top lane matchup against the Rumble, who really wants to show up for team fights.
Yeah, you've seen how respectful YG is playing as well towards Mega Zero's Riven. He wants nothing to do with this 1v1, so getting stuck in that scenario for an extended period of time in this game is not a path to win for Texas A&M.
Right now, it looks like Rift Herald setup is the name of the game for Carnegie Mellon. They have the traps. We'll look at Coggles really quickly. He's actually put 3 points into traps, so he did max the Q completely, went 5 points into it. He doesn't have the complete setup. And Mino Haxor, no flash.
Glory again coming in from long range. Enchanted Crystal Arrow stuns up Mino Haxor, seals his fate. Glory unstoppable. The 5th kill of the game going his way. A good devour from B here, going to be nullifying Tiggy's ulti. Tiggy jumps in front of the charm, keeping himself safe, trying to keep Coggles safe. Coggles popped the heal, barely staying alive. The volley not finding its mark. YG going to be ace in the hold. It's blocked by K-Bread, but Mega Zero now working his way into the fight. Yusui as well, trying to catch up to these two, seeing if they can find the punish. Health bars are critically low. Yusui wanting to collapse, instead going to be collapsed upon. Jumps off to the side, trying to find the damage, right back onto Chuck Normus. The chase does not succeed, and Texas A&M again come out on top.
That's crazy that they didn't get anything more for that. Yusui really wanted to use Flash and Ultimate to get even more damage there and possibly look for a kill. But this turret in mid looks like it's going to go down with this minion wave fast approaching.
Carnegie Mellon finally find themselves something. The past few plays being made have been all Texas A&M. They have really bounced back. Carnegie Mellon finally getting something else in there with that tier 1 turret take, but they seem to be slipping.
Yeah, there was another kill that went over to Glory again, so he still has all of the kills for his team. He's playing quite well, but they're not going over to who you want them to go over to. And I think the big thing that came out of that fight was the fact that you're still looking at these engages. Glory is actually picking the right fights. They got that mid fight. The arrow came through as well, and you're looking for those picks. It's good from Texas A&M. They just need a little bit more. They're still in this game.
Spirit Visage being built now for Glory as well.
Ooh. I think that's...
Oh, yeah, that's right. We have new items now.
Yeah.
It's not always just Spirit Visage because it's Cal and Kindlejet.
That is Spirit Visage for him. I was looking at what Mega Zero is buying for himself. Could possibly be a Death's Dance here, second item for the Ribbon.
Very strong on Ribbon.
Very, very strong.
Very, very strong.
But could also be himself going for a Maw.
Be here, ulting himself behind the enemy tier 1 turret, trying to zone them away, but not really getting away with it. Death Sentence finding its way onto him now as K-Bread moves up to try to dissuade them from going in on that. Mino Haxor and Coggles will hold the line. Be here having to back away, lick his wounds a little bit.
Yeah. Another thing that came out of that last fight was we saw the 3-man unit of Carnegie Mellon University without their teleports on the other side, just getting completely obliterated, but then both TPs had to come through. They shoved both side lanes, and both Mega Zero and Yusui arrived to try and save the fight, but they got nothing for those TPs. So that's big, and it alleviates a lot of pressure, knowing that you can't have that huge 5-man collapse happen very quickly.
Just saw the Enchanted Crystal Arrow fly bottom, looking for Yusui, not finding him as well, so that's some more pressure. that's not going to be available on this map for Texas A&M. That worry isn't there for Carnegie Mellon that the arrow could potentially come through, at least not for the next minute or so.
Yeah. Also, 15 seconds before Rift Herald is pretty much gone. Actually, it's gone at 15 before. And then the Baron starts spawning. So no Rift Herald will be in this game at all.
Carnegie Mellon still has a 5,000 gold lead, by the way. Hasn't seemed like it for the past few minutes because they kept getting their bottom lane picked. But they still have a substantial lead in this match. Glory jumping in, stealing back his own red buff as CMU tried to secure it.
Stealing it back. Yep. Securing
Somebody
it.
steals from you, you steal the thing back.
Yep. And making sure that he secures it. But he has been getting all of those kills, and he's still going for a tanky build, which he should, because he's waiting for his laners to scale up. But his laners are just down in gold completely. His laners are down about 1,300, 1,200 gold each.
And they've switched up the matchups. They've got the Ahri versus the Riven and the Rumble versus the Kassadin now because the other matchups just were not working at all. But the problem is, these aren't having much more success.
No, because one of them is physical, the other one is magic, and then on your team, on Texas A&M, they're both magic damage dealers. So the Null Magic Mantle is just gonna work. It's gonna work.
It just works. There's a reason that you've got Null Magic Mantles, Mercury Treads, and all sorts of magic resistance on the side of CMU.
Looking for Coggles.
K-Bread able to find the charm. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes in, doesn't find its mark, but K-Bread is finally able to get a kill for himself. And this game's tied up in terms of kills.
Yeah, but that required a collapse, so they lose the top turret. They have to look for the mid turret. They'll have to get through the wave clear here and the answer to Mega Zero, because they used a lot to do that. You know, Haxor looking for a hook, but not going to have that connect.
Not getting it this time around. Mega Zero still pushing topside, still pressuring onto these tier 2s.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that the kills are going the way of Texas A&M, the gold goes towards Carnegie Mellon.
And this is the big thing to note is one kill does not equal a turret. A turret gives a lot more gold. You're going to have to equalize with your own in response. And right now, you're stabilizing a little bit if you're Texas A&M, but you're not actually if you were giving up turrets for a kill. They got that kill on Coggles, but they didn't get that mid turret. There's still 3 turrets to 0, which is the bulk of this gold lead, as well as that CS that's honestly just across the board in favor of Carnegie Mellon University.
Tiggy and Mino Haxor picking up the Scuttle Crab as well, just to make sure they keep eyes on that Baron pit. Remember, now that we are past 20 minutes, Baron is always a possibility. And with the damage-heavy properties of both these team compositions, it could be a potential team fight reward if it goes really one-sidedly. Coggles, again, jumped on by Glory, who has just been finding him over and over again since we've got into this mid game.
Yeah, but not enough damage. You know, he's built tanky for himself, and he's also built magic resistance, so he doesn't have armor, so he takes a lot of damage from Coggles in return. Speaking of building certain things, the top lane, Mega Zero has that Death's Dance, will now do a lot of damage, but also the buffs to Death's Dance, where it's now 30% damage. It's kind of put in the tank where it'll eventually hit you, and it's delayed damage. Means a lot, because Riven can shield it. Riven can actually wait for those cooldowns, keeps her alive, and that's all you need, especially now that she's got 10% cooldown reduction from that, plus the fact that she has Black Cleaver, so she's sitting at 30%, but he actually has runes as well, so he's at 39.
Really interesting there. You just saw B here actually has a QSS, and as the death sentence came over the wall, he immediately QSS'd it, worried about the follow-up, slapped the ward one more time, and bailed.
Yeah. As the Tom Kench, we've seen things like Mercury Treads, so you absorb stuff like Vagar E's, and then you can eat other people. The QSS is a good purchase, because if you get hit, you can QSS. If anybody else gets hit, then you can just eat them and use the Devour. So the Tom Kench going very defensive, just trying to keep people safe.
That's what you pick it for. Yeah. That's the entire idea behind the champion. That's why this is drafted. That's why they picked it against the CC of Tiggy and Mino Haxor, against the damage of Usui and Mega Zero, so they can have that get out of jail free card. Carnegie Mellon with 2 Drakes under their belt so far. You can see that the next Drake is going to be up in about 100 seconds here.
The Texas A&M, they've all shown themselves. Another hook. They're looking for the engage.
Flash away from Coggles. Going to be dodging away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. Now trying to escape further follow-up. K-Bread trying to jump in.
Ribbon flank.
Ace in the hole coming out. K-Bread stunned up. Tiggy
double
looking to find the follow-up stun. The burst coming through. The damage coming out. Mega Zero looking to find the ulti, but B here is able to get the save. Now, can they find anything else? K-Bread going to be taken low, taken down, and everybody from Texas A&M is not doing anything. A 5-for-0 for Carnegie Mellon.
And that'll be Carnegie Mellon looking for that Baron here with no answer possible from Texas A&M. And Carnegie Mellon will now have a 10,000 gold advantage for themselves right after they pick this up.
We talked about Carnegie Mellon building gold leads but losing out in kills, but that right there was what the doctor ordered, finding that massive fight against Texas A&M.
But again, Texas A&M started that fight. They were trying to kind of find a way to get the ribbon to TP in and make sure that they're not split pushing anymore because their top turret is in danger. Glory goes for the engage onto Coggles, and then the arrow misses here. He doesn't get the stretching strike in time, pulls them back, and then they use so much to try and get Coggles. He even flashes forward. Glory flashes to try and get the Let's Bounce. But even if you picked up Coggles here, you have Mega Zero coming in, and then you have Yasui, who's also arrived with his teleport. And these two carries have so much gold that they're able to pick up and really clean up this fight.
No way out of that one for Texas A&M, and now they're staring down the barrel of that 10,000 gold deficit that you mentioned. All 5 enemy players have Baron buff. Infernal Drake number 2 has spawned, and Tiggy will be looking to pick that one up for his team. Yasui rotating over to make sure they do it a little bit faster, and then the 1-3-1 power of this team is really going to shine.
Yeah, and it looks like Texas A&M are looking to steal, and Glory's in the pit.
Glory tries to bounce in, brings Tiggy over the wall, but that is not the kind of target you can burst down. Tiggy grabbing the kill on the Chuck, as now they look to make even more plays happen if they can. Mega Zero 1v1ing K-Bread in the top side, waiting on those cooldowns, jumping right back in, and just cuts him to pieces.
Yeah, the Death's Dance means that he's just healing himself, shielding himself constantly with now the 40% CDR he has. He's just constantly making sure that that damage means nothing. He just dove a turret, and he ended up healthier than when he started.
Death's Dance, baby. That's exactly what the item is difficult to play against for. On champions that have so much physical spell damage, criminally effective. Mega Zero going to be pulled to safety by the Lantern, and now Carnegie Mellon in the enemy base, bringing down inhibitor turret number 1. Glory charging up the slingshot, trying to land that one onto Coggles, finds his mark, but now you're in the middle of 3 enemy players. Carnegie Mellon going to be forcing him to be devoured. Death Sentence not fired off just yet. Tiggy, Mino, Haxor, and Coggles all putting the damage into the mid lane inhibitor. They bring that one down, now focusing towards the top side turret.
Yeah, but now bottom side, you still have Yasui pushing down there. Now they've actually routed Texas A&M to the top. CMU is going to come to the bottom, pick up this turret, and Yasui, look at that, has the Banshee's Veil. It's going to be even harder to catch him. You have to hit him with a Q and an E from R.
K-Bread is going to be ace in the hole. Doesn't even need it.
Solo.
Yasui grabbing the kill. As B here goes down, a double for the cast in, looking to make it even more. Chuck Norris grabbed out, triple kill for the cast. Can they make it a quadra? Blood's Bounce going to be bringing everybody backwards. Tiggy brought down by Glory.
That's 4.
A quadra kill for the Cassidin. Is Glory going to try to do anything here? Is he just going to hang back? It looks like it's going to be GG, as Carnegie Mellon University will 2-0 Texas A&M and earn their spot in the semifinals.
Texas A&M will not move on, but Carnegie Mellon, for the first time, will have a top 4 appearance in the collegiate scene.
And we talked about this team, Irene. We talked about how many seniors are on it, how these guys want to make one last hurrah in the college championships before they go, and that's one way to start it.
Yeah, but then you throw in Yasui, this freshman who has so much future ahead of him, even if he's going to continue in Collegiate League of Legends. Look at that, Mega Zero completely elated, got to bring out the best ribbon NA. He still got it.
Oh, gets styled on by his own teammate.
Tiggy Small.
Oh,
man, come on.
Oh, that's brutal. Anyway, this team, that's how cutthroat they are. That's how they get business done.
Yeah, you don't get the handshake until we win the finals.
You don't get the handshake until we win the very entire thing. Up until then, it's strictly business.
Yeah.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. These guys, though, they got the job done. You saw plays out of everybody on the team. They were able to execute using the picks that they beat the first game. The Caitlyn and the Cassidin worked out very, very well for them. A little bit shaky in the mid game. You did see them get caught, both Mino, Haxor, and Coggles continually getting jumped on by Glory. He was able to rack his team up a few kills there, but they didn't allow that to get them down. They continued to play the objective game, and they stayed ahead and found their win.
Yep, absolutely. Carnegie Mellon walking away, and we'll move on to the top 4, whereas Texas A&M, their run ends here. They were the #1 Southern representative, but the fact that they actually put up a decent fight, but they have a lot of takeaways too.
Yeah, Texas A&M, they put up a valiant effort, right? They were the #1 in their region. They got to top 8 in the entirety of NA. They fought their way here. There is no shame in going down after reaching that top 8 point out of hundreds and hundreds of schools. So Texas A&M, that will be their last appearance in the college championship. But now Carnegie Mellon, they sort of get to sit back and watch the rest of the game, see who they're going to be competing against in those semifinals. Remember that the semifinals, we're not in best of threes anymore. We're going to be going on to best of five. So adaptation in the draft phase, keeping your head cool in case something goes bad in a game, and just the general strengths that a team needs to have to succeed in a series and not just a single game, going to be that much more evident.
And even though Carnegie Mellon doesn't have like the same backing as schools like Maryville and also Robert Morris, where they have scholarship programs, or even like a very robust club like Texas A&M, they still look like they've done their research, and they still look like they've researched their opponents very heavily, because the way that they tailored their strategy was, let's make sure they don't have any type of winning bottom lane, nothing that shoves, no Karma, no Lulu, ban it away, now I get to play Thresh. Then they also saved their pick for their mid lane and also counterpick top when they could. So the fact that they were able to say their mid laner is one of their best players and their top laner is one of their best players, let's make sure that we have winning or shoving matchups every single time.
And those winning matchups lead them into having amazing rest of the game, a solid mid game, a great late game. Let's take a quick look at a replay from 24 minutes when they get a 5-0 fight in the mid lane.
Another fight that was started by Texas A&M because the split push of the Caston and Riven is going on. They feel like this is the time to do it, which they're not wrong, but it's just completely outplayed there by Coggles flashing away, and then the collapse has already happened now. The Castons arrive. You also have the Riven on the side, and Tiggy continues this as everybody else picks up YG on the top side as he tries to dive for Coggles, who almost goes down, but still, I believe, had the heal, or at least it was coming up right before. And man, this is just such a hard composition to play against when it's ahead, where 1-3-1s you, and your AD carry is never safe because the Riven can get on her, and then you also have the Caston that can get on her, and then they have Banshee's Veil on the Caston. So it's really difficult to deal with that. And Carnegie Mellon drafted and played quite well today.
And the one thing I really liked about that fight as well was the fact that before that, the game seemed a little bit back and forth because remember, they were losing control, but they had objectives. But as soon as they won that fight, they got Baron, they ended the game. It was a clean closeout, which a lot of times you see teams that aren't at the professional level yet, even teams at the professional level a lot of times, struggle closing out a game, no matter how big the lead is sometimes. These guys were able to execute. They did it clean, and they did it right.
Yeah, it was very fast, about a 27, 28-minute game for them. So Carnegie Mellon showed they aren't just here to play, they're here to show that they are possibly the best.
Well, we'll have to see how the rest of the teams stack up. We've got more College League coming up after the break. When we return, Robert Morris University takes on the Big Ten champs, the University of Maryland. So don't go anywhere. Keep it here.
Do 400 damage to
400 damage.
Look at that.
Oh, no. B here going to be brought so low.
Another hit, another hit.
More auto attack should get him.
But absolutely, look at this. Here comes Glory.
Yusui trying to find the kill onto K-Bread, forced to flash away, trying to escape, trying to turn it in onto K-Bread and grabs himself a 1-for-1. Now, can they find anything else? K-Bread gonna be taken low, taken down, and everybody from Texas A&M is not doing anything. A 5-for-0 for Carnegie Mellon. Carnegie Mellon University will 2-0 Texas A&M and earn their spot in the semifinals. Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping into our second match of the day with Robert Morris University facing off against the University of Maryland. Before we get into Champion Select, though, we're going to go ahead and take a look at those starting lineups. On the blue side, we have the University of Maryland with Void in the top lane, Tax in the jungle, White mid, Nanobot, Yami supporting, and Coach Quirk.
And their opponents today on the red side will be Robert Morris University. In the top lane, it's going to be West, formerly West Coast Carry. If you watch them the last 2 years, the jungle is going to be Morito, or Mordio. Mid will be Gillette, Buckzach, there you go. In bot lane, support Evan RL and Coach Drake. I didn't have to say it and read through. It was you. I was like, no.
Yeah, see, they switched it up.
I wasn't
on us.
ready for it.
That's how they keep us on our toes. That's caster training right there. But right now, University of Maryland has come into this match with a vengeance because before they had secured their spot in the college championship, they were saying that their main objective is to knock RMU all the way out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's about that revenge. Last year, RMU knocked out Maryland in the Final Four in the championship. So this is the same squad that has been playing together since high school for Maryland. Specifically, Tax, White, and Yami all were in the high school Star League together. And also their top laner, AD Carry, are twins. So there's a long relationship here in the team with a lot of different parts of it. So when this band of buddies went into the tournament, they took the loss last year very personally, and now they're all back for revenge.
Well, they'll have their work cut out for them as they go against a school that's known for churning out players of what you would call a certain pedigree.
Yeah. Basically, RMU is becoming the school that you play at before you go professional. Zig came from there. Youngbin, Adrian, Shady, all played for RMU at one point before they got picked up. And they're also the first school to offer an esports scholarship. And for this squad, Mordio is the secret weapon, their jungler. He believes he's the best jungler in this tournament and has the aggressive play style to back it up. So keep your eyes on that jungler here. But the last time that these two teams met up, RMU did get the better of Maryland at the Midwest Campus Clash, so the team is aware that revenge is fresh on the minds of the UMD players.
Now keep in mind, too, that RMU is one of the teams that has historically made it to the finals.
Yes.
In these college championships. This is a team that comes to compete. They're definitely somebody that you can't sleep on.
Yeah, the 2 years in the past, after the RMU scholarship program had been created, they had made the finals both times, losing both times to UBC. So the scholarship and the fact that they were drafting talent from all around the country was not enough for them to really overcome the homegrown talent. But they're going up against Maryland, another homegrown talent team in terms of these are all 5 friends. This is kind of that old collegiate dream where it's we're all 5 friends, we're all playing together, we all have a really good time. And the fact that they made it up here, they aren't handpicked from a program or for a program. They're just here to play some League of Legends, and so far they've been playing it well to make the top 8.
And speaking of how they got here and everything that's going on with that journey, one thing that you've got to remember as well, with RMU and every other team in this except for the University of Maryland, they all had to play through
the campus series.
Yeah, the campus series. University of Maryland didn't because they were in the Big Ten.
Yeah, they were in the BTN.
BTN.
Mm-hmm. They're in the BTN league, and that was huge for them because a lot of teams are thinking that was the easier route in, so RMU might be a little bit underestimating Maryland here.
And that's always one of the things that you have to wonder when different avenues can qualify you for the same event is, did someone have a path that wasn't as difficult to navigate? Are they going to be less prepared? Are we going to be more prepared? Maybe are there completely different strategies out there that they're going to have that we aren't used to seeing? There's a lot of questions that you can ask.
Yeah, and you go through the route that they got to get here, and the University of Maryland, 7-0 in terms of their record, haven't dropped a game throughout the BTN tournament near the end, and it's a team of sophomores. They can come back next year as well. They have a lot of growing to do, and the fact that they've already played together previously means that they are definitely a team that has a lot that they can continue to grow with. And like we think back to last year, top 4 for that team. So even if you think they had an easier route, they were still a top 4 team last year with the same roster.
RMU, you talk about a 7-0 start for University of Maryland, a 7-0 regular season, I should say. While RMU actually comes into this playoff, this college championship, with the most losses of any team, an 8-4 record, so a 66% win rate there for this team. Rocking those most losses, I mean, obviously, it's not a huge amount. It's 4.
Yep.
But that's still a statement to be made. This team does not have a perfect record.
Yeah, they had to go through the wild card bracket. They didn't finish first in their the northern region. Maryville actually finished first in the northern region. So they had to kind of fight their way through, and they lost against Maryville 2-3, but Maryville is one of the strongest teams in the tournament, potentially tournament favorites. So depending on what you're thinking about, those two schools being number 1 and 2, well, it goes back and forth. They played Maryville a few weeks ago in a campus series, campus clash, college clash, and they actually beat Maryville. So right now, it's like RMU goes back and forth with them, so there's a big rivalry there.
And when you look at RMU, talking about them churning out these players of a certain pedigree, them having these guys that have gone to the LCS, and this being the first school to offer college scholarships for esports, for League of Legends, it's something where you have a team like that that has that kind of a reputation behind them. You want to win. You're not here to get knocked out in the quarterfinals. You're not here to go home on day number 1. You really want to make an impact and get to that final, and not just get there, but win it this time.
Yeah, and they've made it twice, which is slight validation for the program, but every time they walked away from that saying they really wanted to win it, to prove it, to actually just be like, look at this program, look at our talent drafting, and look at how they actually operate and have those facilities that the RMU team practices in. So it's kind of like the win would definitely solidify in people's minds that RMU made the right choice and made the finals twice, but the question is, can they make it a third time and make that one the time that they win?
Can they do it this time around? Well, Maryland really wants to stop them, like we mentioned. They want that revenge. They want to shut them down the same way they got shut down before. But Maryland does have a little bit of an issue going into this game where, just based on the timing of the event right now and around how everything is happening, the team hasn't been able to practice together very consistently or even much at all in the past couple of weeks just because of finals.
Yeah.
So their scrims, their practices, everything's a little bit helter-skelter right now. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these guys and see where they are in terms of team cohesion.
Yeah, even though the last 2 weeks haven't been scrim-filled for the University of Maryland, they have actually just put their nose to the grindstone as soon as finals were over and they came out here. It's pretty much been nonstop scrimming for them in their practice room. So, getting back up to speed, question is that speed fast enough for the pace that RMU is going to bring? Because this is a team that made the finals twice. They have a returning member in West Coast Carry and West in the top lane. And they also have some great talent like Gillette, who is a well-known name in the challenger scene, who's played on a few challenger teams, I believe. And then you also have, in the jungle, Mordio, who's just this new up-and-comer freshman. And I'm really interested to see what Mordio can do because they kind of made the last year jungler Pomi now the substitute.
And it was kind of interesting when we were discussing about these teams and these players earlier. Somebody referred to Mordio as, think of it like Dardoch, but in the college series. He's a very talented player. He talks as if he's a very talented player. He knows that he can do well.
Confident, yeah.
He's confident, exactly. He's the kind of guy that says, look, I'm the best. I can carry the game. Watch.
Yeah. The confidence can potentially go a long way, especially on stage, can help get those nerves out of the way. But if the game goes sour, it could be something that's a little bit of a double-edged sword. If you really want to prove yourself and you honestly think, I don't want to look bad, then that could be something that really hurts you and doesn't put the team first. But RMU has a program. They have coaches. They have a whole lot that they've dumped into this. And really, it's paid off because they've made the finals twice. And the school, once again, has actually been coming up with a great team here.
And I think that kind of infrastructure is something that can't really be underestimated. It's something that doesn't come to mind a lot for some people who might be new to the whole esports scene or who might not be super familiar with the way everything works. But you can see the difference that coaching can make on a team, that proper support staff can make on a team. Look at what happened to Dignitas in the spring split of the LCS when they changed coaches. They went from a highly losing record to a massive win streak. There's so many different things behind the scenes that can influence how well a team does. And to have that kind of supporting structure, that might be the it factor for RMU.
It's something that we don't talk about too much in League of Legends because there's a lot of speculation as we don't get to see a whole lot of the coach's job or what they do or the coaching staff and how they handle the players. So we mostly know from word of mouth when somebody praises their coach or says, oh, I don't think he's doing anything, etc. But you get a pretty good idea when you see somebody's level before a coach and then after of what's changed, how they're feeling mentally, and they'll definitely talk about it. So like Dignitas, like you said, complete change in communication, and that was the big thing, was the communication had become more streamlined for the team. Coaches can help with that. They can help with mental state. They can help get you in a better place for competing.
Which is exactly what you need to do. It's not all, can I hit my skill shot? Can I make sure that I bring this tower down in time? Can I push the wave or manage the wave to freeze or any of those in-game things? The out-of-game elements, the intangibles, can have just as big of an impact on the outcome of that match as whether or not you froze the wave or manage to last hit the enemy champion or whatever.
Yep, but all that's going to have to be on these players' minds because we're getting into Champion Select right now where these guys are going to be doing that first draft for themselves. Remember, it's UMD on blue and RMU starting off on the red side.
Another best of 3. Remember, these two teams competing for a spot in the semifinals over the next couple of days. We'll see one semifinal tomorrow. We'll see another one on Saturday. Then the grand final with the winners from those on Sunday. Best of 5 for all those matches past today's. But right now, we've got a jungle focus in the bans at the start. Elise banned by Maryland, RMU taking Ivern off the table.
Yeah, it seems to be the closest match here. They're both Masters players. But there are a lot of Masters and Challengers across these two teams. Yami, Evan RL, Gillette, who's actually a big name. Gillette, I think back to when RMU was playing a few years ago and going up against Bob Chin on UBC. Gillette really thought, nope, I'm the best in the challenger scene. I'm the best in the collegiate scene in terms of mid lane and can carry his team. But it's not that simple anymore. It's all about teamwork. It's all about how you can come together. It used to be 4 guys in a carry.
Right.
A lot of the time in collegiate. That's how it was when I was in there.
You find one player who's really, really good. He tells everybody else, don't feed.
Yep.
And then he wins the game.
Does it all himself. That's how it used to be. But now, a lot of programs like RMU's and Maryville's pulling a lot of talent and attracting them to their programs.
Well, the bans have completed with Kled and Karma, along with that Elise for Maryland, and Caitlin and Gragas, along with the Ivern for RMU, means that some of those shielding champions are still available, namely the Lulu, which is locked in first and foremost, no hesitation from UMD.
Yep. It means there's no answer of the Karma because that's banned away. So Robert Morris University potentially take a jungle here as well as AD carry because the fact that the jungle pool got pinched a little bit here. Not too hard, but it's still you want to set Mordio up for success.
You still have some strong junglers out there. You still got Lee Sin up. Looks like they're thinking about that right now, picking that one for Mordio.
But I definitely think you take it here.
Also grabbing the Ashe for Buckzak, allowing him to make those plays.
Yeah.
Those setups.
See if you can get that engage.
It's always fun to see an Ashe player's impact in the game because just even if an Ashe falls behind super bad, 0-4-0, doesn't do anything, just
land that arrow.
Straight up not doing anything except filling enemy pockets full of money, you can still hit arrows. If you can dial the arrows in, you can have a massive say in how that game goes.
Yeah. If you can land that engage, make sure that your arrows are hitting true, then it's well worth the pick. When we go over to Maryland and they have Galio locked in for themselves. For Void in the top lane, potentially flex, but we don't see it mid too often. And Twitch, so now they're going for a little bit more firepower in that bottom lane. They already have their AD carry and their support locked in, and this is defense as well with a top lane that can give damage reduction and peel for him.
Honestly, this is a protect the Twitch looking comp at the start. Galio keeps him safe, stops the dive onto him. Lulu helps make sure that he's shielded and protected and strengthened. Scary comp start for UMD. Robert Morris locking in the Shen.
Yeah, kind of doing a little bit of the same where they'll have a global to answer the global that they'll have on the Galio. Right now, Robert Morris University pinching the jungle more, trying to get more away from Tax. The Kha'Zix is banned away, but Tax actually has Ghost and Smite. They can't see it, but we can. Potential that he's maybe going to lock in something like an Olaf, especially against an Ashe, so we can avoid that arrow.
Absolutely. Always works well to disable that CC. Plus, if you can see it coming, you can even put yourself in front of it, eat it anyway, and then just turn your ultimate on. It nullifies it completely, prevents it from hitting a teammate either. Kassadin banned by UMD. Not going to allow Robert Morris to lock that one in for Gillette. One more ban heading our way from each side.
Yep.
Orianna, the pick from Robert Morris. Similar to what we saw in the first series of the day where you ban away that safe mid laner.
Yeah, but Orianna is exactly what you want too, because of the fact that it's another shield as well as damage to come from the mid lane here. And you can protect that Twitch and keep Nano alive.
One more ban for UMD. Have to see what they decide to go with. Supports and mid laners are the name of the game, and it will be the Zyra support banned off. RMU. They've got to pick a support. They've got to pick a mid laner. Highly expect to see the support here so the mid lane gets the counter pick.
Yeah. Potential for a Malzahar. Alistar? If they're looking for some engage, that's definitely what they want. And RMU looks like it's just go, go, go for all of the team.
All right, that's what we're doing. We're going to go in, look to get that Twitch, maybe get a kick, get an Alistar initiation, get a Shen Taunt, get an arrow. So many ways to start fights all across the board on the RMU team. Anybody can pull the trigger.
Literally everybody on RMU has a way to engage. Absolutely right. So now we'll see if that's the pace that they want to have in this game. Maryland might go with the Rengar here. They are going to pick that up for Tax after the jungle bans have been thrown his way. No Olaf here.
And you know,
interesting.
Galio's really good at protecting an AD carry that would get dove on with his ultimate, because you can say, hey, you can't come any further, I'm going to save this guy. But Galio is also really good at working with these divers, these assassins that go into the backline, especially with stealth like Rengar. You just come colliding down on top of them behind the enemy team, and you pinch them.
It's going to be so hard for him to get a really good one, though, because he can get headbutted out very quickly by the Alistar. He can also just get arrowed. There's a lot of things that they can do here from RMU side to keep their carries safe. But lastly, we see White lock in the Talia. And now Robert Morris, figure out what they want. If they go with something like a Fizz, a little less wave clear, the Vladimir means it kind of just goes even in the lane, has a way to actually just kind of outscale. And this is where they're looking for the bulk of their damage, because everybody else is peel and tankiness.
Right. Robert Morris University will have to find a way to get through the peel and protection potential onto that Twitch and make sure they take him out as these fights go on. Keeping him alive will be the name of the game for Maryland.
Yeah, this is really interesting because both teams have ways to engage, disengage, but they also have a decent amount of damage when you're looking at somebody like Gillette on that Vladimir for RMU, but also Nano on that Twitch for Maryland. There's some big carries here with everybody else kind of defending them, peeling for them, and making sure they stay alive. So it's about staying alive and positioning correctly, but we're looking for some team fights.
Looking for some crazy ones, I hope. Maryland with their goal to knock RMU out of this tournament, and they've really just got the kind of comp that says we want to knock you out. This is not some sort of a kite back, peel around, kind of scale up and wait sort of a team. This is a team that's going to be in your face, starting fights all the time.
This is a team that kind of stops you from doing things early on with the Shen, and also you can't really punish that mid lane too much on that Vladimir. So we'll see what RMU has in store here. If they're able to take down Maryland again, or if UMD can get their revenge.
Big best of 3 between the second place from the north and the champs of the BTN. Remember the undefeated regular season record for Maryland. They want to decide to keep that record going here. We'll have to see. Of course, it's not all the way up to them either. RMU will have a say in whether or not they can walk away with a win in this one, and if it's up to them, they'd like to give them that quick 2-0 and move on to the semifinals. But either team has the potential to walk away from this one. That's the fun part about this college championship that we're watching, Zyrene. So many of these teams, there's a lot of parity between the teams. You're looking at it, and you can see almost anybody can take out anybody.
Yep. But I definitely think it comes down to your preparation, what the campus series has meant in the past, or what the BTN tournament had meant for your team in terms of scaling up and ramping up. But right now, this is a grudge match right now. UMD, they want revenge, and RMU want to just get them out of the way and move back on to getting towards the finals.
Everybody spreading out in a 5-point line defense early on, making sure that there's no sort of level 1 shenanigans, no invades, no deep wards.
Ooh, Yami with the coin. Okay, look at this bottom lane here from UMD, because Yami has the ancient coin, and then Nano has the Doran Shield, which I think is right on Twitch, because you play defensive, Doran Shield keeps you very safe from harass, and then you eventually get to the point where you get Vamp Scepter, Bilgewater, Cutlass, and then you get back to lane and you can't be pushed out. But the Ancient Coin is interesting because you almost always see the Spell Thief's Edge, especially with the new 50% movement speed for 1 second after you complete the quest. This quest gives you an extra skill point when you complete it, but it's completed a little bit later because you're pretty much playing pickup and Mario the whole time, running around picking up coins.
You see the coins fall out all over the place. I always enjoy watching games that have somebody buying the coin in them.
I'm also very surprised that Bucksack didn't take Doran's Shield himself, because Doran's Shield up against Twitch, every tick of Twitch's poison that stays on you for a long time after he fights you actually heals you and keeps refreshing the duration of Doran's Shield.
Well, you've got Bucksack apparently confident in the way this matchup is going to go, going with that Doran's Blade. Evan RL just banging the cowbell over and over and over. Nothing else to do but make some noise there in bottom lane.
He's the returning AD carry player, and when Mini Bestia left RMU. He actually picked up the support role, had actually learned a bit from Mini Bestia, and now this is what it's amounted to. He gets to hit a cowbell. All that training for this.
That's a pretty good reward. You get to do what everybody was afraid would happen when this skin came out. You remember all the commentary around this skin when it released? People said all our LCS streams are going to be is people banging that cowbell in a bush if Alistar becomes meta. This is the truth. Either way, Tax top side now, clearing out that Scuttle Crab around the Baron / Rip Herald pit, whatever you want to call it. Picking that up for himself. As you can see, a ping coming out from the side of RMU in that top part of the jungle saying, hey, Tax is probably around here. Now pinging out onto where he is invading. Jump over the wall, find his way onto those Krugs, and just try to do a little bit of counter jungling as his red will likely be stolen away here.
Yeah, Mordio going over to the other side. Doesn't even check.
He doesn't check because he assumes it's just gone.
Yeah, you assume that the Rengar started Raptors, then went to red, then went to blue, and doesn't do his Krugs. So that's a good assumption to make. But as he exits the bottom side, the question is, does he go back through the jungle?
Up out the Raptors exit and see it.
And it's interesting as well because the Raptors are one of the best camps to take, especially early, because of all the experience, and then it respawns. But now Mordio's going to have some little baby Raptors, those level 1, level 2 ones, whereas in 4 minutes and about 25 seconds rolls around, Tax will have Raptors that are worth a lot for him.
The red never gets checked. Mordio comes into enemy territory, steals the Krugs, and walks out without ever seeing that red buff was there.
Yeah. The question is, how long does it stay up? He's going to check Krugs. Will he assume that his red is gone? No, he won't. But he is going to get spotted here.
Now that would be hilarious if the red stayed up for like 10 or 11 minutes because everybody just assumed it was gone all the time.
Yep. But now it's interesting because Mordio is kind of like, oh wait, the red was up. He's jumping in and out of that bush. Okay.
Like, well,
that's unlucky, especially because now it means that Tax is a level 4 Rengar out on the map in a position where he has a red buff now for the next few minutes. If he runs into Mordio, his red buff is falling off right now. You're going to have a red buff up in that combat situation, and it's definitely good for the person who has it.
Tax feeling good about that one. As Void on the losing end of some trades here in the top side against the Shen. West jumping in on top of him, dodging away from the Winds of War, using that Spirit Blade to dangerous efficiency.
Yeah, Doran's shield giving a whole lot, but also the Shen. You take the Grasp of the Undying, so you do a little bit more damage and you have that percent HP. And the fact that Galio goes triple Doran's Ring as his first back is huge because he just wants to shove, he wants to get levels and experience and gold, and he doesn't really want to fight you because I don't think his kill potential is that high unless somebody heavily misplays.
Slight CS lead for the Ashe in the bottom side over that Twitch, about 10 there. Really the biggest lead in the game so far, the only one really worth talking about.
Mid lane, looks like we're going to see Lee Sin coming in from the backside. White is playing to that side because Rengar is there. Look at that, Gillette goes in.
Gillette trying to make the flash play, but the follow-up from Mordio is not there. Can't land that Sonic Wave in time. And White gets himself away, popping both of his summoner spells as well.
Yeah, they got both of Gillette's and both of White's summoner spells there. But you need to check that bush. The Rengar is just hovering around that area. Tax has actually been spotted by that control ward multiple times now. And he didn't clear it out, so they know that he's on that top side, and he's once again going back to the Krugs.
Again and again, if it worked the first time, do it a second time. Starve him out whenever you can. Remember in Season 7, counter jungling, very effective, just because of the fact that the camps take so long to respawn. If you keep track of those, keep tabs on them, and get in there, you can do a lot of damage to your enemy's economy.
Yep, they also just saw him because there was a hawk shot that went across. Bucksack able to give the information to his team. And that'll be a back for Tax, who's approaching level 6.
And once you see that level 6 on the Rengar, that's when you really want to start seeing him pretty much ult on cooldown, trying to find those enemy opportunities for ganks.
Yeah, could go to the mid because there's no flash there now. I think that would be his easiest avenue, but you do have to worry about the Shen ultimate and soon the Ashe Arrow.
Global tools on the side of RMU can make those plays really difficult. Like you said, RMU, although they all have those initiation mechanisms early on, those mechanisms can also dissuade you from trying to do anything on your own if you are the side of UMD. Another taunt from West. Never happy with sitting around and farming up. He wants to take the fight to Void.
Very aggressive player. West Coast Carry was the sub when they were in the finals 2 years ago and then was the starter last year. And now a starter again in the third year in a row that he's been on this RMU team. He's a very aggressive player, loves to play for winning the lane, not just for shoving them out, but playing things like the Renekton, etc., that are very aggressive.
West Coast Carey actually comes from a traditional sports background as well. I believe he initially went to college, went to university for baseball.
Yep.
And then an injury made it so that that wasn't able to be the reality anymore. Instead switches over to esports, and now you see him the starting top laner for the #2 League of Legends school in North America 2 years running.
Yeah. And also the fact that it was a scholarship as well. RMU was the first school to offer esports scholarships. Hopped right on that after his other one, couldn't take it. But he comes from a competitive background, like you said, a very competitive player, and has that mindset, wants to get better and wants to be the best.
Now a dive into bottom lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be finding its mark. Nano and Yami trying to stay alive. The stun's coming out, the shield's coming through. They're both going to be brought down. It's 2 kills. Going over to RMU, they get him clean. Nobody dead from their side, even though Evan goes a little bit low. And now they're trying to put the damage into tier 1, find that turret first blood to go with it. They've got all the bodies down here, and they should have no issue taking this one down.
Yeah, I think they'll get it, maybe even give all of the gold to Bucksack. And you can see West not backing right now, just kind of sticking around. And we'll see what he does from there, but hold on.
Oh, Tax trying to get himself away from this one.
Got him.
Emo Plague is enough. Now White is going to be on the wrong side of the map trying to get himself out, but there's not really any way out of this. Evan RL finding the stun. Gillette chasing him down as well.
White's got to do enough damage to stop them from going after him, and he's going to try to run away.
He gets himself away on the wall, hops off just a little bit before the edge so he's not in the turret. Still eats 1 shot from the turret anyway, but does escape.
Yep, gets out, but this is a great dive here. Mordio's not even 6, but there's 6 on Bucksack, so he goes down there, hits the arrow, and then Nano gets picked up here. And Evan RL is tanking the whole time, even without Alistar ultimate. And it's enough there where he almost goes down, would have been another shot or two, but still, it was fast, it was quick, and RMU, you can tell that they are well rehearsed in diving turrets and having early pressure.
What a big play from them, getting the turret and the 3 kills, puts them 2,500 gold up. This is what a #2 team looks like. This is what a team that repeatedly goes to the finals can do when they make it to the first round of the playoffs. They're saying, okay, let's get through with this.
Yep.
We're going all the way.
Yeah. And UMD's like, hey, pay attention to us. You beat us last time, we're angry. RMU's like, who are you guys? And they just keep wanting to move on. They want to keep going forward because honestly, this team, you saw that turret dive. That is a well-rehearsed 5-man, potentially turret dive where everybody shows up. They don't lose any turrets across the map, and that's something that you can practice if you have those scrim squads, if you have that scrim time constantly, and it's paying off. And look at this, they're trying to get that dragon.
UMD wants the Drake. They are able to secure it. Mordio not successfully finding the steal, instead just going to be finding himself a death. Now Gillette into the pit, more damage going to be coming down. Nano and Yami both already dead. Tax going to be going down third. It's a 3-for-1 for the side of RMU. The Infernal Drake did go over to UMD, but is it going to be worth it? Gillette pulling the follow-up. White trying to keep himself alive, but it is not going to be doing anything of the sort. 4-for-1 RMU.
4 kills the Infernal Drake, but that one going over to UMD. UMD find themselves at a large disadvantage now at 10 minutes in. You always look at it from like a percentage standpoint. The fact that they're already up 3,000 means that they are up 20% of the gold of their opponents. They are doing such a good job now of keeping that pressure on.
Quite a substantial difference between these two. Here's another look at this fight.
Yeah, everybody's just getting in the pit, but RMU, they know Evan RL has that ultimate. He can tank a whole bunch, goes in the backline. They picked up Lulu on the side, never gets the wild growth there. And then White kind of tries to slink out as everybody just dies inside the pit. And then Gillette with the slow after the ultimate. And then the flash, the W from Bucksack to help them pick that kill up. And RMU in sync. Look like a deadly squad.
Now up over 3,000 gold. This team, one of the known names in college esports. Like we said, the first team to actually have the scholarship for it. Showing exactly what that practice can do for you. Showing exactly what a team that has players like Youngbin and Zig and Shady in their history books can bring to the table.
Yeah. RMU starting to become that school, like I said before, that you play at before you go pro. A lot of these guys have some pro aspirations, but also Want to work on that education too. That's what scholarship's all about. You can keep your competitive edge and also get your education. Gillette looking for a dive there.
And
White
you can
might
also
be out.
just
He might be dead.
100-0 the enemy Talia unless Lulu can save her.
He got
Man.
Made sure that he was safe. Gave him everything, but look at this. That means there's a dive potentially on the top side. Evan RL about to have ultimate again. They're going to try to dive a Galio. It's a risky dive, but they're going to go for it.
Evan RL is very tanky on this Alistair. The damage comes out. Void flashes away. Mordio now going to be jumped on. So much retaliatory damage hitting him. Gets himself out just fine, but Yami puts himself in a position to make sure that Void is safe.
Yeah, that's a summoner spell for summoner spell there. Flash from Void for the heal of Bucksack. It's so hard to dive a Galio. It's actually very ridiculous to try and go for something like that, but they almost get away with it. They do get the flash, but they don't continue the damage.
White and just continually under pressure from Gillette.
Oh man,
20 CS lead, 4-0 on the Vlad with Proto Belt and Ionian cooldown boots done. That's not a fun situation to be in as a Talia that has 2 Dorian Rings and a Sorcerer's Shield.
Yeah, we talked about how Vladimir scales. Yeah, he's already scaling. He's already there. Look at how much faster he is, and they're going to pick him up.
Oh, the burst. One more transfusion will do it. Evan RL just swooping in there to grab the assist. You talked about this guy being an AD carry player. Does get himself picked off by Tax.
Off screen, couldn't show it. Now they're going to deal some damage.
Too violent. TP going to be used onto that cannon minion to buy a little bit of extra time for auto attacks onto this turret, and that is turret number 2 of this game going over to RMU. Now backing themselves away.
But also top turrets taking damage as well from Bucksack. So right now, RMU are just systematically kind of piecing them apart, pulling them apart, and UMD are getting kind of run around the map now and losing kills left and right.
Nano just trying to farm up on this Twitch. We talked about, after seeing the first 3 picks in this team, the Galio, the Twitch, the Lulu, this is a team that could protect the Twitch, that would be able to keep him safe in those team fights if he can scale up, but RMU making it very hard to scale right now with the pressure they're putting on from all these different methods of engage.
Yeah, one of the best things that you can do in the collegiate scene at lower levels is play something that scales, because your enemies don't know how to end the game. They don't really understand the 5-man unit and how you should pull people across the map and get turrets and get to the Nexus to win it. But at the higher level and against teams that are very practiced, they can get advantages very early off of things like turret dives, and then you're in a position where you're playing the whole game from behind, and if they know how to close, then you didn't even stand a chance, and it just kind of sweeps right by you.
Very similar to what we saw in the first series of the day in the first game with the Kassadin and the Gangplank that just never had the time to catch up.
That's a good comp for Collegiate because you scale, but Collegiate has changed. A lot of teams are ones that were picked, like RMU or Maryville, for scholarship programs. It's not just you and your 5 buddies all the time now.
Right, you talk about the collegiate scene. We see a fight here in the top side of the blue team jungle.
Look for Nano.
RMU trying to collapse onto Nano. A nice arrow, likely going to be sealing his fate here, but the Galio ulti comes in, turns things right back around. Mordio goes down first, Gillette's going to be second. And UMD gets themselves a nice 2-for-0.
And that was a really aggressive play from RMU. They went through the jungle. Gillette gets caught out, has the flash still available in ways to kind of get himself out of trouble, but they didn't have a TP or a Stand United from West, so that's a 4-on-5, not in favor of RMU, and UMD get those kills, and they're going to pick up the Rift Herald too.
Rift Herald, such a nice bonus for these guys. The pushing power that gives you is awesome. Pretty much guaranteed to get you at least 1 turret, sometimes more, depending on the situation you use it in. And they have no problems taking that down with the Lulu and the Rengar put together. Dax taking a little bit of time finishing it off at the end. They will give that over to Yami.
Okay.
He's rotating himself all over the map, so he'll be wherever they need him.
Yeah, that's interesting. They gave the support the empowered recall. Look at this, Gillette. Looks like he really wanted to get where his team was, so Yami catches him on the other side. They want Nano, gets hit by the arrow, and then flashes away, but then that leaves Mordio right on top of where Void is entering. They thought they could kill him, but we had talked about it previously. The damage reduction from the hero's entrance is just so much. Them trying to get it, but Mordio picks it up.
Mordio grabbing that
one.
Oh,
they've used the top at the same time.
As topside, the Rift Herald is doing Rift Herald things, and West is trying to defend, but it's very difficult to do in a 1 versus 3.5.
Oh,
nope,
West.
make that a 4.5. White coming up from the side, takes him down. With an RL though, forcing the flash out of Tax. Gillette can't really follow this up. I mean, you can chase after him as long as you want, but not gonna get a whole lot out of it. No extra follow-up there. Now a game that was once 5,000 gold apart, under 2,000.
Exactly, 2,000 gold between these two teams, very close to it. And you can see where that gold is going, though, because a lot of that is on the jungler here of Tax, and the rest of it for RMU is on Gillette and Buckzak, which is exactly what they want with their 2 carries and everybody else shielding them. Granted, Tax is a carry, and so is Nano, but getting Nano's gold up is going to be the goal here, trying to have him farm some side lanes.
Gotta get the Twitch big and a Twitch comp. Kind of one of the rules.
If he's not, then what are you playing for?
Then you're just playing a comp. Yep. Not exactly where you want to find yourself. But hey, it's worked out all right for UMD. Things were looking pretty shaky early on. They've managed to find their stability, get their footing a little bit here. But now can they keep it up? They've still got to always be aware, always looking over your shoulder for those taunts, for those kicks, for those Alistar engages, for the arrows. One little slip up and you're caught, and they have found an awesome engage on the side of RMU.
Yep. Also UMD, kind of the same thing. The Talia wall could be enough to stop sieges or have a collapse happen, but they're putting Gillette in the side lane here. So now he's trying to provide pressure against the Galio, against Void. It doesn't really amount to too much, except he gets to push up to be this far. But this is mostly because the rest of RMU have pushed down mid. They can control the jungle, so they have that map control going for themselves.
Nice thing for Void, he feels very comfortable rushing that Spirit Visage first item. Shen's Spirit Blade does percent HP magic damage. Vlad does a lot of magic damage, so pretty much anyone he's going to be dealing with will do magic damage. The Spirit Visage, very, very useful. Prevent that as a very nice downtown arrow should seal the fate of White. The damage continues to come through, and West grabs the kill credit. Gillette going to be forced out, ignited. Stand United used to make sure that nothing else is going to be following that one up. As now RMU got themselves a 1-for-0. They've got 20 seconds to push and do with whatever they can find the opportunity to do. But is that really anything? Doesn't look like it, as Void and Yami are in position to make sure the tier 2 is safe.
Yeah, I didn't even see that arrow come flying in. It looked invisible for a second there. Just came in through the brush. It was right in through the top side of it, and it had hit him. But they also tried to get Gillette on the backside. Almost, the Ignite was ticking, but then his ultimate went through, and West gave him the shield just in case. Wasn't necessary, but it was just in case.
RMU back up to a 3,000 gold lead. Buckzak here in the mid lane. You can see Essence Reaver and Runan both completed for him. So talking about Ashe power spikes like we've done in the past, where the champion really starts to turn on around 2-3 items, has those crit bonuses multiplying. He's getting where he needs to be. Blade of the Ruined King now completed onto Nano. So pretty big individual power spike on its own, but it's still one completed item compared to 2.
Yeah, so definitely falling behind right now.
What do you think about Luden's Echo Vlad? Because that is not something I see super frequently. That's a little bit of a change-up for me.
I think it's fine after Proto Belt. You have that extra movement speed, and that's really what it's about, because people don't usually run Storm Raider Surge too much anymore. They usually go for the Deathfire Touch and the no longer running Ghost ever since it takes 2 seconds to ramp up, so they run Ignite. So it's kind of to circumvent that. I think that's totally fine. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of mobility, but he already has some tankiness. And remember, AP gives him extra HP, so the Luden's Echo, also good for that. What do you typically see in that spot?
Usually I feel like you just see more of those tanky AP bruiser type, like you see more of a Leandry's, something like that.
Okay.
But this time around, we're seeing the Luden's Echo, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
Makes you incredibly fast, so we'll see if he gets a
Rylize or something.
gives
a strong burst. It seems like a solid enough item, just not one that I'm normally used to seeing.
We'll see if he gets like a Rylize or something after, but he already does have a slow on his E. He's got more movement speed, makes it much harder for him, or much easier for him to get in. And Gillette, look at that, it's actually just running around
so fast. Now finding some damage onto Tax. Has to back himself up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out, but not finding anyone just yet. Void slams into the ground with the ulti. But UMD establishes defensive lines.
Yeah, but they established them on the top side of the map. RMU gonna run mid because they had the priority there and the pushed wave and get some turret damage. They're running them around the map.
Mordio and Buckzak take that one down to about a quarter HP. They want to go back in and do more, but
there's
Nano popped out with the ulti. Almost able to find the kill into Buckzak. So close.
Oh, here comes Talia. White actually zooms right by. changes his mind about that one. But there's the engage from Evan.
Evan and Gillette now looking to turn things back around underneath the enemy tier 2. Got to be careful about this one. Going to be tanking a lot of damage from that turret. Evan is dead. Gillette's going to be second. Stand United won't do it. And RMU extends too far. Now, will they lose even more? UMD chasing down in full force. Tax jumping onto these guys. Roots them up. The Tax man cometh. And Void grabs the kill.
This will either be the mid turret or UMD make a bold call. Baron's on the table. Looks like they're going to go for the safe one. They're going to get the turret, get themselves almost even in gold here as they push up.
That is turret number 3 for them. That will equalize that objective count. The Drakes are 1-1. UMD has made this anyone's game.
And UMD is going to go for the second Drake for themselves and get this mountain and equalize those. So the Baron take will be a little bit faster. They'll use the people that they need to take this one and then back and try to reset because they have no wards on the top side of the map. So they do have to be careful about a Baron being taken. That's why you see Yami. The support damage doesn't mean much when you're taking the Drake. Now they're going to rush towards that top side. And this is White going all the way around, actually cuts himself off. And then Evan engages as you know it's going to be a 5v4 as White comes around here and provides some flank as Gillette gets picked up as MNRL engages too. So really just too far forward from RMU, and Evan saw a great 3-man pulverize, but just because you see it and it's going to look cool doesn't mean it's going to work out.
It seemed very greedy from RMU to go underneath the turret like that. Like you're up against a team that has shielding potential. But now,
Baron.
RMU has
There's the arrow
Baron Nasher. Big pick on the Nano. All they got to do is complete it, and they've done so with the pick onto the enemy AD carry. They might be able to make even more happen here. West going to be taken low, getting himself back, getting himself out with Spirit's Refuge as Void gets juggled around a little bit, but health bars on RMU are starting to deplete. Void grabbing the taunt now onto Gillette, who immediately has the pool to escape.
The knock
trying to make the counterattack. Instead, he's going to be killed by Tax, who then finds a double kill with a bolo weave through, finding Gillette as a killing streak for Buckstack finds its way onto White, but he is shut down as well by White's damage.
Mordio, he has an aggressive style. Is he going to go for this? Is he going to try to go for the 2 members that are low?
Potentially might get in some kind of a fight with Void here. That's not the guy he wants. Backs away. Void keeps the other 2 nice and safe.
It's a 300 gold game right now. That is nothing. That's a single kill. That's some CS. That's just a wave. 11-11 in kills, 3-3 in the turret count. And UMD are actually slightly ahead because they have that Infernal Drake that gives them even more stats.
This is actually insane. What looked like an RMU stomp for the first 15 minutes has turned into a neck-and-neck match.
And this was a really good pick here because they pick up Nano before anything else happens. West just needs to stop. He needs to back up. They're trying to get more. He's not as tanky as he thinks he is. He has a Tiamat purchase, so he doesn't have some extra defensive stats instead. And so he has to back up very early on. And now their front line is gone. They don't have their Shed. He's sitting, trying to back now. And then the rest of them, another great knockup from Evan RL, 3-4-man there. But it's really not enough as Tax is outplaying that and putting the pressure on. Whoa, so close. But really, UMD showing what they're made of.
And funny enough, it was actually White who ended up getting the kill into Buckzack, even after he was dead, because Buckzack walks onto one of the rocks that Talia had put onto the ground.
Ugh.
Unlucky.
Look at that. UMD is going to take the lead for the first time in the game.
The gold sways their way, even if only by 100. University of Maryland not going to go down quietly.
And they have vision control of the top side of the map of that Baron pit. They can make a pick here. That's what they're going to try to do. Going to try to look for Gillette.
Gillette taken low, trying to get himself away. Sanguine Pool trying to do enough to get him out. Will do so for now. But look at the itemization on Nano. He's got the Executioner's Calling to shut down that Vlad healing and make it so when Gillette goes in, he's not getting back out.
Yeah, and you saw that reaction. That was Gillette previously who put his hand to his face like, oh man, that was a play that they could have made. TP on the backside here from Shen. They know they got it though, and they're going to try to go turn on West.
RMU wants to collapse on this, but West is there too early. The rest of the team's not there to collapse in time, so West has to just taunt back over the wall, content with stopping the Baron.
Exactly, he stops the Baron, and so now Gillette doesn't have to rush there. He can clear the mid-wave, get some more CS for himself, up 40. And so he's in a really good spot, trying to get more and more. He has the Zhonya's Hourglass. That'll buy time for his ultimate to go off and allow him to heal up. Like you said, Executioner Calling, a great purchase. And came through for Nano.
RMU thinking about just trying to brute force this tier 2 with no
for the
minions.
back line.
But Tax has made his way in behind them. Galio coming in as well. Void trying to follow this one up. Nice three-man taunt. As Mordio will not find too much success in that back line, but look at all the damage coming out from Bucksack. He is shooting everybody all over the place. So much damage from that Hurricane as West is now on the front line, but Void's able to find the kill. Right back onto the enemy AD carry. It's 2 for 3. Now West is able to make it a 3 for 3. White trying to chase him down if he can, but West will look to turn this if possible.
And that's it. 2 people from each side just walk away afterwards. The gold still neck and neck between the 2. And Tax jumps on the back line, gets the ultimate here, and Gillette is freaking out. He is trying to get away. He actually doesn't get to ulti there. He ultis after the Zonias. And there, you hear it right there as it comes through. But people are already getting picked up. Nano gets picked up in the back line, and he's the guy that they have to keep safe. He still has his flash available. Nano isn't able to outplay that situation and gets dropped. That's huge. You need that Twitch to stay alive, especially for UMD, and you want to win that fight.
Nano now with QSS.
Oh man, we're gonna have a bloody game because Infernal Drake coming up next.
Oh, that's gonna be worth fighting over. You know it is. Dead even between the teams too. 14-14, 48K.
And this is gonna be really interesting because if you actually are in control of the Baron, you start the Baron. If you're not in control of the Baron, you put one person on the Infernal Drake and then you put everybody else mid to contest the Baron. So actually not being on the Baron is a better position to be in because you'll pick up the Infernal more likely. But hold on, looking for a pick here.
You can hear the Ringarl.
Oh, they're sectioned off. Mordio.
White trying to isolate Mordio from the rest of the team. Chasing after him, but can't quite find what he's looking for. Gillette having to pop the Sanguine Pool. You can see him losing about half his health.
He started off
Maryland. Well. We're going to see if maybe they can find their way towards this Drake. West on the front lines, trying to find the taunts. Going to be taking quite a lot of damage in the process. Mordio looking to find his way onto Nano, who's out of position, but Void is instantly to the rescue. West going down first, Gillette looking to find the damage. White kiting backwards, Evan RL in between 4 different members. He's double killed. And Gillette is going to be number 3, and UMD with a 3 for 0.
And they're going to get that Infernal Drake 2 for them. This Twitch is going to go berserk. Nano now set up, had the ultimate from Void for the damage reduction, got the ultimate from Yami, everybody doing their part to make sure that he stays alive, and now they're going to rush towards that Baron. Mordio still up, so it is risky to try and do it. There's a potential for a steal.
UMD going after this, RMU. Their hotshot jungler has to make the big play here.
He's going to try to kill Yami.
Trying to keep him off if he can. White here as well. He's zoned too far away, and that is Baron secured by UMD.
And now, University of Maryland, they mean business. Sure, the early game didn't go their way. They got dove. 2 kills go over to RMU, and they've been in the lead the whole time. Look at this. Nano gets kicked off to an awkward side. The arrow comes through. Doesn't matter. Here comes the QSS, and Nano is out of it, and there isn't enough damage on him. Bucksack and Gillette can't reach Nano, who is healing so much off of his Blade of the Ruined King and Runaan's Hurricane, and he's going for another lifesteal item here, which will be his 3rd after the QSS and the part of the Executioners.
We talked in the beginning of this, Zyrene, about the fact that UMD came through the BTN instead of playing through the campus series, and how in the minds of other teams, you've got to wonder if that delegitimizes them to a sense and saying, look, they didn't go through the same things we did. Do they actually deserve to be here? And right now, UMD is saying, hey, we just walked down a different road. We can still fight, hang with the best of them, and they're taking it to a team that makes the finals in 2 previous years. Very impressive coming out from this squad. Being able to recover from the disastrous early game they had, the very snowbally lead for RMU. Now they've recovered. They've had a solid mid game with a couple really helter-skelter fights, but fights that they've come out on top of enough to put them in this spot that they're in.
Yeah, University of Maryland. Honestly, this is very impressive from them because of the fact that they were down, but they're also down in morale because they've lost to RMU previously. But it's the same 5 guys from the University of Maryland. They're coming back. They want that revenge. They want to take down RMU, especially RMU, and make sure that they get their revenge for last year.
Vengeance is a hell of a drug, and remember that their revenge that they want is to knock RMU out of the tournament. And you know, quarterfinals, Cyrene, this is the only time it's best of 3. You only got to beat them twice here to knock them out. Any other time, you'd have to beat them 3 times.
Look at that with the Baron buff and the ultimate there from Talia, from White. make sure that they get towards that inhibitor, and you can't really engage on this and have it be smooth.
Yami needs the arrow, but it's not going to be doing a lot. Mordio taken very, very low. Tax looking to finish him off. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight, again, is going to be focused onto Yami, but that's only a Lulu. Void's able to flash forward, grab a two-man taunt. Tax grabbing the killing spree onto Evan. West dead as well.
That might be it.
The tank line is gone, and RMU has been routed back to their fountain. UMD pushing onto the Nexus turrets. Number 1 falls, number 2. Now the target for Nano and the rest of those UMD boys as they want to lock this comeback victory in. A rampage for Tax. Gillette tries to hold the line, but there's no line left to hold. Buckstack grabbing the kill onto White, but that's all he'll do. And UMD takes game number 1.
And that's it. The Band of Brothers take the first game against the team that knocked them out of the top 4 last year.
Step 1 of 2 for revenge complete. Step 2 of 2 will look to be the next step for this team as RMU will go back to the drawing board to try to find a win in the second game of this series. It looked so promising for them at the start of that one. Yeah. But then as time went on, it slipped away from their grasp. They had some really overconfident plays, and those plays weren't just RMU getting outplayed by UMD. It wasn't a situation where UMD had set everything up and was like, okay, they're going to fall into our trap. It was RMU making bad calls.
Yeah, RMU had some bad calls. Gillette in particular, he had a lot of the gold, so the pressure's on him. He went and had some flanks that were very questionable, but then Evan RL turned fights that looked like if everybody was still behind him, it would be just a complete wipe and they'd be able to take them out. But they didn't have everybody there because they were really kind of scattered fights. The dive was very clean at the start of the game, but RMU, after they got going, gave up what was about a 5,000 gold lead at one point that got UMD back in, and UMD ended up winning. So now, back against the wall for RMU.
RMU has got to look at the decisions that they made in that first game, look at the early decisions, say, hey, these were great. This was fantastic. We were off to a just thunderbolt of a start, right? And then we go on, and there's all these mistakes that come in. They've really got to temper that aggression. They've got to dial it back a little bit. Go for the plays that are a sure thing.
It looked like a disaster for UMD at the start. You go back to when they had the Vladimir in the Dragon Pit, just killing everybody. It's like now you have a fed Vladimir. Gillette's going to take over this game. He took over the game, but he actually put his hand too far in the cookie jar and got caught.
Let's take a look at the 24-minute fight where UMD retaliated for a 3-1 victory at their own blue buff.
This was the Baron start from RMU that then had the pick onto Nano, which you're like, great, Nano's off the field, let's go, 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 try to kill them all. But that's not how it works. Evan RL gets a great knockup, but the damage coming through and the damage being prevented by Void is huge in this because Tax is a great damage dealer and everybody coming through the choke point trying to get onto White and they can't reach him is what really seals this because Bucksack doesn't get a whole lot of this fight and Gillette dies at the end too, just barely.
And he steps on a rock. Ugh. Well, one of the worst barely ways to go, but still a great fight from UMD and pretty much a summary of the way that the mid-game of that game went. It was UMD punishing over-aggression from RMU.
Yeah, making sure that they were, still okay, not completely like picking these fights that were very unfavorable for them, but they just won a 4v5 there off of the back of positioning correctly in choke points and making sure that the damage dealers were zoned off, whereas Gillette walked forward, got punished for it, and Bucksack at the same time, when there was pressure on Gillette, wasn't taking advantage of those windows and being zoned away.
Yeah, we're criticizing RMU a little bit for their over-aggressive plays, but you've also got to praise UMD for keeping cool, saying, hey, we're down, let's find smart ways back into it, and punishing those mistakes from RMU, playing it smart themselves, and coming back to find the win. We'll see if RMU can even up the score when we come back in Game 2 against University of Maryland and RMU. But don't touch that browser. You're watching the LOL College Championship. Don't go anywhere. Now the dive into bottom lane. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be finding its mark. Nano and Yami trying to stay alive. The stun's coming out. The shield's coming through. They're both going to be brought down. It's 2 kills. UMD wants the Drake. They are able to secure it. Mordio not successfully finding the steal. Instead, just going to be finding himself a death. Now Gillette into the pit. More damage going to be coming down. Nano and Yami both already dead. Tax going to be going down third. It's a 3-for-1 for RMU trying to collapse onto Nano. A nice arrow. Likely going to be sealing his fate here, but the Galio ulti comes in, turns things right back around. Mordio goes down first. Gillette's going to be second. Evan the knock trying to make the counterattack. Instead, he's going to be killed by Tax.
who did find the double kill with a bolo weave through, finding Gillette. West going down first, Gillette looking to find the damage. White kiting backwards, Evan RL in between 4 different members. He's double killed. And Gillette is going to be number 3, and UMD. Gillette tries to hold the line, but there's no line left to hold. Buckstack grabbing the kill onto White, but that's all he'll do. And UMD takes game number 1.
I mean, I don't blame Maryland for wanting to beat us, honestly, because I think that's kind of the biggest roadblock. They've never really gotten past us, and it's kind of us the same thing with UBC. We're not going to look past Maryland, but we're obviously thinking about like the UBC, the Maryville matchup, kind of the big time matchups. And we just want to go in there, have clean games, nothing crazy, don't want to fault any cheese, and kind of just make sure we do things well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as RMU and UMD face off for round 2 of this best-of-3 series. RMU have selected blue side, and we're heading into the second match as RMU is going to have to be a little bit more tempered in their decision-making if they want to find the win and tie it all up.
Yeah, now having blue side means protecting the AD carry composition, probably not going to happen at this point because you can't really secure a Lulu, Ivern, or Karma on red side very kind of reliably, I would say.
So I like that switch up here from RMU, even though Red Side was the winner in our previous series both times. So we'll see what happens here, because I definitely think that Nano and White put in a ton of work from UMD. So RMU, they have a lot to think about. We talked about their coaching staff. Definitely a moment for them to kind of step in between that break to kind of get the players recentered and ready for this next match.
A time for them to shine, a time for them to really show what value they do bring to the organization and the infrastructure to bounce back from a loss like that. And when you talk about one team having to bounce back from a pretty upsetting loss, I would say, when you're ahead that far in the game and then you end up giving it away through some mistakes, that's also got to be a big morale boost for UMD, saying, hey, these are the guys who, like you heard Wes say it, have been our roadblocks before, and we just beat them in game number 1 after we were down early. That has got to inspire you to try to do your best to lock this one away in game number 2 and make it a 2-0.
Oh, yeah, they seemed quite excited as soon as they got up from their chairs. UMD looked like they were already celebrating a match win at that point. It was very close to being like, hey, you know what, we did it, because they took a game off the roadblock for themselves. Only need to take one more to kick RMU out of this last top 8.
And move on themselves.
Exactly, get another top 4.
You can see the players now getting themselves in position, donning the headsets, taking their seats, getting ready to face off for the second time. And remember, RMU was very, very strong at the start of the last game. They looked really good. They were having some clean dives. They had the bottom lane play where they got multiple kills as well as getting the turret
and
first
then
blood.
The Infernal Drake. So basically RMU, you go, hey, that game was ours to win. We threw it. Just reset.
Yeah, let's replay the same things they did in the first part of the game. Like, honestly, play that same first 15 minutes of the game. Play that again in game 2. It went phenomenally. But then just make sure that as you're looking for those tower dives, as you're looking for those invades, you're looking for those opportunities, you're taking ones where everybody is in position. Like you said last time, Evan RL goes in, he finds this headbutt pulverized, looks real juicy onto 3 people. Problem is, nobody else is where they need to be to turn that into the big play.
Exactly. So everybody needs to be accounted for. We'll see what happens here, but I don't think Maryland will get the same kite back composition as they did last time with the Lulu.
Ivern was banned away first from Robert Morris University, so that's one shielding champ off the table. Kled, the first ban from Maryland, giving a lot of respect to West there. Definitely not a champion you normally expect to see banned away, but if you know that the enemy top laner can be one of those big carry players, it's a viable ban.
Yeah, it's a carry that also has the semi-global flank potential, as well as engage for the team.
Second ban on the side of RMU will be Gragas.
Sticking with the same thing right now.
So, sort of just rinse and repeat, right?
Yep.
Have to see if they decide to go with the Caitlyn as their third ban like they did in game number 1.
I feel like Maryland now will last ban Lulu because it's a first pick from Robert Morris University.
Well, that's the difference in Maryland this time compared to last time. Last time it was Elise.
Yep.
Was that Elise, Kled, Karma in that order. Now it's Kled, Karma. You just take the Elise out. So Lulu, I can definitely see that one being filed in there as well. Just eliminate all 3 of those big shielders.
Ah, the Galio comes through instead of the Caitlyn. I think that's a great one because now this is what you get. If they ban Lulu, you get Caitlyn. If they ban Caitlyn, you get Lulu. If they ban neither of them, you pick whichever one of them you think has higher priority, which I think would be Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu is just so difficult to deal with. You saw how many times she was able to find saves onto both herself and her teammates in the last game.
So the question is, do they go back to the Elise ban instead of banning one of those 2? They banned the Lulu to take all shields away, and now Caitlyn will be the first pick. And that was a good pinch there, banning the Galio instead of banning the Caitlyn like you had previously from RMU.
Locking the Caitlyn in first means that they've got a strong AD carry there for the bottom lane. Now Maryland's got 2 picks to make for themselves. Still plenty of good stuff up. No Galio like last time. We saw that Void was able to have plenty of impact keeping Nano safe. Like, there were a lot of times, especially you remember the fights in the jungle, where they would try to find the picks onto Nano, and then boom, Hero's entrance, everybody immediately follows away.
A way to keep him safe, stop him from dying. Shen's still available, though, so you could play something similar with a submarine like a Twitch Shen, but they're going to go for, because they don't have Lulu, Karma, or even Ivern available, they're going to go for the Ashe here. So the AD carry won't be that same late game hyper carry in the same vein, but we'll have a little bit more in terms of potential to engage. And there's the Shen, too, so
they're still looking for protect Nano.
Yeah, still a lot of protection, just in a different way, right? You're not going to get the damage reduction and the big thunderous earthquake of an entrance, but you're going to get a nice shield. When he arrives, he'll have Spirit's Refuge and the taunt. Still a lot of ways to keep that AD carry safe. And still plenty of options for what Robert Morris wants to pick here. Both sides have picked AD carry. They could pick their top lane here if they're worried about it getting pinched a little bit, if they have something in mind to deal with the Shen. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, picking the Renekton into that one.
Potentially your support here as well, or your jungler, because Mordio would pick the jungle if they were going to do it, you would think, but maybe they need a little more time.
Yeah, extra time to think about it, right? Maybe West says, you know, Renekton's exactly what I want.
Yeah, but I definitely think the Renekton for West is a good suit, and that's what they're going to do. Yes, they're going to run the Olaf into the Ashe, what I thought was going to happen last time because of the Ghost being picked up. Oh, the Olaf to the jungle, the Renekton to top. And I said it was a good suit for West because I definitely think it's a great champion for him. What I know him for back in the day is playing the Renekton and being that aggressive top laner.
Have to see if UMD wants to respond with their own jungler or if they're not afraid of the pool getting pinched a little bit.
I think you go jungle, yeah.
Going for the Rengar, which, you know, that's deadly with the Shen. You get the Shen shield onto him, you can deliver him into the back lines if you want. If maybe you're not so concerned about protecting the Ashe, but rather killing the Caitlyn, you can get that done. Now into the second part of the bans, though. Same roles picked on both sides, same order even.
Yeah.
So supports and mid laners, the name of the game. Expect UMD to leave that mid lane for last. Get the counter pick there for White.
Previously, the last two bans from RMU were, from Maryland were Kassadin and Zyra.
Well, Kassadin has already showed up. Syndra, the ban from Robert Morris University.
Question is, do they go for the Zyra here? Or do they pick the Zyra themselves, which I think could be quite good for them with an Ashe and Zyra bottom lane. But it is an Olaf, so you don't want to be Olaf food.
Right. You don't want to put yourself in a spot where you say, we're really good against everything except Olaf. Yeah. Oh, crap, it's Olaf.
Yeah, we're the bottom buffet. That's what it ends up being.
The bot lane buffet. Hopefully not. Hopefully not for University of Maryland. But Orianna, the second ban from them, preventing that safe pick, preventing the shield, just like we talked about last time.
Yeah, it was something that we were expecting a little bit from Maryland when they had the ability to pick it up. And Robert Morris were actually the ones to ban that last time.
One more ban for RMU. What do they take off the table? Answer, Tom Kench. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. That was fast, too. They had that in mind. They knew what they wanted to do, and Janna will be the pick.
Yeah, you're either a support that loves winning and you love Janna, or you don't. Apparently, that's what they're going for here, the Janna for themselves. You don't see it a whole bunch, but that's such an interesting pick when the Janna's not going to survive too much better than a Zyra would. You do have defensive ability.
You can shield yourself.
Yeah, and you can heal as well, but I would think like a Nami or something would also be good because you can engage a little bit better, but they're just trying to keep the pressure off their backline, and the Nami gets picked up by RMU instead.
RMU grabbing that one. We know how effective Nami is as a support, both in lane and in team fights. Offers so much if you can hit those skill shots with the bubbles.
Ooh, and the takeaway of the Talia here away from White, just picking that one up and making sure that they can have that as the safe blind pick here.
So two of the picks from UMD last time. Oh no, excuse me, not the Caitlyn. But one of the picks, the Talia, going over to Robert Morris University, seeing if they can find more success with that in the early game than White did. Because remember, as the game went on, White did okay, but early on, he was just getting blasted by the Vladimir.
Speaking of getting blasted by Vladimir, White's
we're
by
gonna
his
switch it up.
hand.
We're gonna switch it up. All right. Mid lane trading places here, as White will be on the Vlad, Gillette will be on the Talia. Everybody's switching champs up all over the place. Maryland trolling around a little bit, leaving the Vlad on support for an extra 5 seconds.
Yeah, see if White takes the Ghost or if he goes for the Ignite here. Gillette may take the Ignite himself. And see if he has some mid lane kill potential.
A lot of healing on both sides. Honestly, you've got Rengar heals, you've got Vladimir heals,
Janna.
You've got Janna, who heals. You've got Renekton heals, you've got Olaf heals, you've got Nami heals. Executioner's Calling will likely be a big purchase.
Big
both
value.
These teams.
Big value for both these teams. But at the same time, it does delay whatever you want to build at that time. So you have to pick it up at the right time, just like Nano did in the previous game.
Right.
When they were starting to come back into it, they were able to shut White down. Looks like Gillette swapped. Ah, nice. Swapped over to Cleanse.
So you gotta like the cleanse against the Ashe.
Exactly. You want the Cleanse against the Ashe. It's not going to do anything for you in the lane. But the big problem there is that you don't have the Ignite. You don't have Ignite for late game. Support didn't look like he was taking Ignite there. We'll double check it in just a second. No Ignite in sight at all for RMU. So they're going to have to get that Executioner's Calling to deal with White, who did take the Ghost plus the Flash.
And last time we saw how much damage was being done by the Vlad with the Ignite or even without the Ignite. Some of that damage that he was finding onto the Taliyah, he was not using the Ignite for it. So you don't need it for the kill pressure. The Ghost could be exactly what the Doctor ordered to get him in there and make sure that he's able to position and find that damage more consistently.
Yeah, question is, how much is he going to be able to abuse this? Because once that Ghost gets popped and he's running into the back line, even getting a shield from the Shen makes it so difficult to kill you, and then you have time to get your ultimate off and have it, once again, heal you up.
All right, here we go. Round number 2 between RMU and UMD. RMU wants to take this one to a game 3. UMD would like exactly the opposite to complete their revenge. But they're going to have to get through a Crocodile, a Viking, a Rock Woman, a Sniper, and a Fish to do it.
Oh, the last two don't sound that intimidating.
A Sniper? Sounds...
And a Fish.
Tax is forced to flash over the wall.
Compared to like a walking, hulking man lizard, a Viking, and a Rock Lady?
Oh.
I
don't know, Rock Lady doesn't sound that intimidating to me. It sounds like an old woman who sits in the park collecting rocks.
Or she just really has an affinity.
That's scarier than a sniper to you. Okay, all right.
She can chuck those rocks.
Well, either way, we'll have to see who's the deadliest member on the side of RMU, because these guys have shown they've got the potential to work together as a well-greased unit, working in tandem, making those plays happen as 5. We saw it bottom lane last time. Have to see if they go for similar plays this time. West waiting around in this bush. Floyd's right there. Not really too concerned about it, but with Gillette over the wall to find the threaded volley, he does take more damage than he bargained for.
Yep, and that's going to be a decent amount of a chunk there on the Void. But you can see West, looking for some damage, trying to kill one. He's not going to get any of them.
Not today. That is one of the trollier things you can do as a mid laner if the enemy jungler wants to start the Raptors. You can try to steal one of the tiny ones away and get rid of the fact that you hit level 2 off of the 5-0.
Yeah, interesting as well, because Tax decided to use all of his auto attacks on the big one to try and kill that. So he hits level 2, not just from killing all the small ones. It's a typical tactic. He's also going to be Smite on this. This may just be a topside clear from Tax into a back. So if he goes for Krugs, you know that's what he's looking for.
Yep, heading right up to the Krugs. You can see on my way pings coming out the side of RMU, trying to ping, hey, this is where Tax is going, but they're wrong.
Yep.
That's the fun of having perfect spectator vision. You get to see exactly what the thoughts are and the reality.
And Yami put down a ward at the blue buff to make sure that nobody walks in to take it. And then at the same time, Gillette went for that as well. And put a ward down on the blue buff to make sure that they can see when Tax takes it. Because what happened last time, Tax skipped a buff forever.
Right.
For a long time.
They want to make sure that they don't accidentally walk over that buff just sitting there again. As Tax gets himself back, he has managed to clear that Krug camp. Very low HP on him. Gets back, grabs the machete, picks up control ward. Now heading towards that bottom part of his jungle. But Mordio is also heading towards the bottom part of Tax's jungle.
Yep. You do have to keep in mind, though, that the Vladimir will get shoved in early, and the bottom lane will also get shoved in early, too, because the Janna doesn't offer the same type of lane pressure as the Nami does. So we'll see what happens here. White tries to fight for that wave control.
Ooh.
Gets chunked out.
Gillette
pretty
getting
heavily.
the better of him on that one. Mordio and Tax will meet one another.
Mordio
Tax
might be dead.
Starting this fight off, and Mordio is in some trouble. Ooh, having to pop the Ghost to get out. Yami eating plenty of damage in return.
Has a lot of damage from Tax, who apparently blew his flash at the beginning of the game and missed that. So,
yeah, he had to flash over the red wall
because
he got caught.
The fact he gets the Ghost out of Mordio is huge, and that's why they wanted to invade, because they knew that he didn't have that flash available. But he gets there first, slinks into the bush, and they don't see him. And then he also has the red buff. So when you're fighting them, and you have a blue buff, he has a red buff, definitely big advantage for the guy with the red buff.
White just trying to farm up here in the mid lane. Not having a dominating performance over the Taliyah just yet, but then again, he doesn't have 4 kills either.
Yeah. Kind of puts a damper on that one.
Yeah, rains on your parade a little bit.
Also, Infernal Drake again as the first Drake here. So this one is going to be something that people fight over and play towards the bottom side for.
Speaking of playing towards the bottom side, Mordio again hanging out here. Could potentially walk over a ward if he goes up that ramp, but instead just decides to back where he's at. Sort of sets himself up as a temporary ward while he backs, keeping an eye out for Tax, making sure that he's not coming towards that bottom side with his lane perpetually pushed up like this.
Oh, man. Yeah, speaking of perpetually pushed up, Nano and Yami just getting shoved underneath the turret. Look at how little HP is left on that thing. That's why picking the Janna becomes such a big risk.
I mean,
you
don't try to throw shields onto it, but when your laning pressure doesn't do much at all,
it's about that pressure.
It doesn't even work.
And especially against like healing supports, like Sona, Nami, Soraka, they all do a little bit better than Janna in those matchups, mostly because of the fact that Janna has to be reactive with the shield and put it on as things are flying out, whereas the heal is way better at, hey, I took damage, now I just heal you up.
Right, you can do it at any point.
You could be much slower.
Whether you're a split second after and you have that perfect MLG timing, or you do it 4 seconds too late and you don't care anyway, the heal is going to be there. The shield has to have that perfect timing. Mordio bottom side.
Oh man, they're looking for this to try to push them off, but also go for some kills.
RMU wants the first blood if they can get it. Heal going to be used. Buckzak tanking the turret aggro. Mordio trying to walk himself away. A little bit more damage would do it, but now Gillette has made his way into the fight. The damage coming down. The fist comes out, and Gillette grabs himself that kill, but now he's executed. It's not actually kill credit to UMD.
It's not a kill credit, but it's still a flash from Gillette being blown there. They get the turret though, and like you said, just replay the first 15 minutes of how that went for RMU. It's exactly what they want. Another 2-for-0 bot lane turret dive that results in first turret as well. Perfectly executed. They have the lane pressure here. Buckzak even takes aggro at the start, takes 2 shots, and then backs up. And Gillette now takes aggro as Evan RL is trying to get it for himself, but then Gillette actually walks through instead of back, blows the flash, and it's still right in range as it's coming out there.
Now UMD looking, this is exactly like last game. RMU dives bottom, gets 2 kills in the first turret, and then UMD takes the first Drake. The thing that's different is RMU isn't here to punish them this time.
Yep, like I said, no punish.
Drake secured. They're happy to get away from that one without losing 4 people this time. Walking themselves out. Their Rengar still not level 6. Mordio not level 6 either.
That's a great Weaver's Wall there from Gillette. Actually, it extends with how what ranks you have in it, so level 6, 11, and 16. But the level 6 one, you can do that if people are cut off from mid, and it gave them more than half the turret's HP in damage. Really well played there in a great wall.
And that's really what you want to see from those walls with Talia, blocking off objectives. You don't have a damaging ultimate. You don't have an ultimate that's going to blow somebody up. So you've got to find your advantages some way else, and translating that ultimate into damage on the turret, one of the best ways to use it.
Exactly. Zoning them off, making it unanswerable, and you can see now they've swapped it to the top side. Void now going to have to pick up some CS underneath the turret while his turret takes damage. And calling some people up to the top side. Double taunt in range for Evan RL. I don't think it'll amount to much more.
Evan loses about half his HP, but that's really about it. I mean, Void makes a stand, keeps the turret from taking too much more damage. Ace in the hole fired off on the Tax to make sure that he can't help out with his resistance effort either.
Yeah, really wanted to help reinforce that top side, but that ward there is doing work for them. Mordio's going to come around. Yami's like, not again. Another dive. He just got back from his previous one.
Yami shielding up the turret, trying to protect it as much as he can. Spirit's Refuge blocking a couple of headshots there.
Making sure that that trap headshot, that E headshot doesn't go through. That would have been very close to killing him off.
That's real big. Speaking of big, RMU could find some big gold advantages if they can bring down these outer turrets, getting close here in mid lane, somewhat close on top side.
Yeah, and now they have to constantly swap these lanes up. Their top lane is now where their bottom lane was, and they just keep going back and forth. So that TP mid from Void, and then Vladimir had to pick up some CS on the bottom side of the map. So they are slow crawling towards these item completion points.
Tax still farming up. RMU playing the game smart, doing what they did last time. West 64 to 63 in terms of the farm, so the Shen's done a good job staying caught up with this lane bully that you normally expect out of the Renekton. Honestly, across the board, the farm is pretty similar. One of the bigger differences you are seeing is Buckzak's 15 advantage over Nano, just because of what you were watching earlier, talking about the pressure with the Janna, saying there's not a lot you can do up against Caitlyn Nami like this.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that great at all, so just be reactive. And it's more for mid-late game pick, right? The Janna will win like melee ranged matchups, where she's the range. But other than that, she's kind of for that late game, stopping playmaking. And that's why she has such a high win rate in things like solo queue, is because she really puts a damper on what people want to do and how they try to win the game, if it's not just through the lane. Well,
but one thing we got to remember, though, what we talked about with Mordio, you pick the Olaf into the Ashe, and Janna doesn't really do a whole lot against Olaf either.
Try to out-heal his damage.
So if Mordio gets big, if Mordio's a huge threat throughout this game, then protecting Nano is going to be a pretty tall order.
Yeah. Nano, it's interesting because this composition isn't really built too much around him. It's kind of a little bit more around White, and if he can get off the ground and deal a lot of that damage in the team fight, they're going to need like 2-3 items on Nano to really do anything. Whereas this Vladimir will scale about the same time, but also be very beefy and very tanky.
Pax shows up in time to prevent any further excessive damage on mid lane tier 1, which is really, really close to dropping, if we're being honest with ourselves. One big push from RMU to be all it takes. Bucksack and Evan RL happy to be up in the top side, putting more damage onto the tier 1 there as well. Wanting to build up that objective lead, give RMU the same kind of an advantage that they had in game number 1 early. We are 11 minutes into the game almost now. Getting closer and closer towards that point where things started to look a little shaky for them. And that's still got to be in their heads from game number 1, remembering what happened after the early game. Is now an arrow on the Bucksack. Good flash away. Mordio now running back into the fight with the Ragnarok and the Ghost, but immediately disengaging and stopping.
Yep, that's the Nami ultimate really helping out there. And that's why I thought it was so weird that they would take the Janna when the Nami will help them in pretty much the same way. Looking for Mordio though, Tax.
Remember, Mordio has no Ghost and no ultimate, so he's not exactly the most useful. White almost going to be soloed out by Gillette, forced to flash away. Threaded volley plus Morello Namicon is not a fun time for a Vladimir.
Got him really low, so even if he had gone in for a Q, there's potentially dies because the Morello Namicon was reducing his healing. And Gillette has the ultimate, looking for a roam, looking for this top turret, just got the mid and pushed out the Vladimir, knows that they'll have a number advantage here, and now they're just splitting the map. They can get this top turret, get the damage on it, and meanwhile West gets to push the bottom side.
RMU playing this one clean so far, 4,500 gold lead, 11 minutes in. Is a very, very good lead early.
And you can tell they really don't rely on these kind of bloody fights and the constant fighting. They rely on the macro game and trying to win, even from positions where they may not be ahead, and they're just playing that from moving around the map and rotating correctly. You see 5,000 gold up, the Rift Herald coming in soon for them as well. As an Infernal Drake in 20 seconds, so get the Rift Herald reset, go to Infernal Drake seems to be the plan for RMU coming up.
Then if you win a fight at Infernal Drake, you've got a numbers advantage, just pop the Rift Herald, start marching down a lane.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually have exact timing to get to the Infernal Drake, because there's some damage for UMD. People are backing right now. You gotta get on it. If you're UMD and you want this, you get on it now, and you just try to take it as soon as it spawns. But West?
Yeah, West in a 1v3, exhausted, arrowed, more damage coming out. Tax might want to go further, but instead chooses not to. Wall comes down, Tax juggled back. A root onto Gillette will stop the chase here, as UMD moves their way over to Infernal.
Oh, they're trying to go for this Infernal. This is going to be risky. They're all going to be in the back of the pit. This is kind of the repeat of last time.
This could be the replay from game number 1. West and Mordio looking to go in if they can. Yami going to be killed instantly. West diving around, able to bring down another one. 2 dead on the side of UMD. Make it number 3. Nano will surely be 4 here. Gillette with the damage coming out. A double kill, a triple kill for Talia. And RMU will find 1 for 4 again, but this time they're walking away with the Drake.
Yep, that's the change. They get the Drake this time, but oh man, you said it. Just play the first 15 minutes over again.
And they're doing it!
And you're gonna have pretty much the same. This is really well rehearsed. We talked about how the dive on the bottom side looked like something RMU seems like they were very comfortable doing. This fight here, this Infernal Drake, if you want it, you don't fight West. You go straight for the Drake, because if you don't, this is what happens. Everybody shows up, and then you just get slaughtered. And UMD feel that right there.
I honestly can't believe how similar this is to game number 1 right now. Down to the gold lead values. The gold lead is a little bit bigger than in game number 1. We're up to 6K instead of around 5K where it was last time.
Yeah, I think they got the turrets a little bit faster.
Just the overall tempo of things seems to be identical to game number 1. And now we are at that point where things started to slip a little bit for RMU. So here's where we see, have they corrected those errors? Have they fixed those mistakes?
They also got the Rift Herald this time, so they can use the Rift Herald to push up and get themselves an objective. They had it in the previous game, but they weren't able to use it where it's like really getting them a whole bunch of objectives. They were able to get one turret, but I want to see if they're able to use it this time.
They pretty much suicided it into the inhib turret.
Yeah, it went to Yami last time. The support picked it up, the Lulu, and then he backed, and then he used it way later on, I believe, topside.
Okay, it wasn't even an inhib turret then. I think
yeah.
it was just crashing into the tier 2.
Yeah, sorry. So when I said, RMU, get it this time, that's what I meant, sorry.
No, all good, all good.
So now they have that, they got the Drake, so we're seeing some little differences. It's not completely deja vu.
It's pretty close, but it's still a very solid situation for RMU. As they're holding tight, they're not doing anything crazy aggressive. They're getting down plenty of vision in enemy territory. You can see the wards creeping up further into the jungle of UMD to choke away their map control, choke away their vision.
And we'll see what they do here, because they're kind of going into a 1-4 composition split here with Gillette, who's 4-1-1, going to the side. And that's going to be Mordio using it mid. As the engage comes down.
Evan RL having to sidestep that arrow to keep himself alive, but the Rue comes out. Tack's going to be burned down. Void trying to get away, but he can't flash the wall, and Buckstack gets himself a kill as the tier 2 should go down here. Mordio chasing down Nano, making a double for the Caitlyn. The turret falls, the champions fall. These guys are just in an RMU blender right now.
And then Rift Herald's gonna take care of this turret as well. Oh man, I talked about bot lane buffet. Bottom lane right now, 0, 6, and 2 combined for UMD.
That's an inhibitor at 16 minutes.
Yep, and this Rift Herald having none of this.
Rift Herald is going on his final hurrah. Honorable Sudoku from the Rift Herald.
Just a little bit there. It's a she, by the way.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I assumed the Rift Herald.
Yeah, never do that, never assume it. Anyway, Tax jumped in, but then he just gets annihilated there by the crit from Bucksack, and then the follow-up there, and Void, just blocked off by the Talia wall from Gillette. And that was a Rift Herald that got placed down by Mordio right as the engage was starting, where White threw down his ultimate, and then they were able to start it off, but it was not completely in their favor. And that allowed them to get so much off that. Like you talked about, they got 3 structures, including an inhibitor.
Look at these items. Rylai is now done on Talia, Black Cleaver done on the Renekton, Infinity Edge with parts for his Zeal evolution done for Bucksack on the Caitlyn. This is so scary to have to deal with if you're on UMD, because RMU is 5 digits of gold ahead.
Yeah, they're 10,000 gold up over University of Maryland at 17.5 minutes.
Now at this point, you can start brute forcing things. You can start just diving and killing the enemy team because you're so far ahead. There's not really a lot they can do to retaliate against it. Well, West up there in the top side, damage coming through. Evan RL grabbing the kill, and Nano is out of there before he even knew what to do. Honestly, there really wasn't anything to do. You're just stuck as the enemy team now continues their 1-4 split. 6th turret dropping now on the UMD side. They haven't killed any of RMU.
Just had complete control. 11,500 gold up for RMU as they just place themselves near these turrets.
And place traps near these turrets, making it even more impossible to defend. Caitlyn is so strong in a siege scenario, makes it so difficult for the enemy team to protect those objectives. Now the inhibitor turret taken so very low. Tax wanting to come around from the side. Mordio and the rest of RMU back themselves away for now.
Turret too.
Turret falls. Inhibitor will now be the target. They've still got the trap line up. Tax never found a way to really do a whole lot of anything. West, the one who's going to be jumped on by these guys, taken low but not taken out. Damage over the wall with
Mordio.
Further follow-up. Mordio in the fight, exhausted, but it will not matter. More damage coming out through the undertow as White is jumped onto, but they managed to catch themselves. West, he dives back in. They grab the kill onto the enemy AD carry as a trade for West, and they'll continue tearing the base apart.
This is one of the fastest games you'll ever see in the top 8 here. This is so quick. 19 minutes in, 12K up, White trying to reverse it.
He wants to go in, make some kind of a play, but instead he's buried under a pile of rocks. Tax grabs the kill onto Evan RL. 2 dead right now on the side of RMU. Gillette kiting backwards. Bucksack still here too. Tax does not want anything else to do with this.
Yeah, tell me Rock Ladies aren't scary again. right there.
We were comparing them to snipers, and by the way, 2-0 and 8 Caitlyn's are pretty scary too.
7-1 and 4 Talia. I'm just saying.
Are you saying that kills are better than assists, Irene? You're not a team player.
You're right. You're right. You got me there. I can't say that. West though, he tries to go for the kills here. He doesn't want any of those assists. Doesn't get the kill onto Tax, who gets saved by Yami, and then he goes really hard to help clean up here as he gets hit with the ultimate from White. Feels like he's gonna die still, and then he just gets picked up right at the end, but helped get the counter kill, and they got that bottom inhibitor. So that's the type of sacrifice you talked about, brute forcing. That's what you got to do, and they got them those structures.
RMU is coming back on some kind of a mission this game. They seem thoroughly unpleased.
Revenge is a hell of a drug.
Yeah,
Captain Flowers
a great man once said. And right now, RMU is living that vengeance dream, striking quickly and effectively at the throat of UMD, looking to end this game in record time. As Tax, White, Yami, everybody on UMD struggling to find any sort of a way to hold on, and honestly, it's practically out of their hands. They need their opponent to just commit some sort of a major throw, and it's not happening. RMU stepping themselves away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Nami ult and the Talia ult used here, though.
But even if you fight, you're losing your base.
The base in some trouble. Mordio also in some trouble. Redemption coming out, keeping him alive. Nano zoned away by Gillette and Evan RL. West going to be bursted down pretty heavily. He's tanking 4. He's not tanking any longer. UMD have found themselves a 1-for-0, but now they've got to fall back. Their Nexus turrets are going to drop. They're going to lose the T2 in the top side anyway. What even looks like a win is not a win for this team right now when they're this far behind. The push continues.
The base is in shambles, and that 12,000 gold advantage just constantly flexing with those inhibitors. Mid inhibitor actually comes back up. It's going to stop that push just a little bit, but this top...
Oh no, the super minion of all things. One last smack with that shield takes down Nexus turret number 1. Middle inhibitor will stand for now. Top lane inhib turret still being pressured onto by Mordio and Evan RL. They'll sploosh one little bit of water onto that and then back themselves away. West back alive now. Keep it in mind, he's got TP if a fight should break out here.
Yep. Baron on the table, Ocean Drake as well. But also RMU, they just have an open inhibitor mid to take UMD. We'll see what the next move is here. For RMU, basically the field is open. They just have to make whatever call they want and stick to it.
Yeah, as long as everyone's on the same page, I don't see any way this team doesn't find success with this kind of a lead.
Yeah, it's such a large lead at such an early point in the game that UMD, this would have to go very late for them to actually come back into it.
Absolutely. This would have to just turn into a complete turtle fest where RMU suicides into their lines
With
4 or 5
Talia,
times.
I don't think that's going to happen, especially the way that Gillette has been playing it, where you can turtle, but sure, he's going to section you off from your turrets and then take your turret, and they'll just keep doing that and get triple inhibitor and keep pushing. So the reality is, the way that RMU have been playing, I don't know how much longer this is going to go on. It won't be that much longer.
I mean, honestly, the turret count is 9-0.
Yeah.
RMU have not dropped a single structure this game. UMD never got the chance. They never found that footing that we talked about last game to even resemble a team that has a comeback opportunity. Now they're just clearing out their own wards, trying to get closer to Baron, but RMU's already all over that.
Yeah. It's going to be Baron, possibly started up, but West will be on the bottom side of the map, looking for potentially shoving that bottom wave in, shoving Nano in. But they see a lot of UMD, so the fact that they haven't started this Baron, a little bit of a head scratch. There goes the Hawk shot.
No voids here.
You can see it, but I don't know how much more you can do about it. Tax, he'll try to jump in. They actually have some ways to stop him. He's running all the way around.
Tax needs to be the hero. Can he get it? That was really
the damage they took off
really early. I don't know about that one. Gillette ultimately taking the kill onto Tax as Buckzak, the one who grabs Baron.
Yep.
And with a 13,000 gold lead, RMU should lock this one away as West does die for the effort.
Yeah, West dies. He does have teleport, so you can keep pushing, and he's up in 20 seconds, so you can TP in and help reinforce. But you're still in a good spot here if you are RMU with all that gold that you have and all the levels you have in terms of an advantage here. Pushing up. Bottom lane still up a lot. Buckzak has been doing work this game.
Inhibitors have respawned. Both are still up now. White going in, looking for the flash, looking for the dive onto the back line. Buck, Zach, and Gillette kiting themselves back. White trying to stay alive, but he's rooted and beaten down. Now they've got West in the fight. The entirety of RMU is here, and they are just destroying UMD. The gold lead is far too large, and UMD will not have a chance after this.
You said step 1 for UMD, win that first match. Step 2 of 2, RMU says no, it's step 2 of 3. They're gonna have to beat us again, and it's not this game.
Right now, Buck Zach's killing spree onto the enemy team will be the ace. The turret goes down, the Nexus will follow. Yami has left the game, as has everyone, because this one's over with RMU tying it up.
25 minutes in, just a complete stop. What they did this time was they didn't take a lot of those plays that they did in the previous one. They flexed themselves around the map. We saw faster turret takes to get all of the outers. The Rift Herald fell into their hands instead of into the hands of UMD, and they were able to utilize that with a great mid lane fight that got them that first inhibitor.
Faster turret takes, no sloppy mid-game fights, no really audacious engages when everyone wasn't in position. RMU, it's like they recognized game number 1, they were, and we even saw it, right? We saw in the clip with Wes talking, he was like, it's not that we're discounting this team, it's just that we're mainly looking past towards the matches that we're thinking are going to be the big ones. After losing game number 1, they said, okay, this is now a big one too. We don't get to play the others if we don't win here. It seemed like they took this game a lot more seriously than the first game, and it worked out really well for them.
Yeah, showed a little bit of impatience, I would say, both in like the gameplay, but also in like you're talking about, they just want to move to the next stage, right? They want to keep going. They want to make the finals again. They want to get revenge on UBC possibly, or whoever they'll be playing. So RMU, they're looking ahead, but they don't want to get caught by this trap game. In that first game, definitely was one that looked like a big trap for them.
Let's take a look at the 15-minute RMU run down mid lane. See exactly how these guys made it all happen.
Yeah, they run it down mid with Rift Herald here. It just pops up, and then Tax almost blows up Evan RL, who gets away with a quick flash, and then it gets completely turned around on Tax, as also you see Void get knocked up there by the wall because he's trying to escape, and that's what the Rift Herald just does to turrets. Just shred them, as Mordio does the same to the bottom lane here.
And with 4 people dead, the Rift Herald continues the push. They take down that inhibitor turret. They take down the inhib at 16 minutes, I believe it was. Yep. And that's what essentially just locks this game away, makes it so RMU controls the map for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and then the next 9 minutes, 25 minutes in, that's just a formality for them to just constantly stack on top of their gold lead. 10K up at that point. They end the game 16,500 gold up. Pretty much obliterated them.
That is... You talk about the morale that it puts your team in, coming back from behind, finding that win in game number 1 for UMD. You want to smash somebody's morale, you win in a method like that. You never allow them a chance to even play the game. Locked out of turrets. They got 1 Drake early on, but that's pretty much it. And RMU was just in the driver's seat from start to finish. A very clean-looking team. This is what you expect a back-to-back finalist team to look like.
Yeah, and I definitely think RMU, we talked about the coach's effect. We're able to go back and say, all right, just do it again. Just do it a little bit cleaner and make sure that you aren't getting too ahead of yourselves, because a 25-minute game is a ridiculous time to be able to just destroy a team that's also in the top 8 at.
The teams are all tied up, but only one can claim the win and go on to the semifinals. Meet us back here for the deciding game between Robert Morris and the University of Maryland. RMU wants the first blood if they can get it. Heal going to be used. Buck Zach tanking the turret aggro. Mordio trying to walk himself away. A little bit more damage would do it, but now Gillette has made his way into the fight. The damage coming down. The fist comes out. This could be the replay from game number 1. West and Mordio looking to go in if they can. Yami going to be killed instantly. West diving around, able to bring down another one. 2 dead on the side of UMD. Make it number 3. Nano will surely be 4 here. Gillette with the damage coming out. A double kill, a triple kill for Talia. Down Boyd trying to get away, but he can't flash the wall, and Buckstack gets himself a kill as the tier 2 should go down here. Mordio chasing down Nano, making a double for the Caitlyn. And they are just destroying UMD. The gold lead is far too large, and UMD will not have a chance after this. What's up, everybody? We are back and heading into Game 3 of RMU versus UMD. UMD have chosen the blue side heading into this decider match to see who's going on to the semifinals and who's going home.
Yep. I think blue side, good choice for them because now they could possibly get the Ivern, the Lulu, or the Karma for themselves, play a protect the 80 carry comp that worked for them later on and scaled. But you still have to watch out for RMU when they're on their game. We saw how sharp they were in their dives to the bottom side of the map in both games and the team fights they had early on pre-15 minutes.
And we can't pretend like the first game for UMD was super clean and it played to a strategy that they were just dialed into and knew what they were getting themselves into the entire time, because it was really bad looking early on, but RMU's mistakes and UMD's patience worked together to allow them to come back and find themselves a win through the better play, through the more patient and calculated play. Game number 2, RMU didn't allow them to have those windows after they fell behind early.
Yeah, RMU didn't give anything up. They had some fights that were a little sloppy, but they weren't in the same vein as before, and they made sure that they were just flexing as 5, right? They weren't doing the whole, okay, we picked somebody, somebody's kind of running up now, but they went for the full team fights, the full pick apart as well. And I think that that was really the change for them as they played it slow, and as Wes talked about in his interview that we had seen previously, it's like they just want clean games, right? They're looking ahead a little bit, but they want those clean games. And that last one was one that you can definitely say really clean.
Yeah, and you mentioned that a couple of the fights had a little bit of sloppiness to them. But when you look at which fights those were, it was mostly the ones after you already saw a 10,000 gold lead, and they were just trying to end it.
Yeah,
right? They were trying to brute force the game ending, make sure that it just stopped as fast as possible. That's where it showed up. Why they were still having those questions on, is this enough? It was mostly quick, clean, exactly what it needed to be, very tempered.
Yeah, and then they were able to kind of just like put the last finishing touches on it, which I think was the right thing for RMU, and they really wanted that because that's not what they were doing in the first game. So they were able to reset, they were able to push themselves and keep themselves a little bit, tempered. Game 3, blue side for UMD. They'll most likely get a better support than the Janna that they had in the second game. And so we're looking at what is going to happen here in those other lanes because that's kind of where, the game is decided. The early dives are huge, and that's mostly strategy from RMU, not so much draft or anything. But then it's what happens with those side lanes? What happens in that Shen lane versus the Renekton? What's going on with the Talia Vladimir? Both sides of the matchup right now have been going back and forth.
I don't really understand the Janna pick too well in the second game. It didn't seem, like you said, with Nami up, it just seems like you would pick Nami instead. You do a very similar role, but you just seem to do it earlier and you do it better.
Up against an Olaf as well. I mean, offering somebody a heal and like a slow and a movement speed increase, etc., which is probably better, but they ended up with the Janna, which is very counterable.
Well, they got to change it up here because this is the last stop for one of these two teams. At the end of this game, we'll find out which one, but we're into the bans for the 3rd time between these two, and for the 3rd time, Maryland will ban Kled against West.
And RMU, expect the Ivern ban to come through. But it's
Galio first. Okay.
All right. Galio was their last ban in the previous game. They had banned Galio, Gragas, and Ivern in their first ban phase.
Could potentially be thinking about maybe switching the Ivern out for something else. You never know.
Wow, okay. So UMD banning the Lulu away. In the game 1, they had banned Elise, Kled, and Karma and made it so that they banned support last. Now, they're actually banning the Lulu, which was banned by them in the previous game. Like the previous game, when they were red side, it was Kled, Lulu, and Karma. They might be looking for the same 3 bans, potentially a Caitlyn pickup. It's a little odd. You don't get that same shielding support from your team.
Well, Ivern is still banned away by Robert Morris University. They just apparently felt like switching it up a little bit in order this time around. Do not want him in the game. That's actually all 5 games we've seen played today on this stream have had Ivern banned in them.
Yeah. Thankfully. Gragas is the other ban from RMU. See if that slots in there, but Caitlyn. So Karma is kind of the one that's left up here, shoving support that helps you win in pressure lane, but also has good scaling in terms of keeping somebody alive.
Do you ban that on RMU?
I think you ban Gragas.
Nope, they're banning out the Gragas. You called it. And Karma, the instant lock-in for the side of UMD, recognizing that that's open, swapping it up, swooping it up.
When you ban the Galio and then they get Gragas top first pick, and you don't get to trade much for it,
feels pretty bad.
Feels really bad, and apparently West just really doesn't want to play against that champion here in the top lane, and that would give some disengage power too, so yeah.
Can you really blame the guy for not wanting to have to play against that?
Not at all.
I can't. But Ash locked in for Robert Morris University, picking up that powerful AD carry with Caitlyn banned away. Going to have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow engage opportunity as the kiting potential as well. Have to see what else they want to decide to go with here. They have been picking Mordio's junglers early. So we'll see if he decides to go with that this time around. Ooh, okay.
Kha'Zix banned one time by RMU up against Tax, who's been playing the Kha'Zix and the Rengar. So far the Rengar in this series, but that's with everything up as they take Kha'Zix.
Olaf.
All right, covered again. It's possible that Tax goes for it. We'll see. Another shielder?
Ooh, this is looking to protect the AD carry. Okay, you got the Twitch. This is what they won with in the first game.
Now there's a lot of questions here. You take the Shen, you even take something like Orianna this early on?
You could. I mean, if you don't, it's guaranteed to be banned out in the second phase now that you've locked in the Karma and the Twitch. So that's the decision they have to make. Do you want the Ori? Do you want to expose that counter pick this early? Or do you want to risk just not getting it at all and they just say, okay, you can ban it. We're taking the Olaf.
Wait to see at least one of the solo laners here for Maryland. That's what they're waiting for. They want to see what RMU has. The Olaf comes through up against the Ashe, so once again, can rush straight at her, avoid arrows, etc. So looking for a pick here for Robert Morris University. Would be the support if they want to match roles completely.
Okay, going for Talia. It's been played now once by each mid laner. This third time, it's going over to Gillette for the second time.
Yep, he played it in the most recent game. Great performance, 10-1 and 7, I believe, was his final scoreline there. Great roams and helped the team so much, but look at that Nami ban may signal that they're just trying to pinch that support and give themselves a better bottom lane here. Should have to get rid of Zyra as well, I assume would be the other ban.
Meanwhile, Robert Morris doing exactly what we said they'd do, taking Ori off the table, recognizing how good that would synergize with the enemy composition, not letting that come to fruition. One more ban for RMU in this series, and it's going to be Syndra.
Now you don't have to ban the Kassadin as Maryland. So they had banned it previously in the second round both times, but they see the Talia and no. So now do they ban the Zyra away from Robert Morris University? And that pinches support very heavily with a takeaway as well as 2 to 3 bans.
Only got 5 seconds or so left to choose, and that'll be it. They don't want to have to deal with the Ashe Zyra lane. Not willing to deal with that amount of oppression in one single part of the map. 2 picks to go for each side. We need to see a support, and we need to see a top laner from Robert Morris.
Yeah, I think we pick support here. Save your top laner for West for last. If he has something special planned. You see Evan RL talking about what he wants here. And the Sona.
Okay. He played Janna last game. He played Alistar the first game, and he's playing Sona now. This guy is doing old school supports out of meta.
Yeah, he was playing Nami last time. It was Yami that was on that previously, the Janna last game.
That's right. I goofed it.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
It's one of those days where
crisscross my support.
I saw a flash in front of me. And I was like, what? Did that happen at level 1? No, it didn't. Don't worry about it.
No, we're good. We're good.
But like you said, the Alistar, throwing it back here because that's an Alistar for Yami on the other side. And that means it's a mid-Karma the whole time.
Now there's a change up. Mid-Karma. That means those shields and those inner flames, especially if they're mantra'd, they're going to be huge.
Yep. And now this composition took a huge pivot because it went from, oh, look at this, it's about focusing the Twitch, making sure the Twitch is protected with the bottom lane and the shoves. It's like, no, engage. Twitch has some peel, but it's also this Olaf that's going to be speeding towards the back line, and you have Yami to engage. Diving an Alistar, very different than diving, say, a Lulu or even the Janna that they had last game.
One more pick, and it's Fizz in the top lane. We've seen this pick run away with games.
And this is brutal too. West now has the opportunity to really destroy this top lane. He had the Renekton into Shen. There's ways to outplay that. This though relies all on positioning of Void in the top lane on that Rumble. If he mispositioned, there's the potential for the Fizz to really just 100-0 him, chase him down that long lane in the top side.
Very difficult to deal with a Fizz if he gets fed. Especially the top lane bruiser style of Fizz with the Ignite and the Teleport both. And there's a lot of diving potential, honestly, coming out from RMU. They've got the Kha'Zix, they've got the Fizz, an Arrow can help them out. You can throw a wall into there too if you want Talia behind them.
Yeah, very squishy though. That's kind of the addendum or like the little asterisk I'll put here is it's a squishy composition, a lot of damage, but it does take some skill to execute. And they can 1-3-1 if they want with a Talia or 4-1 split push with the Fizz and an advantage. But then UMD's composition, team fight. Get in there, team fight, have some picks happen, but you want to enable that Rumble. You want to get the Olaf in the thick of things, and you want to have this Karma that will constantly shove the mid lane, have some type of priority, and take care of Nano.
I mean, if you look at Robert Morris's comp, this is very scary if you fall behind to it, because Kha'Zix and Fizz will jump out of anywhere and one-shot you. However, if this composition falls behind, and they have to team fight against equalizers and spray and praise, they're just going to get eviscerated.
It's going to be really rough for them. It's always easier to execute the team fight composition when at an even point. Whereas if you get ahead, though, with RMU's comp, shutting it down, you're going to get picked apart across the map. The Fizz will take turrets, and you're going to have to really react in the correct way at every moment as you get into Game 3.
This is the decider. No more after this. Whoever's Nexus explodes is going home. UMD or RMU, one of these two will advance to the semifinals over the course of the next 2 days. The other one's journey in the college championship ends here. Looks like we do have a little bit of a pause as we start off. We'll have to see exactly what's going on with that one. Hopefully just a small issue. And you got to wonder what that does to these players as you're in this potential high-intensity moment. This is the game decider. This decides whether or not you get to keep playing. And now that energy, that momentum, that inertia, the nerves gets interrupted and sort of just put on the back burner for a moment because of a pause like this. I feel like that could really throw your concentration potentially if you're not extremely focused.
Yeah, you have to keep your focus, stay on your game, especially if one of the teams is going for something like a level 1. You don't know, and you always have to be completely cognizant of that. And when you get back in the game, you have to immediately get yourself back in there, say, what was I doing? What are we doing? And what's going to happen next? And also talk about what the enemy team is potentially doing as well.
Got to make sure you're all staying on that same page. Dialed in, exactly where you need to be mentally, exactly where you need to be in terms of that focus to find that win here. Remember, Maryland wanted so badly to knock RMU out of this tournament. It looked like it was a potential reality for a team that was generally seen as one of the weaker attendees here at the college championship after game number 1. But then in game number 2, RMU smashed back so hard that now it's just a bunch of question marks for these guys. Can they actually seal the deal?
Yep. And I'm hearing that it was an accidental pause as well. So, it's interesting. Seems like teams are getting ready, making sure everything is good. But, yeah, that's going to be resuming really shortly. And accidental pauses are something that you have to type that out, man. That's not just a button anywhere that you accidentally hit. You got to type that thing out.
Yeah, I'm not really certain exactly how that happens, but my job's not to know pause rules. My job is to get excited about game number 3s, and that's exactly what I'm here to do today. UMD and RMU, again, both just going to be drawing that line of scrimmage here at the start, stopping anyone from walking too close to their own territory, preventing the deep wards, preventing the invades. Kha'Zix versus Olaf in the jungle. Olaf so good at control jungling, at dueling if he runs into you. Kha'Zix able to get some solid ganks down. A lot of damage too, especially if he gets ahead. Very scary to deal with.
And this is really interesting as well when I'm looking just across the board. Bottom lane, Nano, Doran Shield again, totally fine on Twitch. Yami, Ancient Coin again, but this time on Alistar, which means he'll heal up passively by things that are around him, but have to pick up coins. And I don't really think it's that incredible unless he goes for the movement speed portion of it later on.
and he gets himself that burst to help engage, because otherwise you're kind of better off going with the faster completed quest of the Targons, of the Relic Shield.
Well, a nice chicken's leash from Gillette for Mordio so that he's able to start this one off as effectively as possible. Doesn't want to take too much damage from this camp if he can help it. Bottom lane, I'm looking forward to watching this Sona, Irene. This is a champion you don't normally get to see at higher levels of play because it's generally just considered a lesser valued pick. It's really easy to blow up, really easy to catch out.
I mean, we saw it even at the midseason invitational, right? It's another range support that has potential to engage, has a way to poke people out of lane, and Evan RL is doing just that already. There's 0 CS picked up for Nano. He's just gotten those bits of experience, and Evan RL is just constantly pushing him out. And one of the beauties of Sona is she doesn't draw minion aggro with the Qs, so the caster minions will just go about their business as she harasses.
Maybe the age where I don't see Sona very often is over. Maybe with MSI and now college championships, we're getting into the age of Sona picks. Evan RL and Bucksack controlling this bottom lane very well. 12 CS to 0 after the first couple of waves.
Yeah, pretty brutal there in terms of how much they were just getting pushed in and weren't able to really do much about it.
In a melee matchup into Sona as well, Alistar, you pretty much got to go all in or nothing.
They picked it. They picked it, right?
They did pick it.
They saw the Sona, they had the Karma, they flexed it to mid, picked the Alistar, say, Yami's going to do it again. We're playing for late game. They're playing for late game against a team that just ended a game at 25 minutes against them and demolished them.
And you got to wonder if that's what they need to do, but that is what the call has been. West goes in onto Void, finds a solid amount of damage, and that it always surprises me just how much Seastone Trident will do when the Mark is fully armed.
Oh, the triple damage that you deal once you've actually gotten in on them is really, like you said, it's deceptive. It's so much damage.
Fizz seems like he would lose some trades at some points, like right there when you saw him dive onto Void, but then as soon as he gets that proc, all of a sudden Fizz won the trade.
Yeah, but right now he's going through corrupting potion stacks. There's caster minions on him.
Yeah.
And it's up against a Doran shield, which has really helped a lot of these matchups that can be bullied early to just thrive.
Void perfectly content with the way things are going right now, as Yami and Nano can't really say the same between the power chords.
Yeah. They're basically at the point where
volleys.
It's been CS almost doubled here, and right there it is doubled. You can see Bucksack 30 to 15. He'll pick up some under this turret, so Nano will get a little bit better on that. But it's just huge.
Hawk shot fired off.
Seeing them?
Finding its way through the jungle.
Doesn't, but sees the Raptors.
Ash is so effective at tracking where the enemy jungler is. Even if you fire that off and you don't see the enemy jungler, you see which camps are down, and it helps you keep track.
It's one of the reasons that counter jungling is such a good thing as well. When you counter jungle, you're not just taking away the camp and experience. Like, that's really great, but also you can kind of track where the jungler can now be on the map for the next few minutes. You took his whole bottom side jungle, he's got nothing to do on bot side except gank, and you call that out for your team, and you know that he's going to be looking for something on that side. Tax, though, walking around, speaking of being able to gank, there's the engagement from Yami.
There we go. Yami wants to make it happen, but Evan RL flashing himself away, trying to stay alive here. Tax exhausted, more damage going to be coming through, and UMD, for the first time this series, gets first blood.
And that's what they're looking for with the Alistar pick. The engage there, the headbutt pulverize, as well as Tax coming through. Even through the exhaust, the Olaf is slowing and dealing so much damage. It's 3 summoner spells for 3, but that first blood goes over to the Twitch, exactly who they wanted on.
One more time showing exactly how he got in there with that blast cone.
The blast cone and the ward a little bit too far back, but Nano had went into stealth just to open up and get more attack speed when he comes out, and then they pick up Evan RL. Get that first blood for themselves on that Sona, so that'll alleviate a lot of that pressure in that bottom side.
Mordio getting himself out right as Tax shows up, hops over to the cone, and then blasts himself to safety. A little bit of counter jungling from him. And even though first blood, with assist money, by the way, went to UMD, RMU is still up in terms of gold because they're out farming in every single lane. And the jungle.
Yep, got some of that counter jungling going. The bottom lane, gold actually even between the 80 carries. So Bucksack and Nano at the same place right now. Pretty close, about 50 off from each other. The wave will hit and we'll see if he gets that. But yeah, that's what they're looking for here, is just to try and get more there. But like you said, top lane, really is the big point where that Fizz picked into the Rumble. Not so much a safe blind pick, but you were playing for the composition, you're playing for some team fight. You're gonna have to deal with West Coast Carry on one of these things that, when he's champions, like he's quite good at dominating a game on.
I mean, he's not named West Coast Tank. He's playing the kind of champion that
Good
puts
point.
the game on his back.
Good point. Now he's just West because it doesn't fit with his RMU tag, but yes.
Right, yeah, sometimes your name is too long.
It's too big for broadcast, unfortunately. But West still loves those carry champions, even if it's not in his name anymore. We'll see what he does.
Carries. Mordio on the Kazakhs, farming up now, getting closer to that level 6, just now ticked it. So he's got the Void Rush. He can get into the fights and keep himself alive as he finds the damage. So I'm looking at both these junglers having those ultimates unlocked to look to make those plays and get their teammates ahead.
You just had flashes blown bottom. I feel like bottom is a great place to visit if you're the Olaf. They need to keep tight vision control there. But the problem is that his blue buff is coming up. You want to hand that off. And Mordio knows it too. Mordio's going to possibly look for the invade here.
I mean, West is a lot stronger than Void is, it seems. He's got a level up on him. He's got his Sheen constantly forcing Void under the turret. Mordio wants to try to move in here, see if he can flex those muscles. Jumps over the wall. Blue buff still alive. A ward over the wall to keep an eye on what's happening, and West decides to go for white. W versus W. Gillette comes over the wall, makes his own wall. The burst comes through. RMU's grabbing themselves one. Can they find number 2? Answer is no. They walk out. Blue buff still alive, but now going back in, recognizing the 3v2 opportunity and potential. Patience running low on the blue buff. Mordio walking it slowly back towards its home, and then blasts it.
Yep. Really well played there from RMU. Like you said, West had priority top, means that there's a lot of minions missed by Void during all of that, but also the equalizer really early as the outplay came through from RMU, and they all collapsed onto white, which was the call there after West had landed his Chum the Waters, which we'll see again right here. The setup is good. I like the collapse here from RMU. They're going to be a little faster. Then West throws it onto White, who still has flash. Tries to flash away, but it's still not enough. And look at this. The flash was down bottom and gets
Oh, that poison expunged. Nano picking himself up, kill number 2.
Now, well played there, able to get him. Pick that up. And this is the bottom lane that, you know, if we look at the composition, said Karma. That's mostly for that guy in the bottom, a little bit for that Olaf. About the team fight, Twitch is the person you want those kills on early game, and that's exactly what's going on for UMD right now.
Tax starting off on that Earth Drake, though. Remember that UMD in both previous matches have got the first Elemental Drake. It seems to be a pattern for them, something they like to focus on. RMU, they've got bodies nearby, but so does UMD. It's not like they're doing this with one guy. They've got White and Yami both there on peel duty to make sure. But the TP is being channeled. RMU wants to stop this. They get very bloody very quickly. Karma going to be stunned up. Mordio trying to find his way into the fight. Nano going to be returning the damage. White is already down. Gillette into the pit. Tax securing the objective. Trying to fight, but with no flash, there's no way out. It's 2-0 so far. Evan RL won't be able to chase any further. Mordio does not want to jump over that wall. And it's going to be Earth Drake for 2.
You talk about UMD, really like those first Drakes, but going for them when there really shouldn't be something you're taking. They don't have the priority mid. They spend too many people on it. Tax doesn't have enough mana to do it quickly. And now he's TPing as a White, TPing to the tier 2 to make sure it doesn't go down.
And I mean, that was an Earth Drake too. That's the hardest one to kill in terms of the amount of effort you have to expend, as Yami's going to be looking to start the fight off here. Gillette returning plenty of damage onto him. And UMD, despite utilizing the flash on the Alistair, will not come up with the play here. RMU still hanging around. Double buffs on that Talia. Very scary. Infinite spam, infinite threaded volleys, health regeneration.
They're wrapping around White right now. Trying to look for a pick.
Gillette won't find it.
And then another push.
Mordio trying to scare Tax away for now. Jumps away. Well, more damage coming in. Onto the turret as well. A couple more auto attacks will do it. There we go. Playful Trickster out.
That's the first turret.
First turret
goes
Nano
up to
RMU. Nano flashes over the wall. I don't know what the plan is there, but Evan RL grabbing the kill onto Tax. Nano looking to get the Contaminate potentially onto Mordio, who jumps away, poisoned but still alive. Mordio just barely walking away from this one. Yami has no ultimate, by the way, just absolutely deleted. Gillette grabbing the kill credit as RMU goes up 5-2.
Another good fish from West there to just turn it around and get back in there. But yeah, Nano popped the ultimate, didn't have the contaminate for the later half of the fight. And this guy, he's playing quite well right now, has CS advantage, has 2 kills. But the fact that the team was going for that type of fight, and really trying to overextend without all of their ultimates or even their Rumble there to pop down the ultimate is questionable. This is a 4-on-5. They don't have their Rumble. They're just trying to brute force this. He hasn't even started rotating, and Nano flashes forward. Not quite there in terms of killing multiple members. Oh, and now Rumble shows up, but he doesn't have Equalizer. And Yami's gonna have to take the fish from the team. And he gets picked up too. And now Void's here, but no Equalizer, because it's such a decent cooldown at the first rank, and they used it previously when they were doing the Dragon.
Now RMU with an almost 3,000 gold lead. They're moving into enemy territory. They're setting down those wards. They're coming potentially bottom lane for the collapse. But they're pushing this lead. They want to make sure that they end this game quickly, like game number 2. Don't give their opponents, an opportunity to come back into this with the scaling potential of the Twitch.
Yeah, and this is kind of going to be the same story as that previous one we talked about, that game 1 that UMD won. Because right now, they've lost mid-turret. Remember when they lost mid-turret against the Kassadin? They've lost pressure. Gillette on this Talia can now roam around, set up plays. There it is.
Yami gonna have so much damage coming in, even through the Alistar ultimate, won't do anything. Nano cannot survive, but Buckzak, the poison ticking, and he's healed! Just barely. West takes the kill solo onto Void in the top side. Wow, that heal was just in time.
This is disaster for UMD, but RMU across the map, they grouped up, got mid on the Karma that had built a Chalice first, got himself an Athenes. They go bottom, they use Gillette, who had 100% kill participation before that solo kill top, and they get themselves a bottom turret as West just takes care of things on the top.
When you can win in 2 opposite ends of the map at the same time, you're feeling good about where you sit in the game, especially with a 5,000 gold lead at 13 minutes. Here's that 1v1.
Yeah, West throws down the fish, gets on him. Flash still available for Void. Doesn't.
There's that deceptive burst.
Yeah. Interesting. Doesn't use it there. Fizz doesn't take Flash. Fizz takes the Ignite, so it's a little strange. It seems like maybe he was afraid of the Playful Trickster chase afterwards. But maybe he didn't have it, but it looked like he did have it.
Now RMU rotating their bottom lane up towards this top side. They've taken down the tier 1 in both mid lane and bottom lane, so why not head towards the only one remaining?
And the Rift Herald on that side of the map too, so
right
to the top side.
Still alive for another 5 minutes, so if RMU finds some opportunity in those 5 minutes to win a fight, they could easily translate that into a Rift Herald take.
Exactly, and I love this on the bottom side of the map. West sitting there, Trinity Force completed, huge power spike for basically everybody in the whole game. He is doing so much work right now, and he's waiting. He's hatching a ward, of course, but
biding his time.
And they know he's down there, but he's sat in this bush this whole time. He hasn't even walked out for a CS. This is worth it. This is worth that moment of surprise. But the problem is UMD no.
UMD not falling into that trap today. Void's actually just taking the Krugs. He doesn't have anything else to do, so you might as well just do whatever is there. Tax putting himself into the bush top side. You can see Yami doing the same. Nano now comes out to farm. UMD has got to be really careful, Zyrene, because there's not too many more chances you get when you're down 5K at 15 minutes to come back into the game. They can't have any more of these disastrous team fights. They got to make sure that they're just playing it safe, playing it as careful as possible, scaling up, not taking those unnecessary risks. Go, flash in, looking to start the fight. MRL returning the damage, and they find the burst. Nano can do nothing, and Yami will quickly do the same. Now bursted down, a double kill for the Kazakhs. Void trying to run. West gets the fish down onto him. Gillette looking for more damage if he can find that threaded volley. West diving in, around, up and down. Playful Trickster is there. The damage coming through. The shields come out, and that is 4 for 0. RMU.
Beautifully played from RMU. They'll get this top turret as well as they push it out. That was such a good bait. Evan RL was saying, all right, Yami, I know you want to go for the headbutt pulverized. And they had Mordio in the bush on a control ward, waiting for the Twitch to take the bait right here. Nano's like, all right, let's go. But they already have Talia roaming. Mordio's right there. You think it's multiple people. That's a flash from Yami to try and engage, but a good counter engage from the Sona as soon as he's available. And Mordio using the Void Assault as soon as he leaves the brush to make sure he's not spotted until he's right on top of the Twitch, and he gets annihilated there. With the follow-up to the solo landers, because Gillette had priority mid, first to the roam by a large margin.
And they come in, they take them both down. The Sona's there to make sure they get out smooth. And these guys now have increased that 5,000 almost further. Wow, that was actually really close to them losing that. That would have been hilarious.
Well, now they might actually lose their lives. Flashes at least.
Two flashes over the wall. Yami did a good job busting those summoner spells there.
Yeah, White was coming around, so they had to flash out or die.
Well, they've still got a 12-2 lead. They've still got 7,000 gold up over their opponents. This is not a game that UMD has any sort of semblance of control over. They're kind of just sitting there hoping for some kind of a throw, some sort of over-aggressive call from RMU like in game number 1 that they can punish. Because outside of that, this much of a gold lead at this early of a time is nigh impossible to deal with.
Yeah, and they're also picking up objectives. RMU during that picked up the Rift Herald, but they also picked up the Cloud Drake. So they have that extra movement speed already working for themselves.
Now with all 3 outer turrets down, they've got to pick which one of these lanes they want to set up shop in for the tier 2, for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly. They got to look at which one they want to actually knock down. West pretty much has complete advantage in his lane, so just stay in the side lane. Basically never say hi to your team ever as Fizz unless you're going for a dive, and you just keep yourself in a side lane. Interesting, though, that Mordio has gone for Evolved Wings second. Looking for resets, looking to get on these squishies and have that extra dive range as opposed to the slow of his W.
Looking for that playmaking power. This is actually something that we saw a little bit of back in Spring Split 2017 here for NALCS. From Echo Fox jungler Acadian. When everybody else was evolving the Rockets second, he was still evolving the Wings, trying to be that hard carry for his team.
When you're far enough ahead, you get to do it. West, though, 2 people on him. This is fine as a split pusher.
Now on a 1v2, trying to buy as much time as possible, returning a bunch of damage onto Void. Almost kills him, was waiting for that mark to charge.
Yep, but look at this, they might catch more here. Nano in the corner.
Nano not quite able to get himself out. Instead, almost can turn things around. They're still fighting underneath the turret. RMU's got to be careful. Fire off the arrow, stopping White from chasing any further. Tack's going to be fighting up against the Rift Herald here in mid lane, just trying to prevent it from finding any sort of success.
Yeah, strange Rift Herald use. It looks like they used Rift Herald mid and then all rotated to the top side to try and make it so somebody has to deal with this, but they didn't get the best usage.
Yeah, that plan didn't work out optimally for RMU.
Yeah.
The Fizz dying, the Rift Herald being given away for free. Just not where you wanted to see it.
Oh, they don't make use of it, but still have to deal with these this inner turret, these tier 2s, with Baron coming up. And it's not as sizable of a gold lead as you would want, but it's still a good one that RMU can work with here.
Mordio getting closer and closer to that Black Cleaver now. Very effective on Kha'Zix, gives you the armor penetration, the health, the damage, the cooldowns. Honestly, every single stat just synergizes with the champion so very well. Blade of the Ruined King on the way for Fizz. Leandri's Torment, Morello, Namacon both done for Talia. This Talia is very scary. I can see why they prioritized this pick so early in the draft. It's so strong. Gillette really knows his way around the champ.
Yeah, Gillette, a player that's been in the collegiate scene for a while now, and you just think about things like his Orianna, his Talia now, really just a standout player, to be honest. He's been somebody that was trying to lay claim to the title of best mid laner in collegiate for a while. There was always kind of Bob Chin there. Yami looking for an engage.
Mordio popping his Void Assault, but now has to try to find some way away from this Equalizer. Evan RL trying to pop an ulti, the damage coming in, but it's actually going to be West killed first, Mordio killed second. UMD has found themselves a 2-for-1 so far, but Gillette is still alive, Bucksack is still alive. Yami jumping into the fight, trying to juggle Evan RL around. Gillette peeling backwards, but Evan's going to be the casualty. Gillette still trying to escape. Tack looking to run him down, and he finds it. The shutdown, the 1 for 4 from UMD.
A 4 for 1 for UMD when they're down almost 7,000 gold, and they're going to push for this middle turret. And we'll see here if they try to get anything else. They don't have too much damage left, but they have enough to go for this. They're going to have to push Buckzak off this turret.
That's what you mentioned right there in Champion Select, Zyrene. You said this is a squishy team. If somebody gets caught out, you don't have a good fight that starts off of one of your guys getting caught because none of them are tanks.
Yeah, when you have tankiness, your margin for error is pretty big. You can make mistakes and not get destroyed. When you're squishy, you have to play well the whole time. And Yami doesn't get the headbutt pulverized, but Mordio went off to the left and then wants to regroup as an equalizer comes down right in the choke point. There's so much damage coming off that equalizer, and then Nano gets to run around and barely gets picked up there at the end as he's dealing damage, and everybody's just trying to get to him. But then this is a really good re-engage. The flash headbutt pulverized onto Evan RL, and then gets the stun, the Alistar E rework, the trample stun onto Gillette to get him locked up and allow his team to close the distance.
Almost 10,000 gold game. Well, not 10,000, closer to 7,000. But down to about 5 now. So pretty nice swing going the way of UMD. RMU hopefully not getting too many flashbacks of game number 1 from that one.
I mean, you really have to be careful.
This is a scaling comp. This is a Twitch that has a mid lane Karma. A mid lane Karma that, by the way, check the itemization on that one. Athene's Unholy Grail, Ardent Censer. This isn't a one-hit you with an Inner Flame Karma. This is a, I'm going to support Twitch, and he's going to hard carry the game Karma.
Yeah, he's just making sure he gives the shields to him, has the wave clear. Ocean Drake almost up. Gillette looking at that top turret, might get it down. Just throwing some extra damage at it.
A lot of pressure from Gillette here.
This is such a strange situation to be in as UMD. You're behind, now you're being picked apart because Gillette, I talked about this composition with the Talia, can kind of 1-3-1 or 4-1. They have the TP from West, who's just pushing the bottom side. Could kill Void, who went for now, has the Zonia's Hourglass, so he's in a better spot. But you still have to watch out for that split push. Arrow? Arrow
comes in and finds Nano, but that's all you're going to get.
Yeah, they had West collapsing from the sides. They're looking for a collapse plus the arrow.
But up against a team like this, you can't bait yourself underneath a turret like that when everybody's out of position. You know that the shields are going to be there.
Yeah, diving in Alistar, quite different post level 6, and he has multiple lockups now. That's a quick take as well. But yeah, their turrets are kind of getting pulled apart very slowly here. It's methodical right now from RMU after that setback.
Very much so. 13-7 still. 5,000 gold still. 3-1 in turrets still. Drake's tied up. Ocean Drake live. But RMU seem to be dialing things back a little bit after the mistake that they committed there in the river, recognizing that they're still mortal.
Well, yeah, exactly. You make that mistake, you go, is that our Achilles heel? Is that what's actually going to stop us and be our undoing? Because it happened in game 1. It's happening again in game 3 there. They have to put a stop to it before it gets out of hand because that is their tournament life right there. That is that, this is the last game between them going home and then moving on to top 4.
You can't really worry about UBC. You can't really worry about anybody else if you never get the chance to fight them because you lost in round number 1. Every single time, you've got to make sure you're taking the series seriously and making sure you're not giving away those Achilles heel weaknesses. Gillette hanging around topside here in the tri-brush, sort of keeping watch as Nano continues to push, continues to farm, and continues to scale. Exactly the name of the game for this Twitch right now. Mordio coming in lane. A nice arrow setting that one up, and White is picked, allowing RMU the opportunity to make even more plays. Now Zonia's Hourglass coming out from Void to dodge the fish. Redemption comes down as well. That time from Evan RL, not really finding a whole lot with it. They get the pick, but they won't be able to make anything else happen just yet.
Yeah, looks like an arrow into the follow-up stun there from the crescendo of Evan RL. And now, where are you going? UMD looking at the Baron to possibly just clear it out, whereas West is going to be on the bottom side. West has TP. Void doesn't. He used it there to get into mid lane faster. They're trying to get Gillette.
Flash away from Gillette, tries to ride the wall, but immediately gets knocked off of it. That's going to be a disastrous loss for RMU, losing that mid laner right now.
TP from White.
UMD pick up the kill onto Gillette, and now they're in the Baron pit. Could this be the call? This is the call.
Yeah, they're going to try it. They need that teleport out of that top laner, and they're going to turn to fight. There's the arrow.
Arrow fired off. It stops White for now. Yami's ultimate has also been expended. UMD trying to get themselves away.
Oh, Mordio went in.
Mordio going real ham on that one. I don't know about that one, Zyrene.
And there's the speed up.
Putting himself in a real bad spot. Now gets killed. Way aggressive on that. We talked about this with this player, with his, I know I'm the best, I know I can go in. When you have that aggressive style and you want to prove how good you are, sometimes it puts you in a spot like that.
White just clearing waves. Those arrows down mid lane have hit White. They've also hit Nano previously. So you know that Bucksack is doing a good job so far. Has high kill participation for his team. But yeah, that's the TP and the flash from Void, which they kind of tried to get Wests out in terms of answers for the TP. Now, once again, barrier control and RMU still in that driver's seat right now.
Story stays the same, 5,000 gold, separating the teams. UMD off their back foot, RMU looking a little bit shaky, though they're on their forward one. Another BF sword added to Twitch's arsenal, just getting him that much closer to that scary 1v5 status.
Yeah, when he gets the Infinity Edge, that's when you really have to worry about it, because you get the Blade of the Rune King because it's one of the best single item purchases in the game alongside Trinity Force. It heals you for so much. Then you get the Rune Ant, so it applies on hits to everybody in your poison, and then you get Infinity Edge, so that just even the attack itself is dealing so much damage.
He's still away from it for now. He's still not at that big 3-item spike, and RMU has to recognize that and look for the opportunity to do something before that happens. Right now, they're really, really concerned about further potential throws after the pick onto Gillette. I mean, they got the pick onto White in the mid lane, and then their own mid laner gets picked in the top side as a response. A situation that should have been just a positive ends up being a break even.
And nobody really going for this Ocean Drake either, so the game is not ending up in those Infernal Drake skirmishes or anything like that. But these turrets, a little bit low for RMU on the outside. They got that bottom one from West. They're looking for that top tier 2. The University of Maryland also want to do the same thing. That top tier 1 is pretty scraped for Mordio again.
Again, Mordio on the front line. The Kazakhs cannot be there. It's not the way the fights can end up working out as the equalizer comes down, but now UMD might be in some trouble. TP going to be canceled. West will not make his way into this fight.
Yeah, that was a cancel TP, like you said. Void threw down the equalizer. Now they have to send somebody bottom. That's going to give TP advantage to University of Maryland for the foreseeable future here, because they will have 2 before West has his.
UMD fine with the outcome of that fight, getting the TP, but now RMU, they're starting up the Baron themselves. They've got the control ward in the pit. Pings are coming out from UMD. They know that they're here.
Oh boy, look at this. There's the flank coming in. On the bottom side of this, they're going to try to separate them. Yami!
If West is too far away, this could be a disaster for them, as White's going to be taken down first. West in the back line, still looking to find the kill onto Nano. Not quite able to get it, but the damage still ticking. And Mordio makes his way into the fight. A triple on the Kazakhs. A shutdown for Gillette as well, and that is 4 for 1 for RMU.
A beautiful setup again from RMU. Mordio, he gets the triple kill, but the rest of that fight was Gillette with a great wall to set it up and the flank from West. So really, really good team play there.
They have been on the struggle bus for the past 5 minutes, but that was their stop, Zyrene. They got off, they did it in style. They are here to win this game.
RMU, they aren't here for anything less than first. That's really what they fight for. They made those finals twice, but they want to make them a third time, and they want to turn their fortunes around. This right here, where West is flanking, even though he doesn't have teleport, great. He actually gets knocked over right into Nano by the wall. What?
Unlucky.
That was, wow. The fizz gets delivered by Gillette. Crazy that his own teammate just knocked him over the wall right onto the Twitch, and he still gets Playful Trickster, and he still has his Urchin Strike afterwards. That, like you said, unlucky.
Unlucky.
But
9,000 gold now the lead for RMU. The Ocean Drake is dead too. And the next Drake will be the Elder. These guys now splitting up. They've got West in the bottom lane. They've got Gillette in the mid lane. Everybody else prowling through the jungle, seeing if they can find anybody out of position. The 4-1 is going to be alive and running. And the turrets are their target. 4 turrets currently under their belts, looking to build that lead further. Mid lane tier 2, not really a whole lot to worry about with that one. And now we're setting up shop outside the base itself. Inhibitor turrets will be vulnerable. 1 tier 2 left standing there in the top side, but it's very, very low from Gillette's pressure earlier. Man, if you are UMD right now, everything's an all-out defense.
Yeah. RMU giving UMD something to come back next year for in terms of revenge. It keeps being the roadblock. They can't seem to get past them. The blocker that stops UMD from moving forward. They got top 4 last year, stopped by RMU. Top 8 this year, potentially about to be stopped by RMU.
RMU has their way with the rest of this game. They will be. This team's so far ahead right now.
But UMD, team of sophomores, if this keeps stacking up like this, we'll be looking every year.
A story of vengeance, years in the making.
Be passed on to the freshmen that come in next time. But right now, this team is honestly just a team of brothers. UMD really just been struggling. They're looking for the fights, but they can't seem to get them.
RMU, the pedigree university for esports. One of the first ones to really have a big impact with it.
The first one to offer scholarships, for sure.
The first, absolutely, to offer the scholarships for competitive League of Legends here. Once again, fighting their way tooth and nail back towards those finals. They want the first. Silver medal is just not in their vocabulary this time around. They want that gold if they can get it. They've got a long way to go to get there. This is only the first round, remember. They've still got to lock this game away against UMD. UMD fighting through the BTN to get to this point, undefeated in their regular season, 7-0. Up against Robert Morris University, who we pointed out had the most losses of any team competing here today, but right now that's not what matters. What matters is the fact that they're closing in on a win right here, but Bucksack going to be caught out. Crescendo fired off to try to stop the follow-up damage. Bucksack going to be brought down first. The damage coming out onto Evan RL. He's going to be going down too. Bucksack actually in the ground for real, and the defense will hold from UMD.
Yeah, had the GA, but they still get that from him. Mordio will take that bottom turret and try to get away here.
Mordio gets the turret, but not the inhibitor itself, so no extra pressure coming out from those super minions. RMU will be forced back.
Yeah, the Baron will now expire on them. As now it goes back to inhibitors not taken. Nano caught though.
This could be a pretty big one. Nano way out of position.
And West sees it and takes it and makes sure that they pick up that huge carry. He's going to start going back to split push duty on that bottom side of the map, looking for that open inhibitor.
Absolutely massive pick for RMU, getting that enemy hyper carry out of the picture. He does have the Infinity Edge now too. But Mordio's got to be careful, flashing away to keep himself alive. Does survive to see another day.
Yeah, this is kind of that just live so that West can push bottom, potentially get that bottom turret, because now he's at 3 items. He has that magic resistance, so Rumble's not a big deal for him. It's only that Twitch, and we just saw what happens when he's left alone with that Twitch. Great engage from Yami again onto Bucksack, then the follow-up, still burning on that equalizer, still has all that damage from Nano being pumped into him, and then they pick up that bottom lane there. But meanwhile, we talked about it, that bottom turret did get taken.
Turret down, inhibitor exposed, game still 12,000 gold apart, but UMD have not lost hope. They aren't going to go quietly out of this one. They're going to make sure they fight as hard as they can, no matter how insurmountable the gold lead may look.
Yep. Right now, Yami getting some protection now. He says, Nano, no QSS like last time. Mikhail's for him, so he's going to try to Mikhail's him, gets him out of that one.
Nano, okay for now, but they got to kite backwards, utilizing the power of the Mantra Inspire. Keep him safe. Void's made his way into the fight. They're trying to bring Bucksack down from the top part of the map. Tax has popped his ulti. Arrow finds its way onto Void. That's a pretty valuable target. Jumping right back in. West now going to be looking to go for Nano if he can. More shields coming out, more heals, more protection. Is it going to be enough? It won't be enough to save Void. It won't be enough to save Yami. It won't be enough to save Tax.
And it might not be enough for UMD to survive.
Nano walks away, but at what price, Zyrene? They're marching down mid lane, 5 men strong. RMU want to make this the last push.
This is that turret going down the inhibitor. They have a minion wave. They have damage too. We'll see.
30 seconds on the jungler and the top laner, 15 on the support. The heal comes out, the minions are still there, the push continues. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Nexus turret number 2 quickly gonna be falling as well. Mordio hopping away, Nano's gonna be falling, White's gonna be going down next. Ladies and gentlemen, RMU will advance to the semifinals.
No revenge for UMD, no victory, and RMU are once again in the top 4.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and it's going to be put on the back burner today, as RMU will not allow UMD to fulfill that wish. They will move on to the semifinals, and now they put themselves one more series away from getting back to the finals and truly earning their spot at the top of collegiate esports.
And RMU, like you said, they want those finals. They want to win. Kind of been the mission for a lot of these guys since the inception of the esports program there and the scholarships. It was a tough battle. It was a game where you're still ahead, but you're still stressing. Remember game 1, what happened there? The comeback, don't throw. But they were able to get that out of their heads, play that third game out without that bogging them down. And we saw some great flanks. We saw some really good execution. But I definitely think their first 15 minutes of the game were some of the best we've seen so far.
It has been phenomenal watching this team in the early part of the game. Every single time they were going in, they were making the plays, coordinating as a 5-man unit. A lot of the times it was a bottom lane dive, and it just worked.
Yeah, it was the bottom lane dive, but then you also have to talk about how they closed that game out. The final fight that they had was one that was really close in terms of if you don't know the damage output ahead of time, you're looking at can we kill the Twitch immediately right off the bat. And this was great because they waited for Yami to not have ultimate anymore. They re-engaged with the arrow from Bucksack from across the way, and Yami takes so much damage because Gillette puts the E out, and that'll deal damage as you go across it with the dash, and it just obliterated Yami's Alistar, and then they didn't have the peel available from there, and Nano has to get separated from his team and try for that last little bit of defense.
And that's the problem with a team like what was being piloted on the side of Maryland. Because they go in, you have this Twitch, you've got to protect him, you've got all these shields. If Twitch dies, the team fight is over. But you had to put so many resources into keeping Twitch alive. And at the end of the fight, you've got a Twitch barely limping away. Yeah, we completed the mission, we kept them alive, but where's everybody else?
Exactly, but there were some fights for UMD. There was a 4-for-1 in particular where you're looking at it going, oh no, is it happening again? Is it gonna go back in favor of UMD? RMU had a large advantage. Nothing really got picked up from it in terms of like Baron or anything, but this is where Mordio got caught, and it was like, okay, this equalizer is great. Right there, exactly where you want it, and Gillette's flank, not ideal for somebody who's so squishy on this team. And we talked about the execution. You need to be able to execute here on this team and not have to rely on tanks, because Evan RL, one of the big downfalls of playing Sona and why we don't see her so much is that she's so squishy, ends the game with the most deaths on his team at 5. He's just trying to make plays as the 4-for-1 here went over, but they didn't get the Baron off of that.
And that's the play where you saw them hit the brakes as well.
Yeah.
Because they were like, okay, we're in control, and now we're not, but then they take the game back later, 29 minutes in, RMU.
Yeah, the Gillette Weaver's Wall knocks West over right onto Nano. That is huge because now West doesn't have to use anything to close that gap and just helps deal so much damage and set the rest of his team up to clean that fight.
That was what they needed exactly. They were able to slow it down enough, play it patient enough until that fight could happen, and that was the difference between the Game 3 outcome and the Game 1 outcome. The victory or the defeat was them knowing to slow it down, knowing our momentum has shifted from that bullet that it was in the first 15 minutes of the game into this slower pace, closer contest.
Exactly, because before it was, oh no, they actually want to fight. Let's try again, right? Let's try again. Instead of they just keep leveraging their advantage and going back to the drawing board and slowing things down and resetting because they kept going for fights. And if you're losing 3 fights in a row, definitely not what you should be going for. Slow it down, set up objectives, look for the picks, and then look for the engage. And they got the one that they were looking for.
Well, with the end of that series, that does it here for us with these couple of series. But for now, we're going to send things over for some bonus coverage where Maryville and the University of British Columbia are facing off in the battle arena. Take it away.
Yeah, you get that. You get extra bonus health. You start healing for a couple hundred in auto attack. Jinx auto attacks quite a lot with her passive, if you didn't know. So you start healing a crazy amount, even without any real lifesteal, just from Nunu and what he's going to be bringing to the team comp. Whereas Lee Sin, like we said, it's just that flash kick.
Yeah, well, while Nunu brings a lot to team compositions, I want to bring in the viewers from the Riot Games 2 stream. Welcome to the normal Riot Games stream, where University of British Columbia, despite being the #2 seed from the West, has already taken a game off of Maryville University, the #1 seed from the Northern Conference. But this time around, Maryville University playing a lot more disciplined, playing a lot more solid, and definitely have the advantages. Almost a 6,000 gold advantage in their favor, basically off their mid and top.
Yeah, and the game has definitely slowed down a little bit after that explosive 3-for-0 up on the top side of the map. And the thing is, it doesn't inherently favor either team comp, but it definitely favors the fact that Maryville is ahead. And they will continue to group up, move the Nunu around, and just meet up with the Jinx to start mowing down the turrets. And because UBC is all about getting flank engages, they need to find an opportunity for K2 Smurf to get a TP off from behind when they go for one of these grouped up pushes. We talked about last game how the team comps were very, very similar. Not at all the case this time. You see a lot of dive and engage for UBC. They're going to be trying to pick off one of these immobile carries. Maryville will be doing the best that they can to keep them up.
No, well, we saw the Banshee's Veil being popped there by a Sonic Wave coming out from Proof of Payment. Caitlyn has gone back and picked up that Phantom Dancer once again for the side of Osna. So he has that for himself, whereas Jinx has already picked up the Runon's Hurricane. So a little bit more extra wave clear coming out from Prototype's Jinx, as well as extra team fight damage, of course, because that applies onto the rockets from the Jinx Pow form. Although, that's what it's called.
Yeah, I know. It's funny when you hear minigun and sometimes you hear fishbones, but
fishbones, Pow. Well, Pow is the minigun, I guess. Fishbones is the rocket launcher.
Right.
You're right.
No one ever calls it Pow. They even just still call it the minigun.
I mean, I call it Pow. I think it's cool.
So I'm a little surprised that UBC is willing to do this kind of grouped up 5v5 that Maryville obviously is very happy to do. You would think that the Fizz would be splitting around the bot lane. They were trying to get control around that dragon area, and Maryville kind of went up to the top side and said, oh, we'll just pressure around Baron instead. And as this game continues to stall out, it just keeps favoring Maryville. Eventually, the Nunu, with that Consume and Smite, will find an opening. With the fact that Jinx does a ton of damage, Syndra's damage is pretty respectable as well. They already have one Mountain Dragon. They're on their way to secure the second. Eventually, they'll start finding these neutral objectives for free. UBC coming in right now to contest this dragon as Saskia is pushing up on the top side.
Yeah, Saskia continuing to just abuse CJ in this matchup, and we see Maryville getting their second Mountain Drake of the game. So UBC is a little late to the punch on a lot of these situations, not being able to utilize their double teleports first off. Second off, they're just not being able to get the same advantage that they had in game #1. So they do push up mid lane, but they can't stick around for very long because Maryville University, they took no damage from that dragon. They're there and they can counter.
Yeah, they have no vision on the top side. They don't know where the Kled is. He could be coming in from a flank. You see the Jinx has snuck out to the bot side, but you're not 100% confident that you're going to win that 4v4 around the mid lane without her. So that's kind of one of the things that we were saying and why it can be better sometimes to not all in on the hyper carry just because you have it. Because then your team is 100% telegraphed. This is the champion we want to keep alive. Right? If this champion's not around, you can ignore us. And so here with the Syndra, with the Kled, you still have to worry about those actual threats as well.
And both of these threats have been doing quite the amount of work for Maryville University. KT Smurf had the advantages over CKG in game #1, but he's been able to bounce back and really strut his stuff here in game #2. He did go for the Banshee's Veil rush early on, as you mentioned, to negate the all-in pressure coming out from the Fizz, throwing out his, chum the waters fish. Has gone now for the Morello Namicon, so he's going to be cutting some healing. He's going to be dealing a decent amount of damage, having the cooldown reduction as well. Has already picked up a blasting one, could potentially be going for a Void Staff now that some tank itemization is starting to amass on these characters, such as the Nautilus going for, the Spectre's Cowl currently in his inventory, looking to go for maybe a Spirit Visage. Hexdrinker has come out on the Lee Sin pickup as well, but like we mentioned already, UBC, they haven't really been able to make a proactive play since pretty much their first kill, which was a trade kill in the mid lane.
Right, and you see, you just can't find anything for UBC. They try and send the Nautilus ultimate straight up the middle, right at Prototype, chunk him out, but
he's still pretty healthy though. He's got Lulu Shield. He's got a bunch of stuff on him right now to keep him alive, but they are going to be pushing down this mid lane tower. Kled is in the bottom side of the map. Cinder was kind of splitting off on the top side, so this might be a chance for them to go do something. Proof of Payment winds up kicking in the Nunu, but he winds up going down to Prototype Jinx. Now Cinder coming in from the side. Gets a massive stun up, and the reset's coming for Prototype Jinx. He's a little bit far ahead from the rest of his team, but he's going to get rooted up and finally taken down, but KT Smurf has to flash away. Now Cinder comes in with the ultimate and just eliminates the Caitlyn. Nautilus gets deleted, and Kled doesn't even have to stop his this split push.
Nope, Kled's still going down the bot lane, working away on this inhibitor turret. As you see, UBC trying to force with their team comp, but they're so far behind, they aren't able to get the right target. A really nice flash out by Prototype there instantly as Proof Payment was coming in to make his play. And you get to see the Walrus on Nunu get kicked in. He's plenty happy just sitting there getting focused down. The turret wasn't even dead yet. We get a couple of kills there. Syndra finally makes her collapse in from the top side, and they're able to get a bunch of kills. A little over-aggressive by Prototype, but definitely worth it in the end.
Well, this is the first time we've seen a proactive play be made by UBC in this game, and it's Proof of Payment dying because of it as he kicks the tank into the front line.
Yeah, and there you see Prototype so fast with the Lulu, with the resets coming in, that he's able to run right over that Zyra zoning, run straight into the enemy team. But a great play to avoid that initial flash kick. If that doesn't happen, if he gets kicked into the team and he instantly dies, it's very, very hard for Maryville to actually win that fight. So Prototype executed the most important part of that team fight.
Yep, which was keeping himself safe. And he did so, and then wound up picking up a double kill off the back of it too. So not even the worst thing in the world here. It's now Maryville University exposed inhibitor on the bottom side that Kled will eventually split push down because this Nautilus cannot stand toe-to-toe against him, as well as threat around the Baron buff area. We saw Syndra slowly getting that top lane push started earlier on before she collapsed into that fight. It's still slowly pushing in Maryville's favor. The mid lane has been pushed up, and the best part is they got Jinx with 2 Mountain Drakes and a Nunu on their team.
I'd say the best part's the 10K gold lead. I would take that on most team comps.
Okay, well, we'll give you that as well. So 10K gold lead's probably in their favor as well, but...
Yeah, I mean, for just especially 27 minutes in the game, that's a huge advantage at this point. Walrus, you see, is totally unafraid of UBC. As soon as he gets that Lee Sin Q on him, he's not worried at all. They're going to start setting up around this Baron buff. Infernal Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes, but they have such a threat already on it with the huge true damage that Nunu can do, as well as the DPS that comes in from the Jinx. UBC are in a very difficult spot here. They need to find some way to get a pick off, but as long as Maryville stays grouped up and lets Walrus be the first one to walk into the jungle in all these situations, it's super difficult to find an actual opening.
Maryville University will continue just to ward up around the Baron pit, continue to push out these waves, and wait for UBC basically to either do nothing and try to stop them from doing not stop them from doing the Baron, or walk directly into them and be able to capitalize on this. You mentioned Kled eventually on the bottom side just going to split push that one, and look how fast this Baron goes down. That's just having the Jinx auto attack it. Nunu hasn't even really consumed or anything yet, and UBC, they do wind up going forward, and Maryville University are content just to play the Baron dance game with them. They got to about 5,000 HP. They don't even need to take it though, because like we said, Saskia will eventually just get this bot lane inhibitor all for himself.
Yeah, I don't mind the restraint there. I mean, a lot of the times you say just finish it, but you can just keep doing this over and over and over. There, they actually blow up Proof. In case it wasn't easy enough for a Nunu, if there's no other smite on the map, that's pretty useful.
Syndra solo kill, so that winds up going down, and at the same time, the inhibitor winds up falling. The Kled charge is going to get stopped up by KT Swerve using his
taking damage.
Face, but yeah, Kled's not really taking any damage from this at all. It's a very behind Fizz and a tanky Nautilus who's actually getting chunked through here by Kled, and Saskia picks up a kill in a 1v2 situation. Maryville University are charging down all lanes right now. The second inhibitor falls. 29 minutes in, Mark. This looks like we're going to a deciding game number 3.
Good bounce back game here out of Maryville. We talk about how much you need to adjust between the games. Maryville realized that the pressure they had on the top side was good. We'll keep the focus up there as we see Saskia starting to get a little low. Might be getting some kills here. Prototype actually gets dropped again. CKG trying to just end the game, and there they go.
7-0-3 Syndra performance. What a bounce back from CKG in this mid lane. He was being picked on in game number 1. He wasn't necessarily dying a lot until the game kind of got blown open by UBC, but this game gets an early game advantage, does not lose it, and completely decommissions KT Smurf's Fizz pick.
Yeah, I think the other thing you have to talk about is the much better game that came in from the bot lane of Maryville. The over-aggression that they showed at various points in game 1 really hurt Saskia's ability to take over the game. This time around, they're a much safer, stable bot lane. Sure, you still get pushed in, you still give up a little bit of CS, but you have Prototype on one of his comfort champions. He's going to be able to play that later in the game, and then you focus more around the top side and the mid lane.
Yeah, and they got advantages in those areas. And like you said, Prototype and Papa Chow on the bottom side did not give up advantages that the rest of the team were able to generate across the map. They didn't die whatsoever on the bottom side. They actually picked up an assist with a cross-map Jinx rocket, and things just systematically went Maryville's way.
And that was the big thing, was there was the early mistake out of KT Smurf where he gave up the first blood, put him behind experience. It gave time for CKG to start getting ahead, push in, and get pressure in the mid lane. Has to not be concerned about the all-in quite away, and then they make that big play in the top side, and at the end of that play, he already has his Banshee's Veil done, and that easy kind of all-in that you tend to see whenever you have Fizz Lee or whatever aggressive jungler, you just snipe the fish out there and you get a free kill, not available anymore. You have to pop the Banshee's Veil first.
Right, and so Maryville University were able to translate those lane advantages and wind up taking the entire game. As you know, mid lane was a very big focal point of this one, not only just for the fact that they got advantages in the mid lane, that's where the Rift Herald was being popped, they were able to break down that tower. You mentioned how the super mid lane priority was able to open up the map for them and let Jinx take that bottom lane tower just a couple minutes after that. And it's also towards the ending parts of the game where they were able to take their biggest fight and, you know, just completely blow the game open from that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the case. Is we see the most important thing here, Prototype able to flash instantly away from Proof, who was going for that big play. He was not able to find one the entire game. CKG shows up after that mistake, is able to help clean up some kills. Prototype wants to keep chasing through, sees all the resets available to him, but the hook out by CJ stops that a little short. But at the end of the day, they're still able to clean up a couple more kills. Prototype had already done the most important thing in this team fight, making sure he does not die early on.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, you said, you know, Prototype on a safer pick, he can't jump in if he's not playing Tristana. Told you, wait for a flash reset, then he's going to wind up jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if you've already won the team fight for your team, okay, you can start going a little aggressive, but make sure you do the important part first.
Yeah, so that was going to be Maryville definitely bouncing back and taking a victory off of UBC, a much needed one, because like we said, these are best of threes. That was potentially match point for UBC, and Maryville looked extremely comfortable in there. Not only their ability to bounce back after a loss, but utilizing that team composition and pushing the advantage that they generated on the top side of the map forward. But now if you're UBC, you know, you had Kazahan on game number 1, you know, you had such a large advantage when you were playing the protected carry, and Osna got ahead on the bottom side of the map. You brought proof of payment in game number 2. Nothing really happened. Do you swap them out? What's your game plan? What do you change up?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, especially when you factor in the mid lane as well. Are you going to ban out the Syndra, or are you going to try to go for a counter pick plus all-in kind of jungle mid synergy again? Because that strategy can work. It did not work this game, but that does not mean what they picked was bad or a stupid idea. That's a very common idea. The problem was what happened around with the picks, where the Banshee's Veil came in very early on. So I think they need to decide, do we want to try and camp CKG again? If yes, you keep proof of payment in, and maybe do you even leave the Syndra up? His first game, it wasn't great, but he still fell behind. Game 2, very, very good. So is the Syndra becoming a problem? And you kind of work from there.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, you know, do Maryville actually have something else up their sleeve? Is there something besides the Syndra pick, or is it going to be UBC that kind of changed some things around in their draft? So these teams are all tied up, but only one can wind up coming away with the victory. Meet us back here for game number 3 of UBC versus Maryville. Knocking out Walrus, he's tanking through the tower shots. A flash orb, and CJ will not pick up a kill. KT Smurf is going to go down to the Syndra ultimate. Now CJ, no flash, no mana available, will wind up paying.
Nice. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Zyra first, Zyra first, Zyra first, Nice! Keep going, Fizz.
Careful, watch Fizz.
I feel. I'll start walking. Still go Fizz, still go Fizz. We can get King anytime.
K.
Got King.
Nice.
Explode.
We are back and heading into the deciding game of this series between UBC and Maryville. Things have changed around a little bit. This time UBC is on blue side, but they're keeping proof of payment in this time.
Yeah, I wonder what they're exactly looking for. Maybe they want to take away that Lulu pick because they had been banning only the Karma, making that one of the stronger supports. They did run the Zyra into it, and it looked fine. Their bot lane was clearly winning, but they are probably looking for a different strategy this time around, and are going to get some kind of power pick, I would assume, in the first pick phase.
Yeah, that could be true. They also banned the Ivern away when they were on the red side, so it could potentially be for taking the better jungler for themselves and then leaving the Nunu pick afterwards. Kazahana was really good on it in game number 1. I don't know if Proof actually plays it. Maybe that's why they banned it away, but still priority pick number 1 seems to be why they're swapping onto the blue side.
Right, and the other thing, of course, is they already know that they're getting counterpicked in the top lane or that the top lane matchup is going to go fine. I'm a little surprised to see them swap to the blue side because they were also trying to get the counterpick in the mid lane with the Fizz this game as after the Ahri in game 1. I'm a little bit concerned because there's no reason that you can't ban 3 tanks on red side again for Maryville if they want to go for that strategy. As long as they don't ban the Karma, but if UBC is going to grab the Lulu early on, maybe that forces Maryville to change up one of their first bans.
Well, UBC still banning away the Ivern, still banning away the Orianna, so things staying pretty much the same despite them being on the blue side this time around. Maybe they will ban away the Lulu and take the Karma, because that's why they've been banning the Karma away. Maybe they fear it more than the Lulu, but Maryville, with the adaptation here on red side, will be banning away the Lulu themselves, so if the Karma ban does come through, then no more really high priority shielding supports are left.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Maryville either not leave both up or ban the second one with their choice, and then you know they can stop him from getting the Gragas. But here, I guess UBC doesn't want to play supportive style support. Excuse me, jeez, Enchantress is the proper term, and the Zyra gets banned out as well. This leaves up the Gragas, which had previously been banned away. UBC can potentially grab that one. It's one of the best top laners available in the game, so I'm a little bit surprised to give it to CJ, who seems to be struggling a little bit once the strongest tanks are banned away. Maryville, their strategy had not been much about taking tanks. They want the bruisers, they want those kind of counter picks. UBC still favoring that Caitlyn, taking that with their first overall pick.
Yeah, so they take that one away. Maryville, though, this is where they usually would pick up their support, which was the Lulu, but it looks like they'd be the Gragas for themselves, so they're taking that one away from the side of UBC. And I don't know if this is just a takeaway pick, since so many have been left open, or if this doesn't play a lot in a Janna pickup. Well, I guess there is one still shielding support left available.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into it, there's a couple, you know, Nami and these other kinds of things, but the OP lane dominant ones, quote unquote, are for the most part out. Gragas is interesting because we talk about how it's not really the style that we were expecting out of Sasuke. It's very much the style we would expect out of Walrus. It can go flex into the jungle. It can be that tank engager in that role. It does not have to go topside. It's an early flex pick, pretty strong overall. So I like the idea out of Maryville, just being able to grab that one there. UBC, on the other hand, we talked about the Nami. Looks like it's coming in.
And this is actually very interesting. Nami normally very good into the Janna matchups, and Janna kind of just has to stand still to want to use it on your ultimate in team fights. But Maryville's composition of the Jinx and the Janna, last game it was, hey bot lane, don't get overly aggressive, don't die, and eventually we'll meet up with you and you guys can run wild in team fights. That's what Janna likes doing, protecting hypercarries, letting them play safe in lane, and just surviving.
Yeah, it definitely goes right into the style Maryville seemingly wants to play so far, and what we've seen out of UBC's bot lane with Osna and Remy, it doesn't seem like they're quite dominant to take that turret early on. They do get CS advantages, that's great, but it feels like they need a little more out of them. They need to start cracking that turret earlier on and be able to move their bot lane up to the top side to get CJ out of these bad matchups that he keeps getting stuck into. We'll have to see if the Nami and the Caitlyn will be enough to do it up against Jinx Janna.
Yeah, we'll see if the Syndra comes through for Maryville for the 3rd game in a row. The Kassadin ban is on the table. The Fiora was banned away. The Trundle going to be the last ban here is, you know, now that they have a tankier pick, potentially the Gragas going in top lane or the jungle, that Trundle option with his Sunder or Subjugate being available would be a little bit more effective. And the Kled ban comes through as well. So taking away multiple carry options away from Sasuke, but one was left open, and that's the Renekton pickup, and that one is super aggressive early on.
Yep, there we go. We see the Gragas flexed into the jungle position, the Renekton taken away. Had been seeing some bans before. Now we're going to get to see if Sasuke had a good reason for having his Renekton banned away.
Yeah, so we'll see if it's going to be a wild Renekton on the top side. Sasuke has been getting advantages in that matchup against CJ. Very just toe-to-toe. Of course, the Rumble is still available if they want to go for that kind of just head-to-head bruiser matchup, although it looks like it's going to be the Shen, which was left available in game number 2. banned away in game number 1, but it's going to be CJ taking that one here in the deciding game of this best-of-3 series. Of course, pairs extremely well with not only keeping your Caitlyn alive, but the Kha'Zix, who now has a dive buddy on his side.
Right, and the thing is, it's also not a terrible matchup into Renekton, especially with some of the changes to the Doran shield. Might be very effective there. The Vladimir is going to come in for KT Smurf, going a totally different direction here. And a lot of people were telling me about how they think Vladimir is a little bit stronger now with that new Doran shield being, it's a better single item defensive tool. Vladimir often, early on, just wants to farm, just wants to hang out, and then he gets his first item, starts getting his health pool, his cooldown start getting lower and lower as he levels up, and then all of a sudden you can't get him out of lane.
So it's going to be a little bit more of a survival lane here, as it is going to be the Syndra pick for the 3rd game in the row from CKG.
And this is another one of those picks. I mean, there's actually quite a few of them as we start talking about it more and more. The Echo, the Kassadin, the Fizz, and even Vladimir to an extent, where you lose to Syndra the first couple levels. She's a bully, but eventually she stops being able to really blow you up. You have your disjoint, your intangibility skill that stops you from getting instantly killed by her ultimate. And then from there, you generally will survive through her and do more in team fights. So Vladimir's a different look on it, a little bit more of a mage than an assassin, but still, for the most part, it's going to be diving backlines with that Kha'Zix and Shen.
Yeah, so we have now a different spin on the composition from University of British Columbia. We saw them basically securing the Caitlyn on the blue side pickup and being able to take relatively safe laners from the draft phase here. We have like the Shen going up against the Renekton pickup here. We have the Vladimir who can, like you said, just kind of stay a little bit safer, and then once he hits level 7, starts sustaining himself very, very well with his transfusions. But this time around, it's going to be Maryville University going a little bit more aggressive, a little bit earlier on in the top lane with that Renekton, and especially out of the jungle. Now they have a ganking jungler who still provides a very big, beefy front line, but can also disjoint that Caitlyn from her back line with the explosive cast.
Right, and I think the bigger thing is the fact that finally Walrus has a champion that can actually do something in the early game besides counter jungle here. So we have the opportunity to see him actually go over and really, really influence a lane. And the concern is that happening in the top side. Previously, we've seen a lot of attention up there in the Sasco versus CJ matchup, Sasco getting the better of him. This time around, Renekton drops off a little bit harder than any of the other picks he had played previously, whereas before, not only did he have a good matchup, but he had the ability to be relevant in the late game. Renekton not quite as good as that, but like we said, maybe the Gragas is the pick that'll put it over the top and really let him crush his lane.
Yeah, well, we're into the final game of the evening here. We've gotten a full 6 games here on the Riot Games mainstream. It's all tied up 1 apiece here. 2nd seed from the Western Conference, University of British Columbia. They won game 1, but they lost game 2 to the number 1 seed, Maryville University from the Northern Conference. Only one of these teams can advance to the next round. It's going to be whoever wins this deciding game.
You gotta say, you have to be impressed with what we've seen out of UBC so far. They came in, like you said, as the 2 seed. They have 3 freshmen on the team. Like we've said a couple times, definitely more of a rebuilding year for the squad, but they're still putting up a fight against what many consider to be the strongest team in the tournament. Going into the 3rd and final game here, last game of the day. Can they make the upset happen?
Let's see Prototype getting the Janna shield early on, but the Nami ebb and flow trading back and forth quite effectively. This interesting level 1 skirmish in the bottom side of the map, as both of these bottom lanes will look like they just decided to recall after trading blows back and forth.
Gotta say, Maryville got a little bit better of that trade. More procs of the Frost Fang. Spell Thieves. Before it's upgraded.
Yep.
Frost Queen.
You know what that means?
What's that?
Quest is going to finish sooner.
Huge implications in the game.
I mean, it's not impactful. It's just not as impactful as we are making it out to be. Although Spelthy said, we were talking with Zyrene before over on the analyst desk, or before the analyst desk even started, and he was saying that the Spelthy Sedge was one of the biggest ones that, you know, he as a jungler hated, because you would have a Karma running at you with a tether, and you finish the Queen's Tribute quest, you get a 50% movement speed bonus when you proc the first time, they just chase you down and run you down. Not nearly as scary when it's a Janna doing it, as opposed to like the Nami, who is just going to continue slowing you, you know, with the Tycaler's Blessing, or landing a bubble on you because she's right there.
Right, and so we see early on aggressive trading out of UBC's bot lane. They should be able to get the push advantage here. Jinx in rocket form does push really well early on, but it means she needs to be auto-attacking the whole time. Doesn't quite have an ability to just shoot out as the other one can trade, as you see.
Taking a lot of damage here is Remy and Asna continue to try to trade aggressively. The Janna shield though is going to provide a little bit of extra damage. Meanwhile, Saskia traded very aggressively with CJ up here in this top lane. Saskia has a little bit of a push advantage, and CJ with 0 CS to his name means that Saskia will hit level 2 early. Proof in the meantime going to be going for an aggressive invade on the blue buff of Walrus, and we'll steal that one away.
Yeah, he went for a one-camp invade. He did his Raptors and then went right away. Here we see an aggressive flash forward, trying to get the stun. He probably is going to trade flash for flash already. Able to get out there. Unfortunate for Walrus. He was doing, you know, a little bit more of a full clear. He still only did Raptors, but wanted to go cut down to his blue buff. Both junglers really changing up their initial clear here in the final game, looking for advantages.
Definitely makes a lot more sense as to why the Caitlyn and the Nami lane were getting super aggressive on the bottom lane of UBC. They wanted to chunk them out. They wanted to push that lane in. They wanted to make sure there was no way for them to respond to their jungler invading the blue buff. Now, CKG taking Ignite in this matchup. Ignite's out on KT Smurf, but KT Smurf doing the exact same thing to CKG here. Burns the flash, and he's barely going to survive the ticking of his health potion coming in clutch.
Oh, both them having little small things that they might have been able to do better. KT Smurf using his W a little early on, not dodging out on a ton of damage, and then as he came out of the pool, CKJ actually missed his Q. So that was a very, very close fight that could have gone either way. Ultimately, both people just trading some summoners. KT Smurf coming out ahead, getting that flash out of CKG.
Yeah, CKG having to burn the flash on himself, for himself means that he comes out a little bit worse with that trade. Does have that recall as well. So Vladimir now with a small CS advantage in the mid lane as Prototype and Papa Chow continue to get poked down by Remy and Asna in this aggressive Caitlyn lane. The Nami isn't necessarily as damage dealing as the Zyra is, but still provides a lot of skill and a lot of pressure. Prototype has to flash away. The flash after from Asna, the heal does pick up first blood, but Papa Chow will return with a kill.
Still pretty happy with that. If you're on the side of UBC, the kill is going on to your AD carry, meaning it's favoring you. Both are dead, and here we see a gank up from the top side. Zaskia getting taken down and finished off on the side of UBC. Oh, he goes down as well.
Oh, that was so close. CJ almost got out of that one. Had his flash available, did not want to burn it. Thought he was going to stay alive.
But at the same time, you are seeing some of these small trades come out slightly in favor of UBC. They get the flash advantage in the mid lane. They get the kill on their actual carry in the bot lane. They get the assist in the kill trade in the top side. All these small things, not huge, but will hopefully start adding up for them.
Yeah, most impressively is the fact that Shen was level 1, 0 CS underneath his own tower before the Renekton's early level 2 pressure and suddenly hit bounce back against him. This is that trade in the bottom lane once again, going in favor of UBC.
Yeah, you see Asna getting a little bloodthirsty there. Probably knows he's opting in for the 1-for-1. Able to find his damage. And here, Saskio under his turret, big minion wave. Probably is not expecting a dove as Renekton. It's not something you usually see. But the Shen was able to block the full damage from his empowered W. He used that instead of, if Call the Meek was up, it would have been much better to use that to get a larger heal off all the targets around you than to go for the extended stun duration. I have to see that again to make sure that's exactly what happened. I think Saskio might have misused his Fury there.
Yeah, so not as ruthless of a predator as he had wanted to be, but now CJ getting advantages he didn't have in the previous match. I'm sure he only gets an assist with Renekton winds up getting a kill, but he's able to walk it back to lane while Renekton has his teleport used now. So now when Shen's gonna hit level 6, he has teleport available and stand united, and if UBC continues to play aggressively on the other sides of the map, they can utilize that advantage quite well.
I mean, that's the thing. We've always seen the bot lane be a relatively aggressive lane. Not quite as much in game 2, but for the most part, it does seem like Prototype is willing to go for these aggressive trades, and when you have the double globals available for UBC, you might be able to trick Mville into taking some fights they really shouldn't.
Prototype gonna get bubbled up right there. Also didn't look like he was ready for it. Had no cupcake to throw underneath. He's gonna use the 90 caliber net down onto Papa Chow. We see Cole being picked up by Asna off of his first back in addition to a pair of boots for himself, with Prototype opting in for the double Doran, so it gives him a little bit more sustain because he gets a little bit of extra HP, but he's not gonna have the same kind of investment into that Cole item as the Caitlyn's going to if she winds up popping that.
Right, but you gotta say, you gotta be happy if you're Mville with the farming in the bot lane. Actually a 10 CS advantage for Prototype, despite taking a lot of punishment early on. Generally speaking, Caitlyn will beat Jinx, and also Nami is considered. Oh, as we see a gank in the bot lane.
That actually winds up going down onto the Nami instead of going down onto Caitlyn, so CJ may have been misclicking on that one, but he is gonna wind up getting, teleporting in there. Once it can cancel it as well.
Right, we see another all in the mid lane. CKG this time getting focused down by KT Smurf.
Yeah, the Hemo Plague winds up popping, both Ignite being used by KT Smurf. CKG still has his, but his mana pool is extremely low. A flash forward there, the Tides of Blood lands from KT Smurf, and one last auto attack will take down CKG.
scrappy game here in game 3. Neither team playing scared. Good gank by Walrus. We were talking about what can he do now that he is on an actual playmaking champion. Well, he can actually go bot lane and help set his team up for some kills. Nunu did not have that threat. Here, Walrus able to get down there, get that kill onto Ozna, and now they're going to try and focus down and get the first turret blood here. Might be a bit of an overstay if they try and do it still. As we see, yep, here comes the teleport.
Yeah, and KT Smurf is here as well, so he's going to use the transfusion, but the teleport winds up being canceled up top by CJ. So they used Stand United, went on to Nami instead of Caitlyn. They used the teleport, so they haven't been able to get any advantages with their globals. Yeah,
and that's a big thing if you're Maryville. This game felt like it was starting to get a little scary where bot lane's trading all the time, your top lane's not really smashing his matchup quite, and now, luckily for them, the attempts out of UBC have not really netted them too many kills. The one thing you can say for UBC that's going great for you is that mid lane matchup, the Vladimir doing excellent into the Syndra, which was picked into it.
Yeah, so now KT Smurf having advantages that he did not have in the last game, but definitely going to be something that UBC are going to be able to play around. Their bottom lane isn't necessarily as far ahead as they were in game number 1 or game number 2 to be exact.
I mean, this is completely different from the previous 2 games. Saskio's behind, KT Smurf's ahead, and Prototype's ahead as well.
Yeah, meanwhile in the mid lane here, Proof gonna wind up jumping in there, burns the flash away from CKG, so he's got a fresh blue buff, he's got no summoner spell left.
Things continue to go from bad to worse with CKG losing his summoners again. Vladimir does not have flash, so he can't go for some super aggressive attempt, but he has been struggling in the matchup all game long, and it's not going to get any easier now.
Oh, well, we see a trade of roots down here as Prototype has hit level 6, but Ozna still only level 5. So be a little bit wary of the Super Mega Death Rocket. And as you mentioned, CS advantages and kill advantages in favor of Prototype and Papa Chow in this bottom lane matchup this time around. Prototype having a much better game. Now he's picked the Star Guardian Jinx as opposed to that weird chroma he had on Firecracker Jinx. Clearly that was the only issue. But also now Walrus making his way on the top side of the map, zoning away CJ from this tower. It looks like the bottom lane tower is already low. They might as well put pressure on this top side because their bottom lane will eventually push that in with the advantages they have.
Right, I mean, you saw Proof of Payment pathing his way down to the bot side, probably anticipating some kind of pressure down there, given, like you said, how low the turret is. And instead, Walrus heads up to the top side. Now, Proof, knowing that, can maybe make a play on the bot side. They have to be careful with how much they push up here for Maryville.
Void Assault's available. The bubble does not land. Ozna has hit level 6 now, but they wind up using the Monsoon coming out from Janna, but now Prototype going to be using that exhaust to get down onto the Kazakhs. The teleport advantage is coming in, but it winds up getting canceled out as Shen winds up going forward and getting the taunt down onto Satsuki. They are able to turn that one around just in a 2v3 situation, though, for the side of Maryville.
Yeah, that was a crazy play. The Renekton did not teleport in as quickly as I thought he would. Was probably stuck under the turret, autoing it, not sure that gank was coming. Here we see CKG able to get the Shen out ult again. UBC really struggling to make plays with their abilities.
And the Stand Unit was used in the mid lane to try to get a proactive play rather than trying to react to the bottom lane tower falling or protecting the top lane. So 2 towers gone in favor of Maryville University, equates a 2.3k gold lead.
All right, let's recap that. Pressure goes up to the top side on the side of Maryville. UBC reacts, trying to make a gank play on the bot lane, but Prototype and Papa Chow, despite these champions not being strong in the meta, show they know exactly how to use them and are able to win in 2v3, and they take the turret. Here, KT Smurf able to bait out that ignite.
Ooh, and he gets his own ignite. The Hemo Plague, is it enough? CKG goes down. More recap.
Yeah, more recap. KT Smurf doing great in this matchup.
Yeah, Saskia, though, going to be taken through here. There is no pool available, and Saskia going to slice and dice his way forward, pick up a kill, but a teleport's coming in there for a Shen. Gets rooted on top of some chompers, but a bubble flies out, and that's going to stun up, taunt up, and knock down Papa Chow. Saskia is going to fall down after that. Proof of Payment's on the board with 3 kills for himself.
Excellent trade of kills back there on the side of UBC. Maryville was getting a little bit too confident going into the turret for the Vladimir and get caught out under position. 2 more kills go back in favor of UBC. Very scrappy game here where...
11 minutes in. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was like 15, 20 minutes. We're 11 minutes in.
And first Dragon finally going to go over here for UBC, most likely. We see the Super Mega Death Rocket chunking Proof of Payment out, but Nami's nearby, can come over and throw a heal.
Yeah, all right, Mark. Recap.
I'm too lazy to recap. Set focus on what to look forward to. Obviously, KT Smurf is completely online. The Vladimir against 2 immobile carries in the Syndra, and the Jinx is going to have a little bit of a field day if the Janna cannot keep him off them. So it's going to be this push and pull between Janna and Gragas dealing with KT Smurf. and the carries trying to blow him up.
Yeah, and this is CKG trying to utilize advantage that he had over KT Smurf. Has the Ignite popped already in addition to his ultimate, but the disjointing coming out from the Vladimir pool, and once again missing the Q out of the pool.
Yeah, the big thing there was I think CKG was expecting with his E to actually get a stun onto him. I don't think he was just looking for the knockback on the KT Smurf, and if he's stunned with the Ignite in your ult, you probably get enough of damage to actually finish him off. Unable to do so, gets the trade kill, but then the rest of Maryville is able to collapse, get the kill back onto KT Smurf, but then that leaves them out of position, and 2 more kills go back.
Yeah, so Proof getting another 2 kills for himself in that situation. Now he is also online with this Kha'Zix. Full Warrior enchantment picked up compared to the fact that, well, Walrus hasn't even finished his jungle item quite yet. The Cinderhulk not online for him. So 3-0-0 for the side of Proof, 2-1-1 for the side of KT Smurf. And these are the 2 characters, the 2 players they wanted to get ahead in game 2 that they could not. But now KT Smurf has to pop his pool defensively there. The Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket is available on the top side of the map, though. Proof is going toe-to-toe against Sasuke, which is a fight I don't think he can win. Yeah, tries to slice one way, but he wants to pop into the wall the other way. Maryville grouping up in this mid lane, still trying to utilize the fact they have about a 1,500 gold advantage.
Yeah, and with that pressure that they got by chunking out KT Smurf and Proof of Payment, looks like they're going to try and take this Rift Herald down, keep that pressure up on the map.
We could be 5 for 6 on the day for Rift Herald's Mark.
That's not bad. I'll take that.
Super good. 83.333%. Stats guy.
Talk numbers to me, Tom.
Well, 25 bonus gold for picking that up, and actually Prototype is the one who picks that one up for himself, which signals to me that they're going to wind up grouping up in one of these lanes and utilizing that Rift Herald as a core group to try to push it down.
Well, one of the things that's different than we've seen sometimes for UBC is a little bit better wave clear coming out of the mid laner. Vladimir, obviously not ideal, does not really work well at clearing waves while they're in a nice line. That's one of the differences between being able to clear a big wave and being able to do line wave clear. Vladimir's still not great at that, but obviously better than what we've seen in the past a little bit with the Fizz.
Yeah, so Vladimir may not be the best wave clear option, but provides a little bit of utility, or a little bit of wave clear. But now that Rift Herald, it was a really big thing for Maryville in game number 2. They were able to open up the map from taking down that mid lane outer tower and kind of move around and utilize the fact that Prototype, who was behind at that point, could still be opened up to take other towers on the map. Now that he is slightly ahead in his AD carry matchup here, just in the overall gold score and itemization between the Caitlyn and the Jinx, it could potentially open up more of the map and open up a snowball for Maryville.
Right, I think that's one side. On the other side, with KT Smurf being strong and having a Shen, the Vladimir can start going into this 1-3-1 setup with globals to come in and help him. Syndra will have a hard time dealing with him. Renekton will eventually be unable to deal with him. Might already be unable to do so, especially with the Shen shield coming in. So depending on if UBC is able to hold on in the 1-3-1 setup, they might be able to find some advantages there.
UBC looks to be just putting Caitlyn in the mid lane matchup. Shen is still going toe-to-toe with the Renekton. Meanwhile, Vladimir is going to be the one contesting the Jinx and the Janna, who are still pushing down on the bottom side of the map. And now, I say contesting, he's kind of just waiting for the wave to crash in the tower. I'm going to be safely farming that one up. Cloud, Drake will be the next one, but that's not going to be coming up for quite some time. So we still have both of these teams just getting some vision control down around their jungle pit areas. So now Walrus is going to get bubbled up, but he's still pretty tanky. Gragas out of the Cinderhulk enchantment has been finished. There's the Rift Herald being popped as Prototype and Papa Chow rotate their way over to mid lane. It looks like it will be a core 4-man group pushing this one down. One quick charge from that Rift Herald takes down the tower. Actually, the Cinder ultimate is used onto Ozna, but the Shen Stand United shield will keep Caitlyn alive. Utilize bold summoner spells to stay alive as well.
Yeah, but UBC is able to deal with that Rift Herald extremely quickly. Uh-oh, it looks like Proof caught out.
Yeah, he's going to get chunked, but there is no Cinder ultimate to just delete him from the map. CJ, though, going to flash taunt. Does not wind up landing onto CKG or Walrus. The Nami tidal wave goes out as well. Papa Chow's going to disengage with a Janna Tornado. CKG picks up a kill onto the Shen. Now KT Smurf has to try to pull away because Jinx got excited. He doesn't wind up landing onto one of the Chompers, though. And now Prototype going forward. He does wind up getting exhausted. Lands the zap on the KT Smurf. He gets flashed, body slammed on him. Walrus secures that kill for his team. Now Prototype getting excited over the wall. Gets a shutdown under Proof of Payment. And that's a lot of gold going over to Maryville.
Yeah, and they run right into Sasuke, who was pushing up the top lane this entire time. They take the top inner turret, and they continue with the minion wave. Enough people are dead. They might be able to take an inhibitor turret just 16 minutes into the game.
I knew the Rift Herald was going to open up the map. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast.
Rift Herald's OP.
They just start taking down the top lane inhibitor tower. They're going to take down the top lane inhibitor 16.5 minutes into this game. They were 1,500 gold ahead, and suddenly it's ballooned into 6,500 gold in the blink of an eye.
All off the back of a missed flash taunt coming in out of CJ. He's been struggling all series long. he missed that, and Walrus was able to send out his explosive cast, making sure that there was no follow-up, even if it did land. They focused down the Shen. We'll take another look at it here. Proof getting a little bit caught out of position. And they would have been fine. They could have walked away here, but CJ wants to start this off and misses the taunt on both members.
Yeah,
Does that knockback onto the Vladimir stop him from getting involved in the fight? CJ very easy to focus down during this. And now Vladimir, he's the next obvious target, and we just see this chase down that comes in from Jinx in those kind of scrappy team fights where you're never able to actually get onto her. She can keep chasing forwards.
Yep, the zap landing there, the flash body slam from Walrus gets Jinx excited. Good Monsoon keeps Prototype alive, and he just flashes in and gets revenge on Proof.
This is what we're talking about this whole time. Saskia up in the top lane, just pushing down by himself. Remy runs right into it.
It's like, oh wait, that's not our team.
Huge that just, like we said, 17 minutes in the game, top inhibitor already down. Maryville does have to be careful because sometimes teams take the inhibitor too soon and don't know how to play without that extra lane to farm with, but given that their team comp is this kind of group up and fight siege inhibitor, siege turret team comp, I'm sure Maryville will be just fine finding those other inner turrets available.
Yeah, they got themselves a Cloud Drake, so that's going to be their first elemental Drake of the game. The Mountain had been picked up by UBC earlier. UBC going to try to respond to the lane that is pushing. That was the slice and dice when Sasuke was already used. He has his teleport available, taking CJ down extremely low. The Hemoplague was popped as well. KT Spirit does get the Tides of Blood down, so a slow comes down onto the Renekton, but Sasuke chasing after him. There's pings going down because that mid lane is being pushed out right now. He slices and dices through KT Smurf, survives and lets his team pick up some more kills. Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket gets blocked up by KT Smurf, so he will not be executing down onto CJ, but they get themselves a tower. They zoned everybody away. Even more gold in the pocket of Maryville.
An absolutely insane sequence that blew this game open. Maryville continuing to keep the pressure up. Renekton returns to the top side, pushing those super creep minions into the base, while the rest of the team, like we said, groups up with the Cinder and the Jinx, mowing down some turrets with Janna protecting.
Man, this could be pretty crazy now, Mark. We could potentially see #1 seed from the Northern Conference taking down the #2 seed from the Western Conference. Historically, the strongest conference in the collegiate scene could be eliminated from the Campus Series Championship in just the first day.
Gonna be pretty crazy to see such a prestigious conference knocked out right away, but change is good, as one of the champions in the game says.
Ah, man. Normally you're not in like with those lines.
I know, I don't know what happened to me, Tom.
Skins and everything.
Hanging out too much with you.
It's all the Rift Herald, that's why. Just getting into the spirit.
I mean, Rift Herald,
also,
if this is your first time watching 7.9, you'd probably be in, oh my god, this is coming to the LCS. This thing is a big deal when you give that up. You pretty much guaranteed a turret, and like we said, if you don't deal with it right away, sometimes it opens up rotations for the other team to start getting a quicker step onto getting to another wave or going to Dragon or something.
And clearly the catalyst for the explosion that has catapulted Maryville University completely ahead of UBC in this game. Now approaching almost a 7,000 gold advantage just 20 minutes into the game. This is insane. I mean, during the North American LCS, we were talking about the advantages that Envy were able to get, which were 2,000 to 3,000 gold advantages at the 20-minute mark, and those were insane. This is more than double that lead. Maryville University are just rushing after that Rift Herald.
Right, Maryville looking like they're slowly punching their ticket into the semifinals. But they still have to close this game out. They have a lot of pick potential on the side of UBC. If someone's not in the right spot, you land a Nami bubble onto the Jinx trying to hit a turret. Maybe you have a taunt follow-up, and then you have a Kha'Zix and a Vladimir jumping on top of that person. Even though the Jinx is extremely strong, not necessarily defensively, she's still a very squishy carry. Same way with Syndra.
Yep, and you still have a Renekton that may fall off, and a Vladimir on the opposing team that will continue to scale up as he gets out of the pool and taken down by a Super Mega Death Rocket. It's a killing spree for Prototype.
Just as we talk about how they're squishy, well, the Vladimir, after having a great early game, has picked up 3 deaths very quickly and has fallen behind the curve of the game pretty hard. Vladimir is one of those champions who, if he's not ahead, he tends to be a little weak. And so far, despite, like we said, that good early game, the goalie came flying back into Maryville's favor.
Now Maryville are just going to be taking themselves up there, and they get the root over the wall onto Proof of Payment, but not able to really follow up on a kill from that one. We did see Prototype using his own flash in that situation. Proof of Payment still on the backside of the Baron pit. There's vision in the pit. Shen's going to be using his Stand United. They're jumping in. They've actually locked out onto Proof of Prototype. They're going to try to take him out, and they will, but they immediately flash out, and now the smite is gone. CJ is still in the pit, but I mean, there's still a Gragas. They're still going to go for the smite on this, and it is going to be Maryville taking the Baron at the same time. Renekton's pushing down in the mid lane, and now Walrus is going to stop up CJ for as long as possible because Saskio is pushing down on this inhibitor tower in the mid lane. He's taken the fight to KT Smurf, who heals himself up. A slice and a dice and a flash from Saskio will take down the Vladimir. Now with the Baron buff minions and the rest of his team grouping up, Maryville University, they take down the Nami on the opposite side. They might just take down the game here.
Might be a little difficult without Prototype, who died in that crazy Baron sequence. Might have to just be happy with these two inhibitors. As you can see, it's a little difficult to take these things down with no AD carry yet.
Yeah, and actually Saskio's not going to be able to finish that mid lane off, because the death timers are a little short still. CJ's still on a great chase from Walrus here, as Walrus is just going to eventually give up on that one. Actually, CJ having to use his teleport to get out of this situation. It got canceled by the body slam! Walrus with barely any mana left utilizes his last ability to stop the Shen. And now here comes Janna. There's a slow on him, and the rest of Maryville are charging after CJ, and they pick up that kill.
Maryville finally heading for that much-needed reset. Started way, way back, if you remember, with the pick onto KT Smurf. They turned to the Baron, they forced that one down. The jungler is still available, so they need to play this one slow. Prototype wanted to flash in to get onto Proof of Payment and finish him off. Lost his flash during that. They decided to stick on to this Baron buff. They're pretty confident that when they come in, they'll be able to focus down the jungler. They're not wrong, they finish off Proof of Payment, but Prototype dies as a result. The finishing kill there on Proof. Now it's just Walrus with the smite. Takes it slow, makes sure it gets down below 500, goes for the smite there, grabs it. And now during this entire time, KT Smurf has respawned, was trying to deal with Saskio, who seemingly hates teleporting into fights. We saw the previous long extended sequence in the mid lane. Didn't join that one. He just wants to go split push.
Well, now, about a minute and a half left on this Baron buff. UBC trying to group up for a death brush, but it's going to be death that maybe finds them. Proof going to have to use the Void Assault to get out. Tries to jump back down to the Papa Chow. Super Mega Death Brush does not connect, but a large amount of damage comes out from the Cinder as Prototype follows it up. He picks up one kill, and now he's chasing down onto Proof of Payment. Actually just going to run away from him. Decides to maybe go for the game-ending play instead.
Right.
He zoned away the jungler, and they picked up a kill on the mid laner.
Saskio wants no part of these kills, trying to preserve his KDA right now.
No, he got a kill.
Oh, I got a kill. He ruined it.
Oh, well, that's a killing spree for him, but that's going to be the Shen down. That's going to be 2 members from UBC. And with that, Maryville University will eliminate the last team from the formerly dominating Western Conference. Maryville, the #1 seed from the north, will advance.
A scary game 1 for Maryville there, but the tournament favorites prove why they are so feared right now. Bounce back in games 2 and 3 with 2 quick, dominating games. Prototype showing why that Jinx was worth the ban in the first game. He gets it games 2 and 3. He's able to put on his carry pants and make a lot of big plays. Similarly, Saskia up in the top lane won a ton of matchups. Even though it didn't matter if he got jungler assistance or not, he was always able to win and have a huge influence over the game.
Yeah, Saskia definitely putting on, maybe not necessarily his carry pants, but putting on a show in that top lane matchup, continuously getting the better end of CJ in all 3 of the games, despite them dropping the match in game #1, where he actually looked the most impressive on the Fiora.
Right, and I think that's the case, is that he is someone who people are going to have to start game planning around, because it's obvious Maryville is confident putting him in these carry roles and expecting him to influence the early game as well as the late game. This time, the Renekton, not necessarily the same scaling advantage, but was able to convert on the early game. And
looking pretty hyped after that win.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be pretty excited. It was a scary game, because for a while, KT Smurf, we got to remember, despite the fact this was a fast game that kind of blew open, during the first 10 minutes, it was looking a little scary for Maryville. KT Smurf was getting solo kills onto the Syndra. The top lane was not going great. There's a trade kill up there. The bot lane, another trade kill. And it wasn't until that 2v3 down in the bot lane that was turned by Prototype that they really were able to take this game. See the flex.
Yeah, hammering it up for the camera there. Shout out to Mom, I guess. But UBC, it's a rebuilding year for UBC. They come in with 3 freshmen. They still make it to the Collegiate Championship, but it's still got to be devastating to be the 2-time Collegiate Champions eliminated in the first round.
Yeah, but I don't think that they should, feel too bad about themselves and be like, oh, we failed to live up to our legacy. I mean, a lot of these guys were not a part of the school when they had those really amazing runs, and they have long, assuming they stay at UBC the whole time, they have 3 years ahead of them now to try and get their own title. Take this back, learning experience, improve. and we'll see you next year.
Definitely some good stuff. Like you said, Maryville come into this as one of the tournament favorites. UBC had a good performance against them game number 1. They took a game off of one of the teams that's expected to make it to the finals from their side of the bracket. They weren't able to seal the deal, but Maryville University, you said, showed why they were a tournament favorite, showed why they were able to do so, and continued to exert pressure on the top side of the map, and then slowly adapt their bottom lane to, you know, just work it into that game plan and adapt in the middle of a matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that they showed that they could win a couple different ways. The really, really hard carry, Fiora split push style. Then they changed it a little bit to the more team-oriented Bruiser and the Kled, and then this time around the Renekton, the lane-focused, early game dominant Bruiser. And they have a lot of different looks that they did. You can maybe say their mid and bot lane didn't show too much, especially taking the Syndra into the Vladimir and then coming out the worst of that matchup. Did not look great, but the team as a whole shows that they know how they want to play the game.
Yeah, and also utilizing the Rift Herald extremely, extremely well. They weren't able to get it in the first game. It despawned before they were actually able to secure it, but utilizing that to break open the map and get some of these losing lanes or get some of these hard-to-move lanes around the map a little bit more opened up was very, very crucial to basically every single game that they won.
Yeah, and I think you could say that maybe they came into the first game a little over-aggressive. We saw a lot of plays, especially out of Prototype, when he was going in with the Tristana, that gap closer, trying to constantly all in his lane with the aggressive exhaust. Not the best summoner for that anymore, and once he gets his Jinx, we get to see why he can be such a monster in the mid and late game. He has great mechanics, was able to flash that initial insect attempt in game 2, which really saved that fight from going sour for them.
Yeah, and of course, from the side of UBC, they were maybe a little too docile. They brought in Proof of Payment and put him on the Lee Sin in game number 2, and that flash kick play that was dodged out by Prototype was the only proactive play they were really able to kind of make on the map whatsoever. They fell behind in their mid and jungle kind of synergy, which was the lane they seemed to be wanting to focus at the Lee Sin and the Fizz pickup. And even though they got the Vladimir ahead in game number 3, the rest of the map was sort of behind, and the lane they could really rely on, which was Osno and Remy in the bottom side of the map, did not have the same advantage, and they just could not capitalize.
Yeah, I think that's a big point. When the enemy team is willing to sack early game pressure to get comfort champions or hyper scaling champions like the Jinx, you need to be able to punish them. And the trades were very close. For the most part, you can say Osno was coming out ahead, but the CS lead was in favor of Prototype early on, and then once Walrus made his trip down there and was able to basically change how that lane played completely.
Yeah, and once that bottom lane got ahead, they moved it over towards the mid lane. Actually, they were able to maybe pick off 1 or 2 people, just force them back, actually. They went for that very aggressive Rift Herald call, and then as soon as they got that one, they gave it over to Prototype. He got a quick recall, bought an item, ran it back down towards the mid lane, and that play just completely opened the map. They were able to wind up taking down the mid lane tower off of the Rift Herald, and then chaos ensued after that. In the next 3 minutes, after all the dust settled, there was an inhibitor that went down.
Right, I mean, we saw Syndra use her ultimate trying to chunk out the Caitlyn. That tells UBC, maybe we can go here. So they see, they want to get this flash taunt onto CKG. He's able to dodge it. A nice disengage ultimate by Walrus there, separates CJ, making him the obvious person to focus down. They take him down. Nice follow-up stun onto KT Smurf. So this is where the Jinx starts to shine. You see that? She's excited. She's chasing after him. Able to get the cleanup kill. He thinks he's going to get out, but once again, Walrus, a nice flank follow here. That's a blind flash stun, by the way. The ward came in as he did it. His teammates were giving him vision, of course, as they chased, but a nice play overall, sets his team up for more kills. Then Proof tries to get out. Nice flash follow by Prototype. And like we said, Sasuke a lot of this game just sitting up in the top lane by himself, trying to push that wave in. Oh, there's a Nami here. Oh, fine, I'll take the kill.
Yeah, just actually not really being super, super active on the map, just kind of just waiting for things to kind of fall into his lap. And he was continuously a lane-dominant player. When he was on the Kled, he had a couple okay teleport plays into fights, but was mainly just split pushing on the opposite side of the map, even with the Fiora.
Right, but I think a lot of the times that he didn't teleport in, it wasn't necessary. Right. I wouldn't criticize him for saying, where was he? His team needed him. His team didn't really need him in those situations. Could he have teleported in? Sure. Did he need to? No, not really.
Yeah, that was the best part about the way that Maryville University was playing their games, was the fact that even though Sasuke, he was super lane dominant, he didn't need to transition that advantage elsewhere on the map. They didn't have to try to propel someone else ahead because they played around the fact that he was dominating his lane that much that they were able to just keep track of where Proof was going to go. And even though CKG in the mid lane wound up dying a couple times in game number 3 and got Proof that double kill in the mid lane, they were still able to just utilize the fact that Sasuke was so far ahead of his lane opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's nice for Maryville is you saw basically 3 games, 3 different people carry. Sasuke being the most consistent, having good games all 3 times around, but CKG in game 2 and Prototype in game 3, huge threats over the course of the game.
All right, and with our college championship quarterfinals complete, let's take a look at who will be moving on to the semifinals. On the left side of the bracket, Carnegie Mellon University toppled Texas A&M in a quick 2-0 sweep, a wildcard team beating a #1 seed, which means that they will face off against the University of Toronto, who knocked out fellow Canadian Simon Fraser University.
And on the other side of the bracket, Maryville defeated UBC just now to move on to Saturday's match, where they'll face off against Robert Morris University, who beat out University of Maryland in a 3-game series.
And that's going to be a rematch of the Northern Conference Finals against a rematch of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Right, I mean, I think that's the big thing is the Robert Morris University matchup, just because he was that was a series that they won in the campus series, but then there was a smaller tournament that they lost. So that's going to be a very, very tense matchup. On the other side, a bit of the underdog story here for Carnegie Mellon University. And those semifinal matches will take place tomorrow on Saturday, with Toronto playing their match against Carnegie Mellon starting tomorrow at 3 p.m.
As you mentioned, rematch of the Eastern Region Finals coming up here. Carnegie Mellon University, they were a little bit of an underdog, specifically going up against the #1 seed from the South. But Texas A&M was the only representative from the South in this tournament. Carnegie Mellon came in, they wound up taking a 2-0 victory over them, so very decisive victory in their favor. I believe the only 2-0 that we had today. And,
right.
Now the University of Toronto, we saw them struggle a little bit against, Simon Fraser, who is expected to beat them, but they overcame that. So this is kind of two upset teams now meeting once again.
Yeah, and Mega Zero, a pretty well-known name in the scene on Carnegie Mellon's side. So if you're still a fan of him, you can check him out tomorrow.
Yeah, so now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Very, very powerful lineups on this Rift, and we'll see who's the first one to shed some blood here in the College Championship.
Yeah, keep looking, keep looking. Got Ori, got Ori. I'm behind. We can win, we can win, we can win.
Win this.
Kled. And we can Baron after. Wait. Nice, Baron.
Go to Baron.
Maybe cap.
As they lock on to Collegiate, the command Shockwave rips through, and Twitch is able to pick up a kill off the back of his spray and pray being popped. Guy in the front lines now uses the heroic entrance. They're charging down into the base. Redemption will not save them as another 3-man taunt lands here, but he will get gobbled up and taken down for a double kill. The charge comes in from the teleport as Jajo will now fall. Toronto eliminates Simon Fraser.
Flash into a death sentence. Mino Haxor is just on fire. K-Brad gonna be taken low, taken down, and everybody from Texas A&M is not doing anything. Carnegie Mellon University will 2-0 Texas A&M. Backwards, MNRL in between 4 different members. He's double killed. UMD tries to hold the line, but there's no line left to hold. Buckstack grabbing the kill onto White, but that's all he'll do. They are just destroying UMD. The gold lead is far too large. Ladies and gentlemen, RMU will advance to the semifinals.
Fight UBC, but they're not succeeding on any front. But Trundle's on the Nexus, and he says, split push this, Fiora. We're taking game #1.
Nice. Kill them all. Zara first.
Nice!
Keep going. Fizz.
Careful, watch Fizz.
That's free Nami,
Flash, he's out of flash, he got no flash.
Free sushi.
Nice!
I got the sushi.
Get the sushi.
And with that, Maryville University will eliminate the last team from the formerly dominating Western Conference. Maryville, the #1 seed from the North, will advance.